Some okay. Okay. Yeah, so these students are basically from 21. These girls are basically 21 to 24-year old, and they are being trained by the foundation. Now they are actually gathering their own resources and training the girls of like the undergraduate students. And like this way, the new generation of people are being trained by the foundation. I have nothing to do here. I have absolutely nothing to do here. It is a completely student initiative. They are holding the conferences, they are holding the different talks and everything, even gathering funding for that. Yeah. And even we did not leave the foundation. That is not only for science, it's also for expression. People who live on those islands, sometimes they express through their artistic work. Okay, so that's also we encourage. So finally, this sort of work so far we have done from the foundation have led to these sort of management strategies. The tidal management policy is not on our hand. It's on the government's hand. But we are trying to implement the bioengineering through mangroves. We are building skills for the community and engaging people. We are involving other NGOs and we are talking to the government. And we are continuously monitoring the mitigation measures that are taken by the government and the other NGOs and by us also. So Manisha ji, I really thank you to give me this platform to young person. And there are places where Amrita and the foundation can work. Uh, I have identified some of the places where we can work. We can talk together. And finally, whatever I do, this particular quote of Swamiji always motivates me or reminds me what I need to do. Thank you very much for giving me the platform. Thank you to Amrita and thank you to Amma and to all the elders. Namaskar.
So we have time for of questions. Yeah, please. Please identify yourself.
Good morning. And first of all, I congratulate you for your wonderful work you have done in this the protection of mangroves in Sundarban. Really, this is, I think, in 1987, government of UNESCO declared this site as the World Heritage Site. And my question is, you have done a lot of work, and what is the aftermath of, and what is the result of this work? What is the what support you get from government side?
Okay.
And I want to know what is the present status of this Sundarban. And you studied that it is in a determined state, and it is 210 kilometers of
that's a land erosion.
Land erosion. It happened, It happened because of the human intervention, I think.
No.
Not like that.
No.
Okay, so
okay, I answer your question.
Okay. So I want to know that this is the last final thing. The first mainly I want to get answer from your side. What is the government? How the government involved in this regard?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't want to claim any Champions Trophy, but in 2022, this is the biggest government trophy. All NGOs, all educationists, universities can claim that government of West Bengal, from a government of West Bengal platform, has formally acknowledged that mangroves have a role in protecting communities. So they are going to implement mangrove restoration as well as mangrove protection to the very end. And as a result, nowadays, whenever there is a embankment failure whenever there is, they protect the embankment or they rebuild the embankment with the mangroves. Uh, the mangrove cutting down is no longer an issue. Mangrove dying on a natural cause will carry on. So definitely the government is sensitized and formally acknowledging that the mangroves has a role, I think is the biggest learning for the state of West Bengal.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sheikh Omar Fai from the ASF school, PhD scholar. My memories could serve me right when you mentioned about the lack of M&E in terms of national monitoring and evaluation. You said there is an absence of M&E at national level in
Yes.
that area. And maybe through your experience, you might have found out probably what might be the problems, if there is apathy or is it lack of interest, or what do you think could be a possible solution so that at national level there can be M&E based on what you were explaining. For the mangroves, you mentioned about there is an absence or lack of monitoring and evaluation. And you said that has led to sometimes haphazard findings being done.
That's not for that's for estuarying and monitoring.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying now.
Yeah.
What would you recommend at national level so that that will not be mitigated, or at least something will be uplifted at that level? Thank you.
So I'm coming back to the tsunami. Most of our government actions in the developing world is reactive, not proactive. It took 2004 tsunami to government to get activated and start doing these sort of things. So now we have state-of-art infrastructure placed in many of our coastal belts, and we are getting messages and we are getting early warning systems and everything. But we were actually oblivious. We are oblivious of the fact how much the estuaries serve as economic resources. And 70% of the world's population lives within the 70 kilometer of the coast. So if we think about these two things, the most issues are coastal issues. So from that point of view, the natural services that we are getting, the ecosystem services that we are getting, we are not formally recognizing them still now. But there would be a time when these resources would be much costly and it will be hard to source. Okay. So the government may get sensitized slowly as the government of West Bengal has been sensitized. The other governments are going to be sensitized too over the period of time.
Well, Dr. Paul, I think we are running short of time.
Just
be brief. In fact, we are not here to find faults with whatever is not happening.
Yeah,
Let us propose what is it that you are recommending.
Yeah.
We are still not clear based on your findings. What is that kind of monitoring which is needed? What kind of monitoring is needed?
So I would suggest that India being a diverse country and a diverse estuaries we get over here, we can have some lifetime in situ monitoring systems placed in our estuaries that I have told in all those papers. I haven't dug into it. That sort of monitoring program would save a lot of the issues that I know, and that's my proposal where in those papers. I did not go into it.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Paul. Thank you. Of course, Dr. Paul has presented on ecosystems, coastal ecosystems. The term estuary that is using, geologically, the Ganges, they are not the estuaries, they are delta actually. Estuary is confined channel, which is mostly on the Arabian Sea side. Kerala is having some of the estuaries, but here again, Periyar River is having its own delta. So I think the basic definition of the term that you are using needs to be understood properly. Number two, the kind of monitoring which is needed, you perhaps know it, but you have not been able to tell us. That is how our friend from Africa, he was questioning. What is it that needs to be monitored? Sundarbans, what species you are encouraging there, and what planktonic fauna you think can also encourage the growth of the mangrove farms? And how community, of course, you have talked about the community involvement and all that, and having a largest population of tigers, what best are we doing to protect them? So those are the issues, I think, which perhaps you will carry forward while continuing with your ongoing research. Thank you very much once again. Let's give him a big hand. Our next speaker is Dr. Sudha Arlikatti. She is adjunct professor. In fact, she is the research head. I'm sorry. She is the research head in Amrita School of Sustainable Futures. She has been guiding number of research scholars. You must have seen that she is so very popular amongst the research scholars here that they all tend to be around her and seeking her guidance and blessings all the times. In fact, she is basically an architect. She did her architect degree from Pune University, and then she did city planning from IIT Kharagpur, and urban and regional science course in Texas, USA. She's got a very vast experience, particularly on environmental planning and hazards management aspects. She's got number of publications in very well-known international journals. And here, of course, she is busy guiding research scholars in finding transformative, sustainable, and disaster-resilient solutions for social benefits. Now, with this brief introduction, I'll again request Dr. Sudha to please come to the stage and present more presentation.
Thank you so. Thank you, everyone, for being here this morning. I'm quite heartened to see the room full. Slide. Okay, just. Was just checking. So good morning to the students who are here, my students and students from other universities, and distinguished guests in the first two rows. Everyone, thanks for being here. So today I'm going to wear my architect and planning hat more than anything else. It gives me great pleasure to talk about a topic which I started working on when I was a student, just like you all. I was about 37. I was doing my PhD at Texas A&M University when the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami happened. It was 2 years before my graduation. So this was not related to my research topic, but I felt that I needed to work on it because it happened so close to home and so many countries were devastated. So I requested my professors to apply for the National Science Foundation grant. I wrote the proposal along with them, and we were able to get funding. So what I present here today is, well, the foundation was laid in 2005, following the Indian Ocean tsunami and the recovery that was started. So we got a grant from the National Science Foundation, and subsequently I've been studying the recovery process, the housing recovery process and sheltering and so on over the years. Before I start, I just wanted to, going back, sorry, very bad with this. Yeah, I wanted to pay special thanks to my PhD candidate and student Mushtaba Anyati, who has helped me with this, with taking photographs and going to the site with me. Mr. John Nelson, who took photographs in Nagapattinam recently. I just had to tell him what I needed, and he was so kind to do that. And then from the Live-in Labs team, Mr. Smijan and Ms. Vandana, they came with me to visit the communities here, just to see how the communities in Alapad area, which had the housing, how they have fared. So I thank all of them because I stand on their shoulders today. So we are going to talk about, or I'm going to present about the housing recovery and how that is tied to livelihoods. And so it's not just about getting a beautiful home, but whether that home is accessible to various livelihoods that you had. And so we all know that this map was very popular when the tsunami happened. It showed the multiple countries, about 13 countries were impacted, 250,000 to 300,000 people died. And I worked immediately in the coastal areas of Nagapattinam, which had lost about 6,000 lives. So yesterday we went to the coast of Alapad. We said 143, but I also visited those communities that were completely flattened out. And this was about 6 to 8 months after the disaster. So the government, the main thing, what happened was about 10,000 people died in India, and 3,000 were missing in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and so on. And then the housing, which is the concern of this presentation, about 2.3 lakh homes were completely destroyed. So these were the people who were living in the coastal belt. From the high tide line, they were within 200 kilometers, 200 meters from the high tide line. They lost their homes completely. So we just saw stubs of trees, which had been actually their homes, and flattened coastal beaches. Immediately after that, something very miraculous happened. They had a very young, this was in Tamil Nadu, they had a very young collector at that time who had just joined, and he got together and decided that there's no way the government themselves can give houses to so many people. And so they made a call out to the NGOs and the private sector organizations saying, if you're willing to build homes for us, just register in this a particular list. And so all over the country, because one thing that happens after disasters is a lot of NGOs start coming, and many of them are not long-standing NGOs. They want, at this time, take advantage and take money. So only registered NGOs were allowed to put their names in, and they had to declare they will do 100 houses, 500 houses, 1,000 houses, and so on. So they got a huge list, and the government then identified there would be a standard plan. They gave like a set of 3 or 4 floor plans and designs. And they said every house that was given by an NGO or a private organization cannot be more than 400 square feet. That was also decided. They also said that the design would be a living room, a small kitchen, a toilet inside, and then in a small plot of land. And then there would be a staircase on the outside going upwards so that if they wanted to escape, they could go upstairs. So this was a standard plan. There were very few variations. There were some places that tried a ground floor and a first floor, but that didn't work very well with people in the coastal area because they were used to living in thatched houses, open, and so on. So you see the design that is here. This was replicated all over India, and it was intentional. They did not want one NGO, for example, Amrita, our NGO, and Oxfam, which is a Christian-based NGO, and another by the Tatas. They did not want community members to feel that there was a difference in the way the homes were given, that this NGO is doing better, so I want my house to be built by them. They didn't want that disparity. I thought that was a very novel idea. So what they did was anyone who had their homes 200 meters from the high tide line completely destroyed, they got a new home. The other group was between 200 to 500 meters if they were, and they had lost their homes. They could actually seek assistance to build in the same place, or they could ask for a new home if they were too frightened. Like 200, 220 meters, many of them opted to get a new home. And then the others who were maybe 400, 500 meters, they got assistance. So that's called donor assistance. That was owner driven, but donors were giving money to them. And the other one was donor driven completely. So owner driven or donor driven, both options were given. So here you see the miles and miles of these homes being constructed by various NGOs. And you would see the boards going on Tata. This is the Tata colony. This is the Amrita colony. Or this is the Oxfam colony. And anywhere along the coastline. So what I'm going to do is just give you a glimpse. I want you to just look at the photographs. And you saw how they were before. This was how they looked 20 years ago. And I'm going to just show from different parts of Tamil Nadu first and then from Alapad. So this was provided in Kameshwaram, Nagapatnam. Low-income households have made limited changes. Even after 20 years, they are not able. And you can start seeing that the walls are crumbling. This did not happen with just one set of NGOs. So if you go into the coastal area and they'll say, this particular NGO built, they used very bad materials, that's wrong. That was not the case. They did not understand that cement will crumble after a while because saltwater intrusion happens from the sea. And it's not because they didn't put enough cement. The cement automatically does. And so you see steel being exposed and crumbling and falling down. So the poor people could not make any changes to their homes. The other thing was they were used to living in these collectives where they could expand their huts. One small hut for the father and mother. The kitchen was another hut on the side. Another hut was for their animals. So they used to live under the trees with these thatched roofs, no main doors, windows or anything. And then when the recovery happened, only the head of household was given the house. Even though the household would have maybe 6 to 10 members. If they had not put their ration card as head of household, they did not get a house. And so this house, which was given by the government or NGO, was a bit small for them. So you can see the extensions happening, making the kitchen outside, going upstairs to meet the growing needs of the family. This was something that I saw even 3.5 years, and then even 10 years, 12 years later. I sort of skipped the slide where right in the beginning, I wanted to tell you that 2005, we interviewed 1,000 households in 15 communities. So 7 villages in the north of Nagapattinam urban and 7 villages to the south, and then the urban conglomerate. And then 3.5 years later, I was by then an assistant professor, and I didn't get funding to do all the 17 villages. So then I made it to only 8 villages. So it was a longitudinal panel study. Such studies are very difficult to come by. There's hardly any studies where people have gone back and looked at the recovery process. And so we collected data even then. And then I went back after 12 years, and then more recently now with the team of people helping me. So this kind of studies are very important, where you try to see how recovery has progressed. Has it been good? Has it been bad? What are the challenges? So then we can make improvements. So this is the main thing. What happens is the cement construction. And one of the things that many people complained about is in Tamil Nadu, they were given insurance. And that insurance sheet says, I even read it, I had my father read it, it was in Tamil. It said that the next time a tsunami comes, you'll get a replacement, your house will be replaced. But the people were not explained what this insurance was about. So they kept saying, why can't you tell the government to give us money to make repairs? But that's not what insurance is about. You all have car insurance or a vehicle, for different things. And it's not about maintenance. It is about in case you meet with an accident, it will be replaced. But the people did not understand. And so yes. So moving forward, I'll just show all the modifications that have been made. So this was completely washed away and replaced. Here, you can see only the facades have been changed. This lady is very poor. She's a single woman, a widow. She does not have money, but she cooks outside. And the septic tanks keep overflowing because they are very close to the sea, so they have a major problem. And these are some changes. This is coming to Amrita housing in Alapad. So you can see that the changes, what are the main changes is that many people, one group of people have continued to stay there. The majority, I would say, continue to stay where they are. The younger generation is moving back because they have been told that from 50 meters from the high tide level, you can go back and start constructing. And so many people have given this house on rent and gone back to live close to the water because they want to be close to their fishing livelihoods. Otherwise, they can't get their, they are not able to go for fishing in the morning. They have to catch a bus and then go to the coastal area and go get day labor and so on. And the other successful things is I just had a photograph of this lady. She lost her children, 2 children, and then Amma helped her have an operation, and the tubal ligation was reversed and she had a baby. And so he was now in the 12th grade and I was taking the photograph. So psychological recovery has happened. The women said that they feel safer here because there are toilets are inside. They are staying in a proper structured house. Whereas the men found it very challenging because the livelihoods are a bit separated, so they have to find new ways. So the younger generation is moving away if they don't choose to be fishermen. Sorry, just going back, last slide. So for post-tsunami housing recovery or any disaster recovery, it has to be a holistic approach which really needs to tie in with the livelihoods. And if we can use something which is the traditional materials available, teach people how they can repair their homes using that material, then that will be really helpful because they don't know how to construct homes with cement and they cannot afford to repair their homes at all. So those who were renting in this place, their homes look very, very bad. But if they were homeowners and a wealthier group, their homes look very nice. So the main thing is we need to teach people about housing insurance, what that is, if government is going to give it. And if they want to go closer, then we need to teach them about disaster preparedness. So those who are going back to the 50 meters must be taught that they are going to be in the risk zone. What will happen? They will be washed away. So better to have insurance and so on. So that's my presentation. From this, we've had a lot of success getting published, over 15 papers and book chapters from this work. So if anyone is interested on various aspects of it, I would love to share it. So thanks so much.
Sudha, it was a very insightful talk. Are there any questions, please? Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
So good morning. It was a very nice lecture, ma'am. My name is Dr. Aprup Adavatkar. My specific question about this is that in last 2 decades, as we talked about this tsunami effect, you're getting my voice?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So do we have that migration data, or and was it temporary phase or the permanent phase? Means how many people from this particular area, Alappa, they migrated for livelihood?
We have not collected that formally, but they said about 80% are still staying there. The people who have migrated are the ones, if the mother who owned the house or the father died, the younger generation has gotten married and moved away. Those who don't want to follow fishing as the livelihood, those who wanted to be fishermen have remained in this locality. And now I also heard that many are coming back because the government lifted the rule earlier. 200 meters was the buffer zone. Now they made to 50 meters. Yesterday, the panchayat president also said 50 meters you can come back and construct, which is a bit worrying, but I guess livelihood is so important.
Yeah, in that connection only I wanted to
Yes.
ask, because that may be the similar situation may come at many places also.
Exactly. Yeah.
And other, just as you are architect, one question is that in building these houses, particularly as we know that cement is having the specific constraints. Now people are talking about this FRP coating on the metal structures,
Yes.
and that lasts longer also, and they are lighter.
Absolutely. Yeah. So then there are these new policies when we are doing disaster recovery. Especially we need to think about these kinds of things. Earlier it was so much about building it fast because the first thing the news media says, oh, it's 6 months and government ne kuch nahi kiya. That's the first thing that comes public. And even I heard it after the Hurricane Katrina and so on. So they can't do it in a rush, but in a rush they did it. They were not familiar with this saltwater intrusion on cement. It makes it very, very bad. So there have been accidents where the roof has crumbled and fallen on people's head. Then they've converted into thatch, or in one photograph I've shown to asbestos and aluminium. So those who are doing recovery with the government, I think we need to think about the locally available materials.
New designs. That's
Yes,
right.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah, please. Mr. Mathura, please.
Thank you very much. Adding to that particular question itself, I just wanted to know, like Indian government, of course, have to have building codes, like you have mentioned
Yes.
in the presentation itself. There are building codes. At the
Yes.
same time, we talk about the recovery. At the same time, the livelihood itself.
Yes.
So that is obvious. People to have to be in the beach who are working in the fishing industry and all. But thinking about the family itself, are we safe, or rather building within the buffer zone or the risk zone itself? Do you have any kind of influence to the government saying that if you are building these houses, it should be in a risk-free or rather the safe
No,
zone?
I think in certain, when they began, they were talking about the 200 and that was mandated. But people have now retaliated in many places. They left their children, wives and kids back in the other house and they moved back to thatched roof. Then
Same thing happened in our country
yeah,
also because NGOs built houses in a safe locations, but they are not occupying.
yeah,
But it's still, in our country, these fishermen are reside near the shore, but the families reside in those
inside.
houses
Yes.
because that is safer.
Yes.
Sometimes, the vulnerability. That is in the sense that the women, children, they cannot move fast itself. The fishermen can be, safeguard themselves or rather vertical evacuation. But the family,
They
like the
cannot.
build, we now almost all part of the world thinking about the built environment. So that is risk free. But looking at these pictures and
Because the
all,
fishermen, they could not even repair their nets. In the new housing, you see how close they are. So
yes,
they need the beach. Their nets are so long and they're very heavy.
they have to be
They have to be on the beach.
reside
Yeah.
near the beach, but
Yeah.
the family itself,
They
like
have.
live in this kind of a risk
In
houses.
Alapad, we have found that majority continue to live. Even in John Nelson has said, most of them live, but the problem is they've become very poor. The poor people who are living alone, they cannot go spending 100 rupees by bus to go back to find fishing livelihoods. So there needs to be some alternative resource mechanisms, alternative works that they can go to.
At the same time, are there any resources like schools located?
Everything is there. Yeah. It was
So-
set up like that. The colonies were set up close to schools. They have a health center, Anganwadi and all that, where little children can go. So that all those things are there. It is just that primary fishing is their livelihood. So when you move them away, but the younger generation have opted for other livelihoods as
Yeah,
well.
because
Thanks.
otherwise the same risk will be remain
Again.
for the next tsunami.
Yes.
Thank you.
so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you very much. I think, thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Sudha. Let's give her a big hand. We have had two very illuminating talks by eminent speakers here. And of course, we have to means because in the afternoon we have our programs when Honorable Governor Saab is coming. So I'll request Dr. Vinod to make the announcement.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So this is a time to honor the speakers. So for that, I would like to invite Professor Devi Shankar sir to honor Gaurav. Please come, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like to invite Professor Vinod Menon sir to honor Professor Sudha madam. Thank you, Professor Menon sir, Professor Sudha madam. Thank you. With this, we are closing this session, and we'll continue with the next session after 10 minutes or 5 minutes. After tea break. Okay, thank you. No tea. Okay, sorry. Okay, we are continuing the session now. Yeah. Now we are moving on the tutorial 3. The topic is building a resilient cost, integrating nature-based solutions and blue economy principles for tsunami preparedness. So for this, I would like to invite the speaker, Dr. Shalini Dayani, Principal Scientist, CSIR National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, and Dr. Vijay Dharmamani, Amrita School for Sustainable Futures. Please come on the dais, the speakers. Very good morning to all. The session start the building resilient cost, integrating nature-based solution and blue economy principle for tsunami preparedness. The first speaker is Dr. Shalini Dayani. She will be talking online. So she is a principal scientist, CSIR Environmental Engineering Research Institute. So I would like to introduce. And the second speaker is Dr. Vijay, Amrita School for Sustainable Futures. So I would like to call Dr. Vijay to introduce the speakers.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod. So, Dr. Shalini, can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you perfectly well.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies for the slight delay. So, Dr. Shalini is a principal scientist at CSIR National Environment Engineering Research Institute, NERI. Shalini is a UNESCO twice associate and visiting scientist at CIFOR, Indonesia, and Kasser University, Azerbaijan. She is also Asia Vice Chair and Steering Committee member in the Commission on Ecosystems Management of IUCN. She has contributed as a lead author in the IPBS Regional Assessment for Asia Pacific and Sustainable Use of Wild Species. She authored the report on the Ecosystem Health Assessment for Mangroves on the west coast of South Asia. Presently, she is a lead author for the IUFRO assessment on forest resilience and springshed assessment by ICI MOD. Thank you, Dr. Shalini, for joining today. So anyway, people working in nature-based solutions need no introduction of Dr. Shalini. So this is a tutorial session, not a typical presentation. So we'll try to be interactive. if you have any in between questions also, or if we pose some questions, please, we expect your interaction. There are floating mics around. So media team, if you can start with my slide, please. Next slide. Wait. Yeah. Okay. So when you hear next nature-based solution, one more thing, people sitting on the back, maybe you can switch on to one, two more, 3 seats forward also. Yeah. Thank you. So when you hear nature-based solution, what is the first thing come to your mind? What is that? Is that mic? If somebody gives mic. Nature itself. Yes. If here on mic.
You using nature itself to like it's eco-friendly and it can it is supporting the nature. It's using nature and supporting nature.
Yeah, that is one good answer. Yeah, here, Sheikh.
Thank you. It could also mean trying to bring about a way of a strategy wherein you can bring resilience, but it can take in 2 forms. For example, it can be structural, it can be non-structural.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a good answer. So when you say solution, means both we will get plenty of answers, but I kind of answers, it would be complete only if we say the problem also, right? When you say solution, first solution means there is a problem. For the problem, we are saying the solution, right? So can someone say the problem and the solution? Can somebody say the problem on what could be the nature-based solution? Any answer like that? Yes, Sheikh.
Thank you. A problem can be coastal erosion, for example. Now, if you want to bring about a solution to it, if it is structural, for example, you can also use seawall as a way of trying to reduce or mitigate coastal erosion. Now, if it is non-structural, maybe you may decide to use tree planting exercise or anything that you think you
So
can
the
use to grow.
structural seawall you bring in the non-nature-based solution or non-nature-based?
No, the seawall brings you the structural.
Structural,
Yes.
okay.
But the moment you bring about tree planting exercise, for example, across the coastline,
yes,
it can be non-structural.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sheikh. Yeah, this coastal erosion and mangrove example is a typical example. Now it has become almost a synonym with when you say nature-based solution. That's why I too started with that example. This video, some of you might have already seen. I took it from LinkedIn. So anyway, with that video, Dr. Shalini is waiting for a while now. I will hand over first to Dr. Shalini. So Dr. Shalini, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. And a very good morning from Nagpur, Central India. I'm sure you all are having a great conference. I could see even on Sunday morning, the audience is almost packed. And I think that shows the interest that you all have towards understanding more on these concerns that are called as nature-based solutions. I see some of very interesting answers also coming from the audience. And absolutely right. It's more about nature. And it's not just us helping nature, but finding the solutions that nature has to solve our issues, our concerns. So with that, I'll move to this tutorial today and I'll share my slides. Vijay, can you enable to let me share my screen?
Yes, Dr. Shalini, a media consult team is working on. Now, yeah, now we shared it. Do you want to share or?
Yeah, I wish to share from my end, if that's possible.
So you can stop sharing. Please enable Dr. Shalini to share her screen.
Okay, thank you. So are you seeing my slides?
Not yet, Dr. Shalini.
Okay, just a moment. Is this visible to everyone now?
Yes, yes. Now it is visible. Thank you.
Okay. So once again, I think this is very important part of reducing disaster risk and especially developing coastal resilience, developing and building resilient coast. And for that, my tutorial will focus on giving you understanding on what's going on around the world in terms of nature-based solution, and especially why suddenly in last few years, nature has started being one of the center point of discussion in almost all the international discussions happening, be it climate, be it disaster risk reduction, or be it restoration, and so on and so forth. And this session is basically focusing on tsunami preparedness. And I think it's very relevant for us to understand that nature-based solution is not just able to address tsunami risk, but also a lot of in number of risk based on customized solutions that we plan. So this is, if some of you have been part of my previous tutorials, uh, I really like putting up this slide showing the relevance of nature and nature-based solutions. So across the world, if you see whatever discussions are happening, whatever negotiations are happening, now they're very strongly talking about mainstreaming nature-based solution, be it land degradation neutrality, Sendai framework. In IUCN, we have started talking about IUCN Red List of Ecosystem because that's basically the umbrella approach that ensures that we not only go on testing each and every species on red list, but we also see if a certain ecosystem is actually threatened. We can understand that entire ecosystem and the species living in might also be threatened. So this is a new area. And then, of course, Sustainable Development Goal 14, 15, and many other interlinked with it. So I'll very quickly go on a very important aspect that in the recently concluded COP on climate talked about, and this was more on loss and damages. And if you see, mostly the developing countries, the global south, are facing the largest brunt of loss and damages because of climate change, because of extreme climate events. So this might be sea level rise, this might be biodiversity loss, temperature rise, desertification, drought, heat wave. So n number of these disaster risk and the increasing risk of loss and damages are basically an important agenda of now the ongoing climate change. We all know that we only have time till 2030, and this is the time in next 6 years when we have to really ensure that nature-based solution, conservation of ecosystem is mainstream, because after we go on beyond 1.5, and based on our understanding, we know that we are already heading towards 2.4 and 3 degrees centigrade of temperature rise. It will be really, really tough for all of us to ensure nature taking its role in controlling, adapting, and mitigating the climate change impacts. So if you talk about India, I think India is a country where it's not just natural areas. Now, even urban areas are also hotspots of disasters. And there are so many disasters happening. And these are, as I talked about, different type of extreme climate events. And if you see the statistics across the year, right from 1910 to 2020, we see that disasters are increasing exponentially. And a larger community living in most of these marginalized communities living in some of these vulnerable areas, be it mountains, coast, or other parts of the country, are really, really threatened because of increasing climate risk. Coastal ecosystems and biodiversity is not just a very important biodiversity hotspot, and also important in terms of the social aspects and ecological and economic aspects. It's also important in terms of providing security to a larger part of the country from increasing climate and extreme climate events. So we know that there are different categories of our coastal ecosystem that are at risk. And these are basically the areas 500 meters from the high tide. And we know this is criteria given by Government of India. So these are the areas where no development has to be basically planned. But considering the ongoing development, we see now development happening across our coastal areas. And this is also one of the reasons a lot of our coastal areas are also polluted, disaster uh, disaster risk prone, and also a lot of species that are dwelling in these areas are also very vulnerable. Now, because this conference is about commemorating about 20 years of tsunami in India, and as per historical record, this was one of the deadliest tsunami that was recorded in Indian human history, that killed a lot of people, tens and thousands of people, and also thousands and thousands of people went missing. And this was not the end of tsunami. We know that our coastal areas, especially Indian Ocean region, is getting strongly vulnerable to massive tsunamis. So these probabilities are very high that in future we'll be having increased rate of risk of these tsunamis and cyclones that will be hitting our coastal line. So there is a huge understanding required and acknowledgement to nature-based solution so that we can try to keep our shores and coastal areas disaster risk safe. There was this very interesting paper that came from Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences in last 1 month, and this says that Kerala already has started recording a lot of sea surges events, and there is this warning. Publication says there's a warning of rising threat in coming year. So even if we see the increasing number of sea surge events by district, they are increasing, and this is increasing as per every passing year. Now we have about 684 sea surges in last 12 years, and this is basically almost threefold increase in recent years. And this is a very important concern because a lot of natural shield of mangroves across Kerala has been lost. We lost almost 80 to 90% of mangroves across Kerala. And so there is a huge concern. How do we ensure that Kerala is safe against these long-term impacts of sea surges or cyclones and tsunamis? So these surge events on Kerala coast actually attract a lot of experts. Also are suggesting that we should have more nature-based solution being planned in coastal area of Kerala. And we all know that because of a lot of civil engineering structure or construction that happened have actually worsened the scenario of how this impact has increased in last few decades. Now, it's not just Kerala coast or west coast, it's also the east coast of India, where we know Odisha is center of increasing these cyclones and extreme climate events. Every year, we know before summers, these coasts are hit by some strong tsunamis and cyclones. And there is also sea level rise happening. So we know that climate change in India is very real. And there are chances that many of these coastal areas and seashores are going to redraw its map because of the increasing sea level. Now, coming back and taking your attention back to the mangroves, the shield to increasing climate events, I think it's very important for us to understand that the largest coastal area has a lot of these diverse mangroves, right from Gujarat to Maharashtra to Kerala, then Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Andhra, and so on and so forth, and of course West Bengal. And these are also home to diverse mangrove species, associate mangrove species, and so many different indigenous communities who are living in these areas. And not to forget our coastal and also island areas like Andaman and Nicobars are also home to some of these very pristine mangrove forests. And Government of India is also very considerate about these coastal areas. These are also one of the important economic growth areas, and that's why Government of India really wants to promote economic growth, social inclusion, and preservation of improvement of livelihood by using these resources sustainably. So it's not just economy, but also social inclusion and income diversification in the very core of this entire blue economy plan. We all know that it's about 7,500 kilometers of our coastline, and this maritime position actually makes India a very significant zone of economic development. We have about smaller or larger 1,382 islands and an exclusive economic zone of about 2 million square kilometers that makes it extra more important. So the idea is to boost island economy through tourism, marine biotechnology, because we know a lot of future food is going to come, a lot of future medicines and also existing medicine, pharmaceutical, nutraceuticals are going to come from these sea resources. And of course, the increasing demand of development also demands a lot of deep sea mining. While I'm not very core supporter of deep sea mining because it definitely disturbs the benthic flora and fauna, but this is also the plan of blue economy. And of course, ocean is also energy sector through different innovative financing and business models involving a lot of private sector. Government of India is targeting blue economy development, and I'm sure there are already a lot of work going on. A lot of ports are coming up, jetties are coming, and these are going to strengthen the blue economy assets for Government of India. Now, there is a lot of intersectoral cooperation happening that includes marine fisheries, aquaculture. It's a growing area, but at the same time is exerting a lot of pressure in our coastal areas. Fish processing, tourism, coastal marine, spatial planning, and manufacturing. At the same time, the overall goal is to actually address the economy, to address the livelihood, income diversification of people who are dependent on coastal areas. This might be fishermen people, people who are doing some direct economic benefits from these areas. And the idea is to ensure zero waste, because we know most of our waste is actually getting deposited to oceans and increasing a lot of pollution risk as well. And the also idea is to use low carbon technologies in the times of changing climate. And under this, the governance is under a policy that establishes a National Blue Economy Council and also developing capabilities like coastal and marine spatial planning. So the idea is to have a lot of international engagement, national engagement, intersectoral cooperation to energize this and ensure that it's a successful in long term. Now, setting apart and keeping apart all these economic development that is happening in the country and that plans to develop our coastal area, let me also bring your interest to a lot of beautiful biodiversity. It's not just beautiful, but also supports a lot of ecosystem benefits that are not only supporting people living in coastal areas, but also people living in distant coastal areas. So these are some of the pictures from East Coast that show diversity of benefits. And then you see women going inside mangrove areas to fetch some crabs, or people doing some fishery. So these are different aspects of important biodiversity. We did a systematic review to understand what actually are the benefits from mangroves, and we found that there are a lot of benefits and mangroves have a lot of potential to actually localize a lot of sustainable development goals, be it no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, climate action, quality education, life above land, life below water, and also participating and developing partnerships for goals. So I think there are n number of benefits. And if you see, there is a whole lot of academic literature available on different ecosystem benefits of mangroves. We did a very core study for Bhitarkanika mangroves, and we found that if you see, there is a lot of literature that is coming on coastal vulnerability reduction, the blue carbon potential of mangroves, the provisioning benefits, pollination services, and we know that there is a lot of salinity ingress happening, but how coastal mangroves can lead to coastal salinity mitigation is also an important context of study. But one of the very less studies that are focused on are actually cultural values or sediment trapping potential of mangroves. And now this becomes very, very important when we see how mangroves can play a broader and bigger role in reduction of disasters. These are important benefits of direct use values and tangible benefits, be it providing honey, providing fodder, fuel wood, construction material, tannin, gum production, and so on and so forth. So, we not only just did review literature, but we also tried to ask communities, because as scientists, we try to impose a lot of things, but as communities, they have a lot more to tell us for mangroves in terms of how important they are for habitat creation, how important they are for reducing the impact of hazards and extreme climate events, and also regulating soil erosion, coastal water quality, and also improving cultural aesthetics and heritage and religious services for communities. So the coastal communities had a lot of direct interaction with these forests, these mangrove forests. And it's just not one thing that they value. They value in number of these diverse benefits that are coming from mangroves. And we also know that mangroves have a huge tendency, and there is a huge lot of literature that says that mangroves have helped to reduce damage to human lives. They also have tendency to reduce the wind waves by almost 50%, and then wind speed also. And then in terms of tsunami flow pressure reduction, it has been observed that the mangroves have the potential to reduce hydrodynamic force by almost 70%, reducing the intensity of tsunami flow pressure, and also storm surges, inundation area, and inundation depth. And this very much relates to the video that Vijay was showing in the very starting. So it was a very clear indication that if we have healthy mangrove ecosystems, maybe we are reducing the area, the loss of soil, loss of coastal erosion, and also reducing the area that might be getting inundated because of climate change or any other extreme climate event. And of course, under the blue carbon context that is happening right now, we all know that there is a lot of financial and economic security that is targeted through conserving mangroves and restoring mangroves. And we see that mangroves are actually having a lot of potential for sequestering not only tree carbon, but also carbon, a lot of carbon that is below ground in the marshy area. So that is a huge lot of carbon, and it's sometimes even more than the carbon that is sequestered in terrestrial forest areas and grasslands. So there is a huge potential if you see a win-win kind of situation that is offered by mangrove in different ways. Now, this is an important aspect of work that I think so far has not been very much considered, and researchers have not been very interested to take this. But I think a lot of communities are doing a lot of conservation work and also restoration work. And these will also be the communities who will be implementing nature-based solution in future. But first of all, it's very important for us to understand how they value their ecosystems, not only in terms of provisioning benefits, but also in terms of cultural benefit. And we try to look to the hotspots of religious and spiritual values, recreational benefits, heritage, educational, and cultural disservices as well for Bhitarkanika. And we found very strong hotspots based on people's perception and where the people think their values are there in terms of conservation. So this kind of approach can really build up nature-based solution by developing interactive kind of governance and not just focusing on regulatory framework that is imposed on communities. Our participatory stakeholder assessment also found diverse drivers of mangrove loss, and these drivers were very significant. We did this study in Kochi also. We also tried to do this study in Bhitarkanika, and we found that basically aquaculture, urbanization, and extension of development in these areas because of economic and demographic changes has a huge role to play. And if you see IBIS 5, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, it says that the two most important indirect drivers of mangrove loss or biodiversity loss in any area is basically people's disconnect with nature and lack of value and importance of nature. So I think this is very crucial. If politician or a bureaucrat thinks that there is a disconnect and he himself has a feeling of disconnect with nature, that basically puts lesser value to nature and larger value to development. So this becomes a larger driver. And that's why it's very important that youth, young researchers, and also a kind of intergenerational partnership is developed to ensure that young generation people don't lose and don't feel disconnected in understanding the value of nature. And I think this is why we require more people to understand that these mangroves are not just providing us tangible benefit, but n number of intangible benefit. Maybe taking a walk near the coastal area or seeing some religious values to these mangrove areas can increase and enhance the connect of nature with the nature for people. So our plausible alternative scenarios, we developed plausible alternative scenarios based on understanding how communities consider these impacts and what kind of drivers are affecting. And based on that, we developed blue carbon scenario for 2030. We also developed sediment retention uh, approach and property of mangroves by 2030, because in almost last 30 years there has been a significant amount of land use land cover change. So the change in mangrove ecosystem is also going to change the blue carbon. It's also going to change the sediment retention ability, and it's also going to change the nutrient retention ability of mangroves. So it's very important that we ensure that while we have development, we also ensure that less mangroves are felled for the purpose. We also ensure that while there are certain mangroves being sacrificed, a larger amount of mangroves are conserved and protected and also restored. So this was an important multilateral project, and we have very significant findings from different Asian countries. And we found that mangroves have a very, very important role to play in future as well. Now, there is this very important report that was launched sometime, I think in July or August, and that shows with a focus on West Coast, right from Karachi to the very tip of India in Kerala. While our government of India report says that we have a significant increase in mangrove cover right from 1985 when we started assessing the mangrove till 2025, the projections are that we are actually increasing mangroves. But if you see the international report, it says that our mangrove cover is basically declining. Maybe our mangrove cover is increasing in terms of how we are planting mangroves, but in terms of healthy ecosystems of mangroves, Buntings in 2022 mentioned that we have a significant decline in mangroves. And if you see Western India and Pakistan, there's almost 62% of decline. And the change is happening almost 1.3% per year. And this is a very significant decline that is happening. That also means that we are having more exposed coastal areas. At the same time, we know the temperature of Arabian Ocean is also increasing. That means not only East Coast, our West Coast is also getting highly vulnerable to these cyclones and sea surges. So the summary of assessment says that based on 50 years of assessment and having a future projection of 50 years, we have a very vulnerable West Coast. That means that there is an increasing reduction in geographical distribution, restricted geographical distribution, rampant environmental degradation, and disruption of biotic processes. So that means our qualitative risk is actually increasing in these areas. So that means we really need to prioritize conservation and restoration in mangrove prone areas. Our scenario based quantification for East Coast in Bhitarkanika has a similar thing to say that we are very rapidly degrading our mangrove area. So that is a very, very important concern for future when the ecosystem services and benefits of coastal conservation and tsunami reduction or disaster risk reduction that we are getting from these mangroves is also going to substantially decline. And that is also one of the pictures showing you, slide that is showing you that the blue carbon is also going to decline, because once we say that we're going to degrade the mangrove for certain developmental activity, that also means a larger part of these mangroves gets converted into carbon and goes back to the atmosphere and increasing and adding to the emission that is happening. While in optimistic scenario, if we conserve these mangroves, we know that almost 5.55 to 6.10 tetragram carbon from the atmosphere will also be fixed. So there is a high relevance that mangroves are protected, be it West Coast or East Coast. And considering the increasing calamities in the coastal areas, and the way we know that there is a huge need to restore coastal mangrove for acting as a bioshield in the coastal area, UNEP and many other agencies have been supporting that we should actually use this mangrove as a nature-based solution. to address the challenges that mangrove ecosystems are facing. Now, as I've been working in the sphere of nature-based solution for now, last almost now 10 years, approach that was called ecosystem-based approaches for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in 2012 and earlier was renamed as nature-based solution from 2012 onwards. And the major shift came when Horizon 2020 program of European Union brought this terminology. But as per IUCN, the first report that was provided and launched in 2016 said nature-based solutions are basically leveraging nature and the power of healthy ecosystems to protect people, optimize infrastructure, and safeguard a stable and biodiverse future for all of us. And it's very important to understand that nature-based solution as a concept has emerged to search the ways to work with ecosystem rather than just relying on conventional engineering solution. Now, this is not to undermine the engineers who are sitting in the audience or people who will be watching this talk. It's also important to have short-term solutions by having these kind of conventional engineering solutions. But targeting long-term solutions, there has to be long-term approaches, and nature-based solutions talks about these long-term solutions. And we should also try to understand that nature-based solution, it's not just plantation of trees everywhere. It has to underscore the relevance of communities, because communities and nature have to go together in this entire approach to adapt and mitigate the climate change impacts while improving sustainable livelihoods and also protecting natural ecosystems and biodiversity. So this is one of the important approaches that puts people and their natural resources in the very center of decision making. It's not just nature, it's both human well-being and natural benefits to go together. And it also talks about and seeks balance between conservation and use of biological diversity. It is said it is relevant for professionals. I must say that nature-based solutions are relevant for practitioners. Nature-based solutions are relevant for academicians, scientists, to everyone sitting in the audience, right from people working at the panchayat level, at municipality level. Everybody should know about the relevance of nature-based solution, and the value should be transferred and awareness should be generated among everybody. It helps to identify and understand the process of change. So if you see nature-based solution, it basically tries to understand the spatio-temporal changes that have happened and how we try to transform and modify them for the benefits in future. A lot of important bodies like Convention on Biodiversity, UNFCCC, United Nations General Assembly has also acknowledged Ramsar Convention, Sendai Framework, you name them, everybody across the world is right now talking about nature-based solutions. We brought in two important publications in 2021 because I think this definitely is a very Western concept of saying nature-based solution, but I see that a lot of these roots are in developing and countries and the countries of global south, be it Africa or Asia or Latin America. This is where communities have been working for generations with nature, with communities to solve a lot of relevant problems in a specific area. We also brought in second publication on urban area. So I'm sure if some of you are interested, would like to have a look to these important publications. So nature-based solutions are not just limited to tsunami search. As I mentioned in the very beginning, they are about addressing the challenges of climate change, disaster risk reduction, food and water security, biodiversity loss, human health, and critical sustainable development. So there are n number of problems that are and that can be addressed by nature-based solution. And I must say this is a growing science, and maybe in 1 or 2 years you will also see a master's course coming on nature-based solution, because it has a very deep science. How do you implement it? How do you practice is how you harness the benefits for future. And basically these are the actions to protect, sustainably manage and restore natural and modified systems right in the very foundation of Convention on Biodiversity. The nature-based solution addresses the societal challenges effectively and adaptively while supporting and providing human well-being and biodiversity benefit. So the overall idea is to develop socio-ecological and economic benefits while implementing these approaches. So very briefly, if I would like to summarize IUCN's 5-step implementation strategy, The 5-step talks about the first step is about defining the stakeholder and defining the ecosystem area. So if you all know, NBS can only be applied at a landscape approach. And when we are implementing at a landscape level, we should know who are the important stakeholders and what this landscape looks like before implementing these solutions. The second important step is to understand ecosystem structure, function, and management of these areas, to understand and characterize and set a place and setting a place in place mechanism that how we are going to manage this ecosystem and how we're going to monitor it. The third important step is understanding the economic issues. What are the underlying economic issues that are going to affect or are already affecting the ecosystem and its inhabitants? The fourth important step is management over space. The fifth important step is management over time. So a spatio-temporal strategy on what will be the short-term steps, what will be the long-term strategy, what are the important areas that you are targeting in next 2 years, 5 years, 7 years, that should be very much in place before we go on implementing these nature-based solutions. And if you see globally how this science is growing, you know, in 2016, the first publication on principles came, and then in 2020, IUCN launched the global standards for nature-based solution. Now, as you know, a lot of private sector uh, partners and players are also using this terminology to get a better business and a better USP in the market. But it's very, very important that they actually do just conservation, just restoration on the ground so that they qualify 8 criteria and 28 important indicators that talk about societal challenges, design at scale, biodiversity net gain, economic feasibility, inclusive governance, balancing trade-off, adaptive management, and mainstreaming and sustainability. Now, I must say this is a very data-intensive and evidence-intensive procedure. It's not that straightforward. So something that qualifies these indicators is very, very a welcome step. And we are very fortunate that from India, we have qualified at least one case study for these global standards. Publication is due sometime this coming year. So we have now NBS standards. We also have detailed descriptions how to do it. And we also have an online self-assessment tool. So some of you who are actually practicing nature-based solution on ground can go forward, do a self-assessment, understand if your work on ground is actually nature-based solution, or how do you improve it to ensure that it is called as nature-based solution. If you see the word nature-based solution, its growth in academic spheres across India and Asia, I see it's a very growing concern right from 2012 to now. There are increasing number of publication. I think every fifth or seventh publication in the domain is coming up with a tagline of nature-based solution. And we still have a lot of examples, case studies, reviews coming up from India. So this is a very welcome step. And I'm sure this means that there is a lot of interest and acknowledgement and realization of academia. But this further needs to go forward to communities as well. And to push this further, in last 1 year, we completed 9 Asian translations and 7 Indian translations. And because you all are sitting in Kerala, I must say that we have just completed the Kerala translation. It's available online on IUCN website. We also have Tamil translation. So the idea is, because last year when I attended one of the important workshops in Kerala, I see that Kerala government has a lot of interest to take nature-based solution even at the municipality level. So this can be really important when these local translations are available, so that communities, people who are not scientists, people who are not academicians, can actually understand what nature-based solution is, what global standards are, and how our own efforts can really help mainstreaming them in our day-to-day practice. We are also coming up with some small videos, hopefully in next 3 to 4 months, that will really help generating more awareness at ground level. So if you see the challenges of mainstreaming nature-based solution, I think we do a lot of science, but connecting people is a concern. Unless people find some kind of a incentive or benefits or income diversification efforts and interest, they're not going to connect. And then finances for incentives, I said. So that means a lot of private sector involvement in nature-based solution is also required. MRV, monitoring, review, or verification. Validation is a very important terminology for climate reviews and climate practitioners. I must say that this should be part of nature-based solutions as well. The solution should be locally relevant. Unless they are locally relevant, they're not going to be accepted. There has to be a lot of scientific innovations and effectiveness. And that's where scientists and researchers like us all come into picture. Communities and many other different stakeholders need to come together. So that means that solutions that are being implemented and suggested should have a lot of inclusive approach, incentives, as I said, convergence. Now, this is one of the toughest tasks to do, but highlighting it's very important. Convergence between government, different government line departments is important to improve the sustainability. Unless NBS are sustainable, their implementation will not take place. And then, of course, strengthening local governance approaches. That will be really a game changer for improving NBS implementation on ground. But at the same time, we should understand that NBS has a lot of potential to address local societal challenges if we are little wise, little visionary in terms of not only addressing short-term but also long-term solutions. The solutions have to be very, very customized. Don't think something that I'm implemented in central India will be very effective in Kerala. The solutions at taluka levels, the solution at village level has to be very customized because these local challenges have very local specific solutions as well. And then co-learning approaches have to be developed. It's not just scientists and academicians sitting together. There has to be scientists sitting with a municipality, with a magistrate or somebody else to actually ensure that there is a lot of co-learning, co-implementation and co-innovation approaches available. And this will also help in generating a lot of local awareness. So accelerating the moment will require multi-stakeholder intergenerational partnership, as I said, co-designing, co-creating, co-governing, and co-learning approaches, and diverse knowledge system. It's not just one kind of scientific thing that is going to help it. There has to be traditional knowledge system. And I must say, in my last almost 20 years of career, I have learned a lot from what communities were doing, not being scientists, doing still a lot of scientific thing that we just read about. And then, of course, public and private sector partnership is important, not only in implementing, but also supporting income diversification approaches. And MRV learning and improving can really play a big role in long term. Now, concluding my talk with some of the key home messages, take home messages, I think it's very important that we reimagine restoration, we reimagine how we are talking about disaster risk reduction. At the moment, it's very, very important for us all to acknowledge and recognize that there's a growing risk of disaster risk, be it in the coastal area or any other part of the country. At the same time, we also have very, very less time. 6 years to 2030 is a very short time. We know the disaster risk is exponentially increasing, while conservation is restoration efforts are not so much exponential in their rate. And then involving diverse stakeholders, these messages, these discussions is the time now to go beyond these lectures, theaters, and conferences. We have more communities coming together, discussing their risk and how scientists and researchers can help them understand these risks, and ensuring that right of people are well acknowledged in this entire process. Indigenous people and local communities need to be the main stakeholders, the traditional knowledge, the local people should be very much important in this entire process. Models should be scalable, and there has to be an integrated governance approach very much interlinked for long-term success. Empowering communities. We all know that communities are very culturally sensitive, and empowering their local stewardship, fostering socio-ecological resilience is equally important when we implement and make them partner in this NBS implementation approach. And as I say, future vision is very, very important. We know the way the world is moving with climate change, the way the negotiations are happening, it's at snail's pace. And we really need to go from leapfrogging to pole vaulting now, the way we want to actually address these disaster risk reduction issues and developing coastal and ecosystem resilience in our coastal area and other parts of South Asia and beyond. So with this, I thank you all for the patience, and I look forward to your questions and interact with all of you if you have any questions further. Thank you so much once again to the organizers and Dr. Vijay for the invitation.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini. Have any questions? Yes.
Good morning,
Good
Dr.
morning.
Dani. Thank you so much for your very insightful talk. My name is Ekaterina Lengafeld, and I'm a PhD scholar at the School of Sustainable Futures. I have a question about the financing of the nature-based solution. You mentioned the COP 29 at the beginning of your talk, and how do you see the perspectives of India to get the financing for the nature-based solution as part of this deal? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this very fantastic question. I think there are two aspects to this, and I would like to highlight it because you're doing your PhD as well. The first thing is Indian government is not very much comfortable with this terminology called nature-based solutions because for them, this is a very Western terminology. They're very comfortable with ecosystem-based approaches. But I must say, you say it ecosystem-based approaches or nature-based solution, more or less, it's almost the same thing. So far, in terms of nature-based solution financing, developing and underdeveloped countries. But the same.
Okay, Dr. Shalini, I think we lost your. Oh, yeah, she is now left. Oh, can you please put my last slide? Close it. Okay, now tutorial question time. 1 or 2 questions, then we'll close the session. Yes, Vinod sir. I thought I will ask question so that I know the answers.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Shalini, actually, I was under the impression that NIRI is essentially an institution supporting only water quality testing. And I'm very happy to see that you are very closely associated with IUCN and also on the nature-based solutions. We thought that there is also the ESG element where ESG can actually promote a lot of nature-based solutions. So I would like to know from you about the way in which ESG could actually support, especially in the coastal areas through the hospitality industry, supporting these mangrove plantations along the coastal areas. That would be very good. And also wondering whether we could actually look at this UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration from UNEP as an opportunity to really scale up the kind of ecosystem restoration in the coastal areas. And the third point is that the question about conservation of biodiversity in the coastal areas, especially of the olive ridley, which is coming back in Kerala after not being available for several decades. Now we've seen that in the recent years, the olive ridley turtle has started coming back along the shores in the coastal areas in Kerala. And we have seen that in Orissa, in Chilka, we have seen that there's a lot of olive ridley turtles. So how can we also bring in biodiversity conservation also as a part of nature-based solutions, especially in the mangrove areas? Thank you.
Dr. Shalini, are you there? She there or she's not there? Maybe I will try to answer the second one. Second one, the UN effort on ecosystem restoration. Today afternoon, Dr. N. Vasudevan IFS is coming here. He was heading the UN, our Indian GCF project for some time. For 4 years, he was heading, and he will be since he was heading that program, UN program, that would be interesting today afternoon's talk. But I heard he would talk more on the particular nature-based solutions he was doing in Maharashtra. So I request you to attend that also. Talking a little bit on that UN program, it's a very, so UN is doing the effort, sir. It's a huge project, multi-million-dollar funded project on mangrove restoration. So they are now doing in 3 states, Maharashtra, Andhra, and Odisha. So Odisha, it is going in full-fledged, I know, because I was a little bit part of it. And the total target, as I understood, is around 750 hectares all over India in all these, in these 3 states. So UN is already into that efforts in India. And olive turtles, again, when I was in WWF previously, we had a program in that. In fact, in Odisha, where the mass nesting happens, we were the only NGO. We still are the only NGO have a certain beach allocated to protect uh, um, the turtle nesting grounds during the nesting season. Maybe Dr. Saurav Patel may know. Dr. Shalini is calling me. Let's see whether she's joining back. Shalini, are you? She lost her connection. Yeah, thank you. So my last slide is coming up. Yeah, Dr. Patel.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Salini, for such insightful talk. It was very in-depth. In somewhere in the presentation, it was mentioned that the overall health of the mangrove ecosystems and the mangroves are actually going down in India. Do you think that's, although this has the climate change, especially the salinity, rising salinity and the temperature, definitely has a long-term effect on the mangrove health. So the mangrove guards are actually getting like a narrower and narrower. But do you also think that the mangrove restoration, whatever being done in India, is basically a mono to bi species practice? So that's not also going to indicate a good health for the mangrove ecosystem. That is one of the, do you think it's one of the reason for a overall decline of the mangrove ecosystems of India?
Only the last slide, please. Dr. Patel, your question was the monoculture is affecting
It's
the
not
mangrove restoration.
culture, I think mono to bi plantation.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Practicing in the name of mangrove restoration, we are
true.
basically planting 1 or 2 types of mangroves, especially Abyssinia, all over India. So is that a kind of a disjunct between academia, biodiversity practice, and actual real world practice of the community and the government?
I would agree with you actually. You know, when the restoration projects, mangrove restoration projects are happening everywhere in India these days. But as you said, it is true that it's not an ecosystem-based approach. It is just species-based. Whatever species survives best, like in your backyard, they are doing that. So it's all these forest department restoration projects, they claim a success rate of 70%, even with the single species. But anyone who visit the restoration areas will know the true status. In most of the restoration sites, you may not even find one surviving plant. So right now that is slowly changing because of the backlash happening from here and there. I heard even in some discussions, ministry is coming up with the Ministry of Environment, Forest Science and Climate Change, coming with new guidelines to stop the bad practices on these mangrove restoration activities. It's happening everywhere, mangrove restoration. People are doing it. People are just simply planting here and there. Okay. Yeah, we are running short of time. I would say one or two simple questions I would ask and close the session. Please. Okay. So when we make a home, we make a boundary wall, right? Strong boundary wall. Is that to protect from, I will give 2 options. from other humans or some other things, some wind or anything, what would be the answer? It's an easy answer. What is the answer? Why we make boundary walls for a home? What? To protect from what? Right? Say loudly. I gave two options, right? To protect from other humans or to protect from some other, whatever other things. Other humans, right? Same way we make big locks, we make a almirah, everything. It's to protect us from other humans. Now we have other problems also, like coastal erosions or cyclones, these kind of bigger issues. For this, humans can find solutions, but at some point we find that, again, Dr. Shalini is calling, since it's her session, I'm attending it. Dr. Shalini? If you have any questions, you can directly contact her or you can give to us. We will pass to her. She is happy to answer. So I was saying at some point we understood that humans cannot find solutions for all these issues. Some are, for example, coastal erosion. There will be short-term solutions like seawall or groins or tetrapods, but these are only short term. At some point, nature will reclaim everything. So, and these are all natural processes also, where humans cannot stop sometime. So only nature can only stop all these kinds. So this is a natural process. We have to bring natural process, whatever, other process which is harming human survival or as a society as a whole. We call that as solutions. So these issues in nature, only nature only could be the solution. So, and also nature also having limit. So this is an interesting picture I saw. We cannot expect short time everything, the problem we create and, planting few plants here and there. We cannot expect all the carbon dioxide or all the pollution to go away magically. So thank you. With that, I know I will say one more thank to Dr. Shalini. When we approached Dr. Shalini for this session, she as a reflex accepted our invitation. She was ready to come down, but when we finalized the agenda, it fell on a day which she couldn't travel. So thank you. I will thank Dr. Shalini very much, and in future she will closely work with Amrita. With that, I hand over to Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini, for excellent talk on that. And thank you, Dr. Vijay, for also very nice interaction with the audience. And now the session is over now. Now we have 10 minutes time for tea break. Yeah. Now please resume after 10 minutes. Immediately we need to start the other session soon. Thank you so much.
please. So, Mr. J. Padmanabhan is working as scientist E at INCOI's Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, Hyderabad, since March 2010. Before joining INCOIS, Mr. Padmanabhan worked at Satyam Computers, Hyderabad. He completed MTech in software systems from BITS Pilani. Sri Padmanabhan is one of the key persons actively involved and significantly contributed to the Indian Tsunami Early Warning Center at INCOIS. His work includes designing and developing various software applications for early warnings of tsunamis and storm surges. His contributions include a decision support system for storm surge services, a dissemination server for INCOIS services, the establishment of a fail-safe VSAT-aided energy communication system through VSAT to emergency operation centers of Andaman Nicobar with VoIP internet to receive the alert from the sender without any fail. He has published 18 research publications in peer-reviewed journals. He is also actively involved in the Intergovernmental Coordination Group for the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System of IOC UNESCO activities as a member of its working group and task teams. He is currently chairing the Working Group 2 on Tsunami Detection, Warning and Dissemination. His research interests are decision support systems, mobile applications, disaster management, tsunami early warning system and storms warning service, and artificial intelligence. Sir, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. Good morning to everyone. Welcome back. I hope this session will be interesting for you in the field of tsunami. So this is the gamut of vulnerability when it comes to India. We have a larger coastline, both eastern side and western side, and some of the islands like Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep. And 26% of our Indian population is residing all along within 100 kilometers from the Indian coast. And we have most of the coastal areas are low-lying or vulnerable to any oceanic disasters, not only for tsunami, but also for cyclone hazards and storm surges and sea level erosion and various other aspects of ocean hazards. And in 2004, December 26 tsunami has resulted a major loss all across the Indian Ocean. There were 14 countries that were heavily affected because of this devastated event, and we have lost about 10,000 population in India alone. And the red indicates all along the coast how vulnerable our different states are, be it Calcutta, Chennai, Mumbai, and other areas. So if we recall Indian Ocean tsunami, it was one of the deadliest tsunami ever recorded. And still there are debates going on between whether it is a 9.1 or 9.3. This is one of the third strongest earthquake that was ever recorded on the seismograms. And it lasted for 10 minutes of ground shaking, and rupture process itself, it took around 12 minutes, right from Sunda, Banda Aceh to till or Myanmar, if you consider. And the entire subduction zone faults were broken into 5 fault zones, and which were resulted into a major tsunami that was affected millions of people. And there were about 2.3 lakh people who has lost their lives, and there were few thousands of people were displaced. The main reasons for this huge loss during that time, was because no one is aware of what is tsunami. within Indian Ocean at least. And there was no early warning system in place who can give early warning to take certain precautionary actions. And also there is less preparedness because the vulnerability itself not coined very heavily, because these are very rare events that are happening in the oceanic part. And also ignorance of the natural sign from the nature itself. So to begin with, what is tsunami? I'm sure most of the audience who are sitting here, they are well aware of what is tsunami. It is a gravity-free wave that can travel across the ocean at a jet speed. And the major causes of generating a tsunami are primarily four sources. One is earthquakes that are happening undersea. The other one is volcanic eruptions that are happening uh, undersea or near to the coast, and landslides that are happening within the oceanic bottom, and any huge terrestrial objects that are falling into the ocean. These are the four generating causes of tsunami, out of which if you see 81% are contributed because of only seismological events, and followed by 6% because of landslides that are happening, and 5% that are happening because of volcanic eruptions. In general, if someone is traveling in the deep oceans during a tsunami, they won't even observe tsunami, because tsunami wave heights are very few centimeters in the open ocean. When it is reaching to the coast, because of bottom pressure, bottom friction interaction with the continental shelf, the sudden change in the wavelength compressed into multifolded amplitude, and which will result into major loss all along the coast. This slide indicates the characteristics of tsunami and its definitions. So in the open ocean, as I mentioned, there will not be much difference in the height. But when it reaching to the continental shelf, it feels the bottom friction, sudden bottom friction, where this kinetic energy will be converting into sudden changes into the wavelengths and wave heights. If you consider potential tsunami-genic sources for Indian Ocean, there are two potential genic sources. One is Sunda subduction zone, right from Myanmar to down the Australia. The other one is Makaran subduction zone, which is all along Iran and Pakistan and India coast in the Arabian Sea. So these are the historically recorded or evidented events. Some are based on failure tsunami studies, and some are based on the eyewitnesses, and some are recorded by various seismograms as well as tsunami buoys. So if you see historically for India, there was a great earthquake in December 2004. Prior to that, there was an earthquake all along the Makran zone on 27th November 1945. During that time, people were not knowing tsunami. They were thinking that it might be a high tide. And because of high tide and because ocean has cursed them, they might have got that disaster all along their coast. They were thinking in that manner during that time. So if you see the tsunami risk for Indian coast, because we have both east coast and as well as west coast of India, which are prone to tsunamis, and these are the lead times what you can observe here. For the east coast, when an earthquake is happening near to Andaman, it will take hardly 2 hours to hit Indian mainland all along Chennai and Chennai, Nelluru and other places. And if it is happening along the Makran zone, the the first wave will be reaching to the Gujarat within 2 to 3 hours. And fortunately, we are well prepared for eastern coast of India, where lot of because of 2004 tsunami and 2012 earthquake, there was a lot of preparedness all along the west coast of India. When comes to uh, east coast of India, when comes to west coast, there was a due because there is a recurrence period for a particular earthquake to happen is considered to be around 100 years. And because the latest Makaran event was happened in 1945, which was triggered a tsunami, it is our duty to have sensitization and access these real-time information to protect people as well as make the communities ready. So for early warning systems, if you consider it is a system of systems, it is a complex system where it runs based on a standard operating procedure, because there will not be any possibility to think during an event time. Every step should be recorded and followed meticulously, like how a pilot is used to have his checklist. In the similar way, the standard operating procedure in tsunami is very essential, because these are fast fused events compared to cyclone or any other oceanic disasters. So where early warning systems are complex in nature, and it can reduce the impact of natural hazard by providing timely and early warning to the public for their systematic way to initiate the incident response system, right from warning center to the NDMA to SDMA, and SDMA to local. And each early warning system will have 5 components in it. One is acquisition, the other one is processing, the third one is analyze the model results, and fourth one will be generating the advisory, and fifth one will be the dissemination. The first four are upstream in general, happening at warning center level. The last block is on the downstream, which is sending out the information to the public to take appropriate action. So this is the Indian tsunami early warning system components that are involved in our early warning system, where the first column will indicate the for the purpose of detection, where we have established a seismic network, and we also receive few hundreds of stations via different modes of communication, and the data latency is less than 60 seconds in general. Most of these seismograms are tweaking in, and there is a tsunami bottom pressure recorder. We call it as tsunami buoys. These are essential to detect open ocean tsunami wave while it is crossing. Why? Because that is how we can confirm a tsunami, whether it really triggered a tsunami or not. And there will be tide gauge network and followed through. They constantly communicate with various modes of communication, be it INSAT, VSAT, GPRS, and IMMERSAT. And we have the other component called warning, where we have scientific data like bathymetry, topography, and tsunami modeling to model for a particular earthquake or a particular volcanic eruption, what could be the wave, at what time it will be reaching to a particular coast. And the third component will be dissemination. Dissemination involves, in general, we send in different modes of communication. We also have the capacity building in place to educate various organizations, right from disaster management to fishermen folk and Navy, Coast Guard, ports and harbors, and various other stakeholders, including nuclear power plant, staff. So this is the Indian Tsunami Warning Center, which is called as SYNOPS. This is a multi-hazard early warning center at INCOIS now. Earlier, we used to have a separate lab for tsunami. Now we have integrated, we are moving towards the multi-hazard. This is a state-of-the-art facility with a 10,000 square SFT, and it has all modernized data acquisition, processing, and visualization systems to facilitate the operator to to take a decision. And we do have 3D and 2D and 4D kind of animation where once the model has been, results are available, we can always tap on it and, see what could be the floor depth and, how many villages are going to have inundation and other aspects. Coming to seismic network, we are receiving approximately 400 plus international stations and about 117 stations of Indian. And the left indicates the data latency of various seismograms that are being received. The right image indicates the latest, recently happened tsunami event during 2012 where there were two twin events. We have performed very well and we kept only 2 islands are under warning. And this is how normally we detect within 5 to 10 minutes of time lead time, and we will issue the first bulletin. And this is the Tsunami Buoy network. As I mentioned, it is a pair of system. The first, the sensor is sitting in the bottom of the sea, where it is constantly experiencing the pressure change across its vertical, and it will communicate acoustically to the surface buoy to satellite to the warning center. Such network we have around 7. Currently 5 are in operational and 2 are under maintenance. And we receive this data and we also share this data to the international community for their tsunami early warning purpose. As I mentioned, this is a tide gauge network. We are operating about 36 tide gauges all along the Indian coast. These are not just meant for tsunami alone. It is also being utilized for climate change and other meteorological services like storm surges. Coming to tsunami modeling and decision support tool, we have the entire SOP, standard operating procedure, has been codified into a decision tool, which is easy to access for the operator and a workflow driven mechanism. And this was completely done in-house, and we are one of the major contributors for the tsunami science and modeling in this region, Indian Ocean region. We ran about 50,000 simulations and we kept it ready for directly access. Why? Because during a real time we cannot run a tsunami model. Tsunami model in general requires a higher computation, and to avoid and to minimize the time, we ran about 50,000 scenarios and kept on a worst case, and which are directly accessible and sending out to the public. Coming to methods to solve, okay. In general, when we say tsunami waves are shallow water equations, and there are multiple ways to tap on this numerical modeling. There are in general analytical solutions which are not being used as on today, and there are FDM, finite difference methods. Something like you can have a differential equations are discretized using a Taylor's or Taylor series or time integrated series. Currently we are using Tsunami N2 here. And there was another method called finite element method. It subdivides entire mesh into smaller triangular meshes. Each mesh will be computed and regridded while making it available to the decision support tool. So we are very happy to announce that India has come up with utilizing ETSERC as a tsunami model, where we can have a real-time computation within 8 minutes of time, including inundation. So this we are going to benchmark this and also propose to the community of tsunami modeling community through inquiries. And we have a finite volume method where volume integrals will be used. And we are also having a mesh-free methods. Mesh-free methods, when we say the differentials are in general converted into a summation of the formula. So when we start if someone is interested to do any tsunami modeling, where what is the requirement in general? So a model has to be finalized. It should be a high resolution physics based, shallow water equation solver with flooding and drying mechanism, and it should support the parallel processing. And for generation of tsunami processing, you have to have high resolution mesh and seismic fault parameters, how the earthquake broke the fault, and other parameters like initial deformation using Mann-Hinsa or Okada models in general. And coming to solving these equations will provide you the propagation, a high resolution water depth based on the bathymetry you are using. You can also have inundation, a high resolution land elevation, topography that can be added into your model. And while after post processing, in general, what you will get are wave heights and what could be the tsunami travel time for a particular coast, and what are all the inundation areas in square kilometers or district level, how far it would be from the coastline. So coming to tsunami generation, because it is a tutorial, I'm just going through. Otherwise, I will. Coming to tsunami generation, these are the various parameters that are involved. We will have a longitude, latitude, and focal depth, and we will try to identify the strike angle, dip angle, rake angle, and we will calculate this slip in the meters length and fault length and fault width. These are essential to run your model. I'm not going through these equations. These are basic equations that are being used. These are conservation of mass and Newton's second law for fluid. We normally resolve these equations both nonlinear and linear, and we will try to use the numerical methodology where initial boundary value problem will be assessed, and we will force these equations are solved by employing the FDM, finite differential methods, and we will use staggered leapfrog scheme, which we normally used to solve these governing equations. And at any point in time step, we will be having a wave is propagating by calculating the water surface as well as water velocity throughout the domain. How exactly we will be doing? We will be taking the entire grid and chunking out into smaller boxes or pixels. And what it exactly do, it will take the current pixel value as the boundary for the next pixel. This is how we will navigate through while running a model. And yeah, after we have a finite difference scheme, these equations are useful to assess wave height, discharge fluxes along the x, discharge fluxes along the y. So we also employing the FEM. FEM, as I mentioned, this is how the nested grid, single grid. On the open ocean, it will be having a larger distance. When it comes to coast, it will be in meters, density. Coming to standard operating procedure, this is the standard operating procedure that is being used at INCOIS for national service. Our job starts when there was an earthquake happened within the Indian Ocean or adjacent to the Indian Ocean. If it is greater than 6.5 within Indian Ocean, we will start issuing the first bulletin. And this is a time-driven SOP where we check whether the magnitude is qualified or not and whether the depth is less than 100 kilometers or not. If it is happening, then we will issue the first bulletin as an earthquake bulletin. It is a heads-up message to all the coastal collectors and disaster management officials, and then followed by we have pre-runs model database where we assess the possibility of tsunami. Here at the second bulletin level, we normally consider two time-driven, SOP, where Andaman is our first priority, where they are gonna hit the first wave. For Indian mainland, we will still have the lead time. So we will issue the first level of warning to that are happening within travel time of less than 60 minutes. We issue the warning for them, alert for them based on the wave heights. When we say warning, it is greater than 2 meters of wave, tsunami wave. When we say alert, it is between 0.5 to 2 meters. When we say watch, watch will be 0.2 to 0.5, and remaining is a no threat. This is how we characterize. And these are the possible, public threat level actions according to NDMA as well as in COIS. We we have built that, the probable advice to the public what they have to do during a warning. If someone is issuing, the public should avoid low-lying areas and beaches, and they have to move to higher ground. If someone is going with the vessels should be in the deep ocean. And if it is an alert means, the beach level evacuation is essential. And when we say watch, you no need to take any action, but be vigilant and, be connected with your disaster management agencies to get any newer information. When we say no threat, there is no action required. That is how we issue. The second bulletin will be issued within 20 minutes of the time, and these are the maximum allowed time. In general, we issue between 10 minutes to 15 minutes for the second bulletin, and the third bulletin onwards we will be issuing. We will be upgrading or downgrading subjective to earthquake magnitude and, other scientific parameters. The thing will go on because tsunami is a series of waves. We will continue to issue these bulletins once in every hour, or whenever observations are made available, and this will go on till we feel there is no further tsunamis that are reaching to the coast. And these are the timelines and different bulletins. And we issue two types of bulletins, one for public, the other one for exchange for the disaster management officials, where public will have only the first wave when it is going to reach, and what could be the maximum height, and what could be the tsunami threat. When it comes to disaster management agencies, we give four kinds of, timelines for them. When will be the first wave, and when will be the, possible maximum height that they are gonna experience, and what could be the last wave that is approaching to a particular coast. Along with that, we give wave heights as well as warning. Ideally, this T4 will be very much useful for the disaster management. When to they recall? I mean, when it is safe for them to say this will be the final bulletin, and when it is safe for them to start their response time. So this is a tsunami warning website where we issue all threat information, both graphical as well as textual information. We do send this information through various modes of communication, including email, SMS, fax, GTS, and mobile application. And we also have integrated our alerts through CAP protocol with the NDMA Sachet, where whenever there is a tsunami or a swell surge or a cyclone, you might be receiving these messages directly on your phone. So whenever there is such an event is happening, we can also send the targeted messages to all these coastal areas. And this is Incoi's mobile application, Samudra, which is a multi-hazard perspective application. This is one stop to access our services, be it tsunami, storm surge, swell surge, high wave, currents, and tides, and various other aspects. This was accredited as an Excellence Award in Maritime in the recent GWF 2024 in Netherlands. Coming to mapping of coastal vulnerability, this is how we normally know how much vulnerable a particular state or a coast is. In general, coastal vulnerability will have three stages. One is propagation, the other one is inundation, the third one is vulnerability mapping. We have a set of open ocean database. We utilize that database to generate all these vulnerability maps and made it available, accessible to all local administrators who are dealing with the disasters. So this is one of the 3D JS mapping we have done. It is in real time for at Synops Tsunami Warning Center, where whenever there is a tsunami or impending tsunami, we can push our model results into the system and see how far the inundation could be, how many households will be under a different risk. We call it as 3D VAS. It is a three-dimensional vulnerability assessment system. So this is the multi-hazard vulnerability within India, and these are the places we done for Alapi in Kerala. So this was a project done by Incois, where we have physically sent did a lidar drones and everything, and we have taken the true structures of each building and how many households will be there at any given point in time, how many male, how many female, how many children, other aspects as well. Yeah. So whenever there is a tsunami simulation, we can see how vulnerable or risk of the particular coast, whether it is 3 meter floor depth or 2 meter or 1 meter. Based on that, we will be giving the building level risk at a particular line level or a taluka level or a mandal level, which will be useful for them.
Sir, could
Yeah.
5 more if you could
Yeah.
finish.
So we also providing this information. I mean, we also providing tsunami advices to all the Indian Ocean rim countries. We are serving for about 26 rim countries. Yeah, we have a perfect warning system. That is good. But if public is not ready and what to do, how to do, and where to do, where to go during a particular event time. So last mile connectivity is very important. So unless until public knows, early warning system is useless. To have that preparedness in the last mile connectivity, we have awareness and preparedness programs that are being conducted. And these are various glimpses where we conduct SOP workshops, tabletop exercises, and comms tests, mock drills. Once in every year, at least we conduct a mock drill in India, and once in every 2 years we have a IO wave exercise, Indian Ocean wave exercise. So now we are going towards implementation of tsunami ready all along the Indian coast, at least for those vulnerable villages. So what exactly this tsunami ready recognition? It is a community driven and community performance based system. Community is centered always, and we will be assisting that community to understand what is tsunami, what are all evacuation maps, what are the hazard maps for them, and how to protect themselves during a tsunami and where to get the information. And it is also communities will be a better prepared to save lives by themselves, and communities have fewer fatalities and property damage if they are ready for a particular event. And this is not just for tsunami ready. When they are ready for tsunami, it is also implied that they are ready for cyclone and other hazards of oceanic. So the main goal of the Tsunami Ready is to improve the coastal preparedness for tsunami emergencies, to minimize the loss of the life, to ensure structural and systematic approach in building community preparedness. How we can do? We can bring the ownership from volunteers or community itself, and it is a collaborative effort between various agencies and community. So when it comes to tsunami recognition ready recognition program, these are the 5 steps. It is a community-based, multi-stakeholder, as I mentioned. Tsunami Warning Center will be there. There will be a community leaders, community, local disaster management, and NGOs and universities. And we also create, systematic approach and sustainable way of practicing this. So why do you need tsunami ready? As I mentioned, tsunami early warning center alone cannot save lives unless until public are ready. So tsunamis are very infrequent, and whether it may happen or may not happen, people should be knowing what to do. So these are the benefits for a community. They will get immediate recognition once they implement, and for the long term, it will strengthen their preparedness, and it improves the community pre-planning, and it encourages a consistent and sustainable approach. So this is the standard guidelines that are being accessible. So these are the 12 indicators a particular community has to be a tsunami ready. The first three indicates on assessment, where inquiries will directly provide the required support to the community, like tsunami hazard zone maps or a number of people at risk because of the tsunami zone, and economic and infrastructural and political, where we will exchange this data to community. And we also make them preparedness like easily understandable tsunami evacuation maps for them, and tsunami information including signage and outreach and various other factors. As on today, these are the steps involved, where we have uh, a particular mechanism. This is self-explanatory. Maybe you can go through. There is a National Tsunami Board, which is chaired by Director Inquiries, followed with the members from NDMA, MHA, MOS, disaster management officials co-opted from various states who are ready to do. And there will be a group director from Inquiries as a member secretary. This board will constantly assess the readiness of them even after getting the certification. So for Odisha, there are about 26 villages. These are the villages that are currently certified as tsunami ready. And
Sorry to interrupt.
yeah. And coming to Kerala, these are the 9 villages that are currently trying to get the certification. They are in the process of doing that. And Gujarat there are 2 villages, and these are different. This is the tsunami ready viewer where we can see. And we are marching towards the coastal multi-hazard framework, not only for tsunami, other hazards. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Uh,
For
If
the
there are
detail-
any
Yeah.
questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yes, we have time for 2 questions. Yeah, Barbara.
Thank you very much, sir. It was quite an insightful presentation. I believe there are 2 or 3 tsunami wave monitoring. I didn't hear you mention about them. That is tidal gauges, pressure sensors, and also GPS buoys. How do they monitor the tsunami waves? That's the first question. Then the next one, sir, in terms of dissemination of early warning systems, did you take note of the sirens? Because they're also helpful in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Coming to the first question, it is primarily on the observational front, where we are operating about 36 tide gauges all along the Indian coast, and 5 tsunami buoys. And we also have 35 GNSS stations that were established in the Andaman to measure the displacements. These are working under various principles, like tsunami buoys are working based on the pressure difference along the column. And when it comes to tide gauges, we have 3 kinds of sensors which are working on different mechanism. One is pressure sensor, the other one is radar sensor, and the third one is shaft encoder. So each sensor will have their own method of measuring these tides. And coming to your second question, yeah, there are coastal sirens that are being managed by state disaster management officials. And apart from that, we also integrated our services through CAP alert protocol through Sachet. Sachet is a very national driven CAP platform for sending out the emergencies, where they're also trying to integrate these sirens all along the Indian coast. So currently Odisha is having around 400 such sirens. So in addition to that, Incois is also having around 7 such sirens. These are electronic display boards which are having inbuilt siren, which are connected through VSAT. So either Incois or the local agency can initiate the siren within the 1 kilometer periphery. They can listen that.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
thank you, sir. That was an insightful lecture from your side. So I just basically have two doubts. One about the governing equations, which you have mentioned earlier in that finite element analysis part.
Mm.
So is it like which all equations which we can use, especially like Navier-Stokes, or is it possible to have some, since it's a multi-physics model, do we need to think about other equations to couple along with that? And second question is about the boundary conditions.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit confused about the boundary conditions, since shoreline and some open seas or open ocean is also there. So how we will fix the boundary conditions? Thank you.
Yeah. To answer your first question, there are various finite element, numerical schematic models. So each model has their own a little variation in the variable in the physics. However, your Navier-Stokes are the fundamental equations that are being solved for the shallow water to identify the wave height and wave intrusion. So if you are interested, you can interact with me after this, so that we will explain much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, that is true. Seeing all this complicated methodology, we needed a hands-on session. Yeah. Yeah. We are running short. I'm very sorry. Now I request Dr. Devpredatta, former advisor, Department of Science and Technology, to present a memento to Department of Officer, token of appreciation and thanks. Thank you, Dr. Devpredatta, sir. Thank you, Mr. Padmanabhan. With that, we close this session. Thank you all. We are now starting the next session. And now I invite chair of next session, Professor Vinod Menon, on stage. Professor Vinod Menon is a founder member of National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vijay, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. We have three speakers in this session today. We have Dr. Devpriya Datta will be joining us. You have already been introduced to him, but we have also Dr. Jayakumar from NIMHANS. Dr. Jayakumar is additional professor at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurological Sciences in Bangalore. So let me give a brief introduction to for you to understand the background and profile of Dr. Jayakumar. Dr. Jayakumar has a PhD from NIMHANS and has more than 25 years of experience in field of psychosocial care and mental health support. And he has worked as senior consultant for psychosocial support in the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. When he has worked with me, and he has prepared the National Disaster Management Guidelines on psychosocial support and mental health care, which has now been used in many training programs all over the country and also in the region. He has also worked as Director of Operations in American Red Cross in India, and his contributions have been in many of the mega disasters which has traumatized the people, the victims and their families in many disasters in India, including the riots in Gujarat in 2002, the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004, and also many other disasters, including the air crash in Mangalore airport, which many of you may recall, that there was an aircraft which happened and then there were many victims and the families had to be comforted and consoled. So he has been also associated with that, and he has also been associated with a major trauma care initiative during the COVID pandemic, when many victims and the families of many victims had to be supported. And so he has also supported through the telecounseling and teleconsulting, and the NIMHANS has got a teleconsulting support also for people undergoing depression and also people going through suicidal tendencies and many other mental health issues. So I'm sure that his work has also been taken, guidance has been taken by the Central Paramilitary Forces, and he's guiding the police forces in few states in India. Because people in the law and order agencies also go through a tremendous amount of psychosocial support required in their work. So I'm sure that we will actually be able to have the benefit of his guidance during this session. May I request Dr. Jayakumar to kindly initiate his presentation first. And we also have Dr. Kannan Govindan, who has joined us now, and he is the professor and director of the Center for Sustainable Operations and Resilient Supply Chains in the University of Adelaide in Australia. And he's also the chair of technical science of the Danish Institute of Advanced Studies from January 2020 till date. We will introduce him formally a little later. We'll just start the. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to each one of you here. Her Holiness Amma, respected Dean, Dr. Manisha, and other deans, faculties, esteemed speakers, my dear friends. I'm not going to use any PowerPoint here because 20 years of tsunami in 20 minutes is like a parampuri, a chaya, not a sadhya. It should be a sadhya. 20 years of tsunami. So I'll quickly actually sum it up. What is that actually going on for last 20 years? 20 years, the very first day, December 26th at 8:30, I was just 10 minutes from Marina Beach. My parents stay there. I was woken up because I landed from Delhi on that day. Something tsunami happened. I thought some Japanese tourist or something. I don't know. First time I was hearing that. Luckily, my father he was with the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu's special cell, nodal officer. He was taken immediately when something like this happened. So within actually some 35 minutes of this disaster, I was able to reach, in spite of the barricades, police, this one into Marina. So there I could see actually that it's full of this. So my journey started from tsunami that day. And by evening, Professor Menon sir has joined from Delhi. So we started one of the longest nights. We had seen many longest nights in disasters. But in tsunami, so we started our journey from Chennai to Pondicherry, then Velangani, Nagapattinam, and so on, so forth. So like you, for me also, very, very new tsunami. So other than all those things, the impact, everyone know what is that impact all about. On a psychosocial front, mental health, absolutely actually that it takes actually a major hit. Everybody is aware that the psychological issues are more prominent in the initial stage. All over the world, our own studies, interventions, everything actually points out that higher, almost 80% of them actually is going to have large amount of trauma. And I'm coming to this place after 20 years. Karnagapalli was actually having only Thattagada where I came and had food. And today I could not believe actually that it's so much actually done. So we have worked actually in tsunami. Demands is a nodal center for Government of India. So our jurisdiction areas was from Karnikobar to Kanyakumari to Karnagapalli to Kadalur, Nagapattinam to Machilipatnam. So I was the one who coordinated it for 4 years for the Government of India's psychosocial support program in different states with the different stakeholders, governments and NGOs. Coming to actually the impact. Impact, I told you actually that, of course, everybody knows. What happened actually during the 20 years of time? Different studies pointing out actually that different type of prevalence of mental health issues. In Attapadi, Ochira, where we worked, even after 10 years of disasters, we found actually in one of the studies actually that, and most of these people who had actually severe loss in terms of family members, in terms of property and all this all those things, had higher sort of actually issues in the domain of functionality, disability. I'm not talking about the physical disability. It is about the functionality aspect that many of them may not be actually working like before, or many of them actually stopped working, or many of them may have taken into alcohol or substance, or actually that, maybe actually there is actually a slight reduction in these sort of an aspect. So this has been actually number of people have studied over a period of a time. So my point here is that it is actually the short term is actually a normal sort of a reactions which you can actually see among the survivors, but on a long term it actually takes a very major hit on their functionality. In any disasters, there are 5 things actually happens. Disasters brings in destruction, death, injuries, and second is the traumatic experience, and the third is actually that traumatic experience, if it persists, it actually goes into distress. And that distress actually then it goes into the next level, and that is actually the disorder. And if that disorder actually goes into next level, it is actually goes into disability. So how many of these people actually really actually going into that third level or fourth level? Because all of them may be undergone, experienced, witnessed a disaster, and you may be having a trouble with me actually, that because I'm going like this, I'm going like that. For you also, it is good actually that because you are actually fixated actually like that, your neck. So it's good for you also, some exercise. And I want to reach to my friends here also. I don't want to actually put a barrier actually. So how many of them actually goes into the third level or fourth level? And that is what actually that it's psychosocial and mental health impact all about. So this is where actually most of them, most of the stakeholders who provided psychosocial care, psychological care, counseling support from different organizations, including Amma's organizations, and everyone were trying to actually provide some sort of a care immediately and post something. So they were actually working on different phases of disaster rescue, relief, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and so on. So it actually goes like that. But the issue is that it doesn't stop only the first 15 days or actually the next 2 months or 1 year. It actually persists for a longer period of a time. So under the disaster mental health paradigm, any disasters brings in a lifelong psychosocial impact for the people who are actually seen or who are not seen or who are directly or indirectly affected. Only actually the degree of actually impact varies. So here actually that we don't have actually a very robust data to support it. I'll tell you about it, why it is not there. But we have actually some data from different quarters of the researchers on this aspect. So here the impact was very palpable there and on the different populations. And so absolutely actually that it is not the materialistic sort of a support actually which brings them back. It is the emotional sort of a support actually need to be provided, sustained over a period of a time, because psychosocial care is a cross-cutting area actually that. It's not like the other sort of an area. So this there is actually going to be a long-term implications in terms of health and well-being. So what was the thing is that today there are actually studies talks about the recent fMRI studies talks about the prolonged exposure to any stressful situation changes your structure of the brain actually that. So there is actually a lot of things actually happens inside. It is just not the outside also. So that's where actually that the impact was actually too much actually in tsunami, not only in this. If you look at some of you are actually talking about Nagapattinam and other places. So the interventions went on different layers of support. Immediately somebody was coming and providing psychological support, psychosocial first aid, counseling, and later on some of them actually were able to actually integrate the psychosocial care into
Dr.
their
Jay?
rehabilitation activities.
Dr. Jay, I think 5 more minutes.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, otherwise, I will get into trauma.
Yeah. So this is what actually going on. That's what I'm telling you. It's not even Parampuri. Sir has actually cut that into half patri. Sir, at least one cutting, one full chai, so you have actually cut down into one cutting. So what is that actually went on in 20 years? See, it is just not that everybody actually requires psychosocial care. There's only 1 to 2% of the population requires psychiatric medication. Rest, everybody actually needs some sort of a pull through different sort of a support, layers of support. So somewhere actually that insulation needs to be done when you are actually providing other sort of a support. What we are doing in Wayanad, you can ask me some questions actually that. So other than that, there is actually also the strengths of the communities was leveraged in bringing the people back to their recovery, and also actually sort of an enhanced coping sort of things were encouraged in most of the program by most of the organizations. But how many of them actually, if you ask me, like my co-speaker was there, Dr. Datta was asking how you will quantify this. Of course, we can quantify. There are actually a number of measurements are available to quantify the resilience aspects of people, which we do it in clinical setting, the same thing actually can be applied like, so there are actually certain parameters where we see actually that whether the person is able to actually fulfill that criteria. So there are actually a number of tested measures are available to quantify it. So what went on actually that communities were able to adopt and come back with a large amount of support. But all these things are keeps happening. There are certain things actually happened at macro level. 2005 brought in the first psychosocial care guidelines nationwide. And there is actually certain modules were actually to be provided, population specific, context specific. Like Amma is telling context specific, we also tell the context specific. Psychosocial support to different one. And 2005, the ministry where I belong, I mean, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, also actually recognized this actually then. They started actually pushing this actually a larger agenda. Professor Menon is there, and 2007, first time we have included this component into national guidelines and policies, medical preparedness is mass casualty at the national level. And we started pushing the states also to integrate these things into their disaster management plan. And 2000, that actually culminated in preparing the national plan on psychosocial support. And that has been transformed to all the state governments. And today, every DDMA and SDMA is actually included this actually as one part of a major sort of an intervention. And so policy levels, guidelines, plans, and implementation level, number of things actually went on actually that. And today, the government of India also actually brought out a module. Now it is actually being taken up by the states also. And this is actually
Dr.
became
Jay?
one part of a model then. So last actually that what is that actually we are actually learned over a period of a time. Sir, just a minute, sir.
Yeah, sure.
So we have actually brought in actually that multi-sectoral approach rather than looking at actually a health sector approach. So this is what actually that we learned over when I started my career post super cyclone and Gujarat earthquake. There actually that it was actually a little bit of actually upcoming thing, but tsunami actually opened the floodgate for actually everybody to actually come and respond on this. But cultural context is very important. I'll tell you one example with this. When I was working in Nagapattinam, there are actually 425 NGOs came from across the globe. And in that, two interesting people came. One is a Scientology from New York, and another one is actually somebody from EMDR. Many of you are from mental health background, maybe knowing. Shafiro came. And these two people actually wanted to do psychosocial care with our own fishermen. And Scientology, you know that many of you may be knowing. So it doesn't work with our population, our fishermen. So have you seen the Alien movie? Then the same sort of things are there in their cards. So it was very terrifying actually that. And so cultural context was missed. So whatever is actually there, and it needs to be a cultural context for our own fishermen community, our own coastal community. It needs to be actually somewhere tailored to the need. And that is exactly actually what we have seen in tsunami when the Sironmani Khalidal committee came and provided food here, chapati and aloo. And third day, we could see actually that chapatis were thrown in the road because നമ്മൾക്ക് ചോറും മീനും മാത്രമല്ല. So that is what actually that. So any interventions need to be cultural specific, contextualized to the requirement of. So that is where actually we have, I mean, evolved to that level. And today we are looking at actually biological components, biomarkers, and cognitive areas actually into look into that, just not actually that. And at the community level through the local communities. So that's what actually that now we have come from a professional specific to community specific, community driven, community sustained actually sort of a psychosocial care. So thank you very much, sir, for your Parampuri. Not
Actually,
Parampuri.
actually, it was my heartbeat.
I finished it.
You know, I've seen in many of the conferences where, you know, we have been together because he has been in advising the WHO, he's been advising the PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, and many other organizations. I've seen that in any conferences where, you know, he has been there, after the sessions, he is the most sought after person. Because I realize that most of us also go through depression and tension and, you know, all kinds of stress. Anyway, I'm sure that, you know, you will get a few minutes of time when you will be able to interact with him on one-to-one if needed. I'm very happy to also introduce Dr. Kannan Govindan. Mentioned that he's a professor and director of the Center for Sustainable Operations and Resilient Support Supply Chains at the University of Adelaide in Australia. And he's also the chair of the Technical Science in the Danish Institute of Advanced Studies. And he has actually been recognized as a highly cited researcher in engineering for 7 years in a row. And he has more than 450 publications and very highly cited in some of the extremely peer-reviewed, very respected journals, international journals. And he has also been in the field of many of the papers published by him have been selected as the top 1% highly cited papers with 64,500 citations and an H index of 132, which I'm sure that academicians will be appreciating that, the kind of work which he has been doing is really outstanding. So we are very happy to have him here. And he's an executive editor of the Journal of Cleaner Production, associate editor of Transportation Research Party, Logistics and Transportation Review, senior editor of Industrial Management and Data Systems, editor of Annals of Operations Research, and an area editor of Infor, Information Systems and Operations Research, and was a guest editor in journals such as Decision Sciences, European Journal of Operations Research, Computers and OR, Annals of OR, Journal of Cleaner Production, International Journal of Production Economics, etc. And he's also an editorial board member of several international journals. His research interests include digital supply chains, Industry 4.0 on supply chain, sustainable development goals, reverse logistics, closed loop supply chain, digitalized sustainable circular economy, green supply chain management, and sustainable supply chain management, etc. And in the field of humanitarian logistics, I have also referred many of his papers. And so I'm sure that his lecture will be a master class, even though it's 20 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Kannan.
So thanks, Professor Menon, for the nice introduction. Like it will help. Surely it will help to skip some of my own slides in few things in the presentations. Like I'm entirely different researcher compared to what the topic is going on, but still I would say that so here we are talking about this 20 years of like life lessons learned through the tsunami, and then we are also talking about what are all the resilience strategies you have implemented to bring from this like a future state for the like past 20 years and so on. One thing like people, I don't know whether they have missed or maybe they have not considered into this whole analysis part was looking into how the industrial system was having an impact into this whole disaster event and so on. Like, so my talk is going to be around exploring some of the capabilities, technical dynamic capabilities, which are essential for industrial emergency situations and some of the extreme weather events. Like you can consider tsunami as one of the extreme weather events, and what could be other implications because of this extreme weather events. what will be the consequences of some of the emergency situations? And there could be many emergency situations. For this talk, I have chosen only industrial emergency situations. I will come to the point where we can also classify the disruptions into many categories, and one of the categories is going to be in specific to this industrial emergency situations and so on. Myself, we can skip almost everything, some of the editorial activities, and I will also skip the agenda. I'm not going to follow the agenda because that's for 40 minutes or 50 minutes, but we were given with only 20 minutes. So if I show the agenda, you may be asking, okay, why you have not covered this and this and this? Okay, it's easy to skip it, and straight away we can go with some of the nice pictures. Guess the connection between these places. So Brazil, Mecca, Athens, Venice, Great Barrier Relief, and so on. That was like in a good condition. And if you want to look into the current scenario, so this is what we can look into this Brazil and Mecca, Athens, Venice, and Great Barrier Relief. So what happens to all these places and so on? One quick solution is like, I don't want to ask any questions now. With this 20 minutes, I will guess that you know everything. So I will also answer the same thing. Man-made climate crisis. So everything was like one of the disruptive event. It could be a natural disaster, that's separate, but then we have also made something to the environment, which is like a very close example is here, and then which contributed to the climate change. And during the yesterday's talk, Professor Anand from the US University of Maryland, am I right? If I remember correctly, he was referring to this climate change actions, like we are very close to 1.5, and then his projection was like maybe it could reach 2.5 to 3.5 or something based on his own statistical data and so on. And so last year was the record hottest, warmest year, like which touched upon 1.45 degrees Celsius. And what happens with the whole impact on the environmental risks? So we can see Asian cities are the most threatened by the environmental risk, and what we are going to do, and what is the current scenario like. But apart from these climate actions and so on, but is the temperature rise is the only issues of the climate change? I don't think so. Like we have several consequences other than the climate change issues, such as like health risk. Then we have like a severe disaster, then loss of species and poverty and so on, which also contributes to some of the issues that are touching upon in the sustainable development areas and so on. Then who should take the responsibility? Like always, like we can blame others, but then mainly we can look into business people, government people, and the society. And this whole conference is talking about society and government, and maybe I will represent little bit on the business side, which is I'm going to consider as a industrial partner, or it could be a supply chain angle or something like that. And are we on track in terms of like environmental issues? Like almost like we need to run 6 times faster compared to all other cases. And so this is one small inputs. And then when we look into some of the risks that are involved in the whole global risk with the World Economic Forum, you can see almost all the top 40 percentages that belongs to something related to the environmental risk, like including extreme weather, like critical change to the earth system, biodiversity, natural things, and so on. So that's shows the importance of this particular conference, 2 days conference, what type of like learnings we are going to discuss here for the past 20 years and so on. And one quick thing is like, I would like to propose some kind of new, it's not a new dimensions, at least for the audience of this conference, it could be little bit new in terms of disruptions. Examples, we can divide these disruptions into something that happened due to the terrorism or natural disruptions. You may see that, okay, tsunami is missing, but I have a separate slides with respect to the tsunami with the Indian context. And then we have man-made and political crisis strikes, epidemics and so on. But mostly my talk revolves around something the case that started from this COVID-19 and so on, but a very similar framework or the strategies could be adapted for all these kind of like disruptive risks. And what happens with the disruptions in the supply chains? People know about the supply chains in the recent years, like maybe after this COVID or something. Otherwise, people will ask, okay, what is meant by supply chains? We don't know anything. But now everyone is blaming about if there is a delay, okay, there is a supply chain issues. So people understand the terminologies about the supply chains. And in terms of some impacts, like you can see the tsunami and the earthquake in Japan, like it has impacted or reduced the sales, and then it has also reduced the with respect to Toyota, they got reduced by 4% and Honda by 9% and so on. So few other examples are also given. So from this one, we can also define the disruption in terms of much more supply chain perspective. Okay, and even which is not planned or anticipated, but still it is common for all the different types of disruptions and may affect the structure and dynamics of the system. So the system could be defined in each of the other categories. Like when it comes to the tsunami, like we are talking about the societal as a most affected one. And if it is going to be everything is affected in terms of the society, but then what is the other impact towards its business element and then the government policies and all those things. So in terms of tsunami, like everything was described by previous speakers. I don't want to give any of these things, but what type of impacts it has created on the supply chains? Like the first one is the disruption to the transport infrastructure. Then we had a damage to the agriculture and fisheries. And then we had like industry shutdowns, global supply chain ripple effects, then the impact on tourism and local economies and so on. And when you can try to do all these analysis in a much more quantitative way, then you will see what happens to the entire supply chains and so on. And as a researcher, like we need to always like come up with some theoretical angle, and then you need to validate with, okay, whether it stands true or not or something like that. Sometimes we call it as hypothesis, whether it is true or false with the hypothesis. And so here basically like we have considered this whole framework where we looked into supply chain disruptions, but then in order to overcome the supply chain disruptions, you need some kind of mitigating strategies. Okay, so you need some strategies that we call it as resilient strategies. And with the resilient strategies, you can also see that there could be some enablers that can enhance your resilient strategies in a much more faster way. Okay, so those things are called as like industry 4.0 technologies or digital technologies and all those things. So this could be one full view about how you can deal with the supply chain disruptions in multiple ways. So I'm going to show you like this is almost like everything is a finished one. I'm going to share the results, but then you can also think about in a multiple directions where you can try to solve the same problems. Okay. So one thing we looked into is, okay, what are all the various supply chain disruptions we could identify and how it has impacted on the supply chain performances. Like, so we have like a decrease in sales, cost increases, disruption of flow of goods and all those things, like a benefits of the supply chains, but then how it was affecting the benefits of your whole supply chains and so on. And then what is supply chain resilience and how does it differ? How does it work on different stages and so on? We define this resilient strategies, like at least in terms of you can have a strategy much more in a proactive way or concurrent or reactive. Proactive is nothing but you need to predict much before the disruption happens. And then if you are going to do some actions on the current stage, and then after like most like when we take an example of this COVID, so we have reacted everything on after this pandemic has occurred and so on. So what are all the strategies that we need to adapt and so on? So there could be various different phases in terms of like disruptive phases and resilient strategies, and what could be the various action points you can consider here. And for this one, we try to look into what could be the potential strategies, or on what ways we can try to avoid all these issues. So we identified the strategies. Then we also looked into what are all the mapping between, okay, if you have this type of supply chain disruptions, what type of strategies are needed to overcome those disruptions and so on. So we did a mapping analysis about strategies and the disruptions. Then we also did some industrial cases. We took 7 cases, and then we identified whether this is relevant for each of the industries and how it could be implemented, or what are the similarities of the learning process, or what is entirely different in the whole learning things and so on. Then we also linked this strategies with the disruptions, but then theoretically, and then we also linked with the practical one. So some cases, they say that there is a link, but in reality, that doesn't work at all. So that maybe why they are saying in a theoretical angle that, okay, this will work to mitigate these type of disruptions and so on. Then we had a in-depth discussions with the companies, and then we identified what could be the pros and cons of implementing those strategies. Then we also looked into, can we speed up the whole strategies? One way of speeding up the whole strategies by implementing some of the technologies that we can identify. So some technologies could be blockchain or big data analytics, cyber physical systems, IoT, sensors, those kind of technologies. And one very recent paper, like when I was invited, I was hardly thinking about, I haven't accepted to give a talk because I didn't work on any tsunami problem. So what should I talk for this conference? Then luckily, like 2 days before the conference, I got this paper accepted, which talks about industrial emergency situation. But we did a case that is closely related to the COVID post-COVID scenario kind of things. But the same thing could be correlated. If you can use some of the findings from the previous few slides, supply chain strategies, and then try to map this findings, then it is a perfect solution. You cannot really separate the issues with the tsunamis that, okay, we are dealing with only fishermen or only with some people like affected people or something. So what happens with the industrial scenario? What happens with the policy changes? What happens with the policy implications and so on? So this paper is available almost like it's an open access paper. You can download it, and I'm going to just show you 1 or 2 slides. I think I'll be reminded with some sound. Before that, I need to be, I'm proactive here. Okay. Till now, I'm happy. I have only a few more slides. So some of the challenges in terms of like industrial emergency, like you'll find economic uncertainties, supply bottlenecks, and skilled labor shortages, and so on. And you can also see so many disruptive events. Then various emergency risk. Already we have seen enough about this. But how do we define this emergency management? Like when I was looking to come up with some very good layman definitions or something, I could not find any proper or common definitions. But the most cited definitions is from US Federal Emergency Management Agency. The process of preparing for mitigating, we discussed about mitigating strategies, then responding to and recover from an emergency when a disaster occurs, or maybe it could also be pre-disaster events and so on. Then some scenarios I have considered in my work is like we have classified these scenarios into 4 different categories, and mainly I was talking about in-house emergencies. Like in-house emergencies talks about the industrial setup where they ignore, okay, nothing will happen. But what happens? Like if you don't have proper strategies to cope up with any disasters, then your entire supply chain will be a disaster. Sometimes you will be bankrupt because you need to lose your entire business. You don't have a proper strategy. And if you are waiting for raw material to convert your product, if you are waiting for like a year or something like that, maybe the customer will be leaving. And that's the biggest policy of like inventory management and so on. So in-house emergencies are like the core concept behind this particular work. Then I looked into what technologies have been widely considered in the industrial emergencies. Like we have identified 12 different technologies. You can ask why not others. Like in one of my 2023 paper, I looked into the impact between the various Industry 4.0 technologies and supply chain performances. There I have identified 14. Some people may say that, okay, why you have selected 12? But this is mainly for the industrial emergency situations, not for the common supply chains or something like that. Then we looked into what capabilities I need to develop in order to overcome all these disruptive events. So we identified some 8 capabilities. You can easily go through the paper like, okay, I'm waiting for the warning. So then I have identified, okay, you have a capabilities, but you cannot execute all the capabilities. I may have a capability, but it comes with always some challenges, okay? So what challenges exist in identifying an effective, adapting and identifying the effective technological capabilities? I may think that I have some capabilities, but then when I'm planning to implement those capabilities, then then there will be a severe event that can happen that, okay, you think that this is happening or this is your inbuilt capability, but you don't have that capability. So that works in something when you ask, okay, do you know everything? Yeah, I know this. When you are examined, then maybe you get something. Like when I ask my kids, okay, have you studied everything? Oh, I have studied everything. Then they may get like, okay, 10 out of 100. No, it's not that bad. But so this is how we measure the readiness. When this is called as the technical term is called as readiness. I'm ready for any implementations. But when we measure the maturity of the readiness, they may be not ready. They are at the 0th level or maybe at the first level. Only 2 more slides. Okay. So these are all some of the key challenges. So we have identified, and then we looked into how to address those challenges. Lack of awareness, lack of investments, and lack of innovative approaches, and so on. I was like very happy with some discussions that happened around my own papers, and one of the concept was around the innovation, the frugal innovations, and so on, and sharing economy. I was happy to say that we coined the term called as industrial sharing economy. Instead of buying everything new, like maybe the industry can start looking into, if your utilization of any equipment is only 20%, why don't you share those equipment with other industries so that you can improve your productivity and someone else can like save their inputs in terms of like investments and so on. So these are all some of the challenges. I'm a bit pretty close. And I introduced one open question, like what is the role of this government, society, and what is this business? So how can they act together? So there are some ways where we can create a win-win strategy to look into the problem as a whole coordinated way, so that we can also think about finding the solutions in a much more faster rate and so on. Few things like some openings in my, like I will skip, this is not that much relevant. And one conference we are organizing it, but I will stop here. And if you have, I'll be available during the lunch time and then even in the evening time also. So I'm happy to take any questions now, if our chair allows, or otherwise after this, the whole session. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Professor Govindan, it's a very, very interesting talk. I really enjoyed. In terms of quantification, I think in some risk assessment scenarios, we calculate like if you spend $1 in prevention, it may contribute to $13 saving or $12 saving in a disaster scenario if you are well prepared. But in terms of supply chain, do you have such calculations, at least in particular sectors? And again, the government, when we look at the government's response in disaster scenarios, usually the focus is on saving the communities, building back better, those kind of stuff. But the industry may not be the first, how do you say, the government may not be so prioritizing industry to, in building back better. So in comparison with communities, right? So in that sense, what kind of risk framework? So there are two questions. One is about the quantification. The other one is about what kind of risk framework an industry should evolve because I think they will get very limited support from the government, because government will think that private sector have enough resources, they can take care of themselves in building back after the disaster.
Okay, thanks for your nice question. But when you think about these whole topics about emergency management with the focus of supply chains, people think they are thinking that, okay, all these supply chain disruptions are getting solved only after this pandemic or tsunami or something. No, it's not true. Like even before the tsunami, we have written several articles about supply chain resilience strategies, identifying the supply chain disruptive risks and so on. But the focus was very less, I would say. Even now, even with this, maybe with the pandemic, industries were they got some support from the government in terms of like, because the entire factory needs to be shut down because of the lockdown and all those things. So they got some kind of support. But I don't think that when you look into the other types of disruptions, we had some kind of incentives, or we had enough support from the government for the other disruptive events and so on. But still, we have our own supply chain risk management frameworks that exist, like, or we try to evolve in a much more faster rate. But the popularity has been gained after this pandemic. Like that's why, like, you might have seen, if you're from an academic background, you might have seen so many papers that were popped up about pandemic, even though whether it's relevant or not, like it has shooted like anything, and that has an impact on the academic community knows about this impact factor and all those things. All the journals, they increase their impact factor. Last year, the impact factor has gone down. Like literally all the journals, it has gone down because of this pandemic papers and so on. So that means like there are already some existing strategies, but then we are also like trying to modify the frameworks or the strategies, existing strategies, to bring some of the unknown disruptive events that happens in the recent years and so on. One such things we can say is like with this pandemic. Another one, consequently, we had this geopolitical risk between Russia and Ukraine that has affected the European supply chains. We were also affected, but I don't know how far we were affected. But we had like before moving to Australia last year, like I was in Denmark for 16 years, we had a huge impact on everything, on the products, on the day-to-day life and everything. So the whole supply chain was affected. That was one risk with time in terms of the wars and so on. And then again, like another issue is also with the sanctions with some of the countries that has an impact on the supply chain cost element. So we have this, but then we also try to be proactive. We were proactive little bit. Now we are so much, like people were talking about this resilient strategies in a much more bigger way and so.
Thank you. I'm sure that if there are more questions, and we could actually also take them during the lunchtime. Some of the things which Professor Govindan mentioned actually are very important, and I'm sure that you would have seen that slide which talked about business, government, and society. And in India, actually, we started talking about Bazaar, Sarkar, and Samaj. So the Bazaar, Sarkar, and Samaj, which we talked about in India, are same as business, government, and society. And I think the linkages are there. And we look at this hurricane which hit Florida just now, and we know that electric vehicles, especially the Tesla, were all grounded. So there are many impacts of disasters and climate change, extreme events on industry, and he has actually quoted many of those events. And so I'm sure that it would be very instructive to go through his article in the International Journal of Production Economics, which he has mentioned. Looking forward to going through that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have the last speaker for the session, Dr. Devpriya Datta, the former advisor in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He did his PhD from the IARI, the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, Delhi, and joined the National Agricultural Research Service of the ICAR.
and he served as scientist in Central Soil and Water Conservation Research and Training Institute, Dehradun, and joined the Natural Resources Data Management System Division of DST, Government of India, as a senior scientific officer, and served in the same department as Scientist F and Director, and later was appointed as a Counselor Science and Technology in the Embassy of India in Washington, D.C., in the US. And this responsibility, he handled the science and technology cooperation between India and the US, and possibly also did some initial work in terms of the US nuclear this thing, which was actually finally agreed and signed. We also have had this responsibility in the Indo-French Center for the Promotion of Advanced Research, and he was also the scientist G in the Science for Equity, Empowerment and Development, State Science and Technology Program, and National Geospatial Program of the DST and Government of India. And he was also deputed to Blackland Soil and Water Research Institute in the University of Texas, US, and also served as a visiting scientist in UNDP. And he has also done a postdoctoral fellowship in geoinformation management from the International Institute of Geoinformation Society and Earth Observation, ITC, Netherlands. Long bio. I would actually restrict, reading more in the interest of time. Dr. Devipredatta, please.
Thank you, Menon sir. It's a really honor to be, introduced by one of my idol in the professional life. Namah Shivaya. I know, like, I'm beating you and the lunch, so I have to be very strict about the time. So I will try to bring the time. But first of all, let me trail that what I'm talking about, the spatial disaster risk reductions for the tsunami management. There are 2 and 3 backgrounds of that. My objective is here is not to talk about much of the spatial technology, because in many of the sessions I have seen that much details about the spatial technology and the usage of the tsunami has been discussed. My objective here is that as a follow-up of this, these 3 days of the conference, we can develop a program on the spatial data, disaster risk reductions, and to initiate the research issues like, which should be done in the, the Amrita University. The second and third, the objective that what this thing is there, to find it out that, beyond technology, because during this 2 days, like, now this is the 3rd day, I really didn't finalize my presentations when I came, because I thought that let me observe how the things evolve, and accordingly that what is the needed that I can put it from the point of view. So these are the backgrounds in which I will like to this. So the aspects of the disaster risk reductions, you must have heard about it: the mitigation, the early warning, preparedness, recovery, and ultimately the support to the livelihoods. This is as a part of your, the living lab also, like the last part, basically you are focusing on. Now, if we look at it from the point of view, like, like any disaster, tsunami has a spatial process. Like, when it starts through an earthquake, and there isn't this, the locations on the, the vertical dislocations of the water column, and from that, how it spreads when it comes to the shore, and then, when it's spread and it comes to your home, the villages, and after the recovery, everything has a spatial processes. So in that context, I just want to bring it about that how to bring a framework in which a spatial disaster risk reduction program can be developed. So if we look it into that, UN Group of Geoinformation Management in the context of the SDG has developed as the framework for the how geospatial informations can be used for the SDGs. The base of that is in Earth observations and monitoring, EO, then the national spatial data infrastructure, the national statistics accounts and the administration, and other source of the data, which you can ultimately convert it into the the indicators, the targets, and according to the globes and the goals. So integrated, geospatial information framework. This is currently being used by the, UNGGIM. have 9 strategic pathways. The 3 of them related to the governance, the technology, and the people. And each of them are important for developing a framework for and special disaster risk reductions, because this gives you an overall geospatial information ecosystem development how you need to do. So now a framework needs to be converted. If you want to convert the framework, you need to look it into the policy. Like, what are the policies in that? So there is an UN, the disaster risk reduction in the UN ICTR has a science and technology roadmap for support to the implementations of the Sendai framework. As you all of know, tsunami being a disaster being guided by the policy of the Sendai framework. I'm not repeating it because it has been told by many of the the speakers. So from that point of view, if you see the priority which has been identified, I'm sorry. Priorities are understanding the disaster risk reduction, disaster risk governance, invest in the DRR for the resilience, and the enhancing the disaster preparedness. Now, from this, all this priority, if you look it into, there is an emphasis on using the space and disaster risk mapping technology. So, I'm just, sharing with you of the students how from the policy you develop your own, the framework in that. So then when you map it, you find that to strengthen the science policy practice nexus, that it is talking about that the disaster risk governance. And if you look it into the investment, it talks about develop young professionals in the field of the multidisciplinary DRR. And what we have heard, over these 2.5 days, it is disaster. Any framework needs to be developed in the context of a multiple disaster. It's not only from tsunami you can develop the tsunami. And you have heard about in the inaugural address of Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, and subsequently also. Then you look at into enhancing the disaster preparedness, research innovative practical solutions to promote whole of the society. And this is the approach what I see here in Amrita University, especially the Living Lab it's talking about. So we have all the elements. We need to be put up it into the framework. So if you look it into from the Indian point of view, there is a National Disaster Management Plan 2019, which talks about the make India disaster resilient across all the sectors to achieve substantial inclusive disaster risk reductions. And this is what we are discussing over these 3 days. These are the main 5 pillars, national legal mandates of the Disaster Management Act 2005, NPDM 2009. Then there's the proactively realizing the global goals according to the Sendai framework, the COP21 as the SDGs. Prime Minister's 10-point agenda and the social inclusion and mainstreaming DRR. I think Menon sir will, he was one of the, the formulator of that. So these are the Prime Minister's 10, points agenda, where again, if you see in the spatially, we're emphasizing on invest in risk mapping globally, leverage technology to enhance the efficiency of the disaster risk management. So it gives a framework, a requirement of a spatial framework for that. Actually, we are using that, but in bits and pieces, how we can really integrate that into. Then coming into that, details of that yesterday, Dr. Ramya's sessions have discussed that what are the, so I'm not going into the technical details because that's another the session. So, where the spatial, the technology and the data can be used for the identifying on the impact of, the tsunami, that this is a case of, the Nagapattinam, where this is a ISRO work. Then, the inundation mapping, that where you can, upload basically the, this layers, the land use, the land use, the vegetations and the terrain elevations, along with the, village and the other data. And so that gives you in, the recovery and the resilience, the strategy and the measurement. Then risk, this all of as a student of that. So this, every, you have heard also that how you need in tsunami vulnerability maps, and then, you need in tsunami risk mapping. Then from there, you can create a, interventions and the recovery, resilience point of view of this. This is a decision support, like, for the integrated resource information for the farmer specific advisory after tsunami. This shows about in the same places in the Nagapattinam. And then, why geospatial is important, because in the, you have heard about that in the morning, that as my friend from Incois was talking about in details, but that how again a geospatial has a role in the tsunami warning system. Similarly, yesterday I was looking into that Dr. Barnard was talking about that how the last mile connections can be done. There also the geospatial is important, because that time is important, efficiency important, and how you can go into the Google alerts. I want to bring a last important point here. All of this thing we are doing it from point of view of a technology. But if you think about it, everything has a cognitive aspects of that. This is the paper which shows that our geospatial thinking processes there are 8 different geospatial thinking processes where the different parts of the brains are involved. Spatial comparisons, the spatial analogies, the spatial auras, spatial sequence and transitions, associations, hierarchies, spatial patterns, and the regions. And all of you who are the usage of the GIA, you will see these are the functionalities you use. Do we understand by using a functionality what part of the brain we are? And this here needs the research, because like again yesterday I was talking to many of the people here that the National Geospatial Policy 2022 talks about that the India should be a global level, the leader in the geospatial, geospatial arena. You can be the leader cannot be a leader just by using a technology and creating a market. You have to understand that what the cognitive process goes, the science component of that, the linking that and generate new technology. We have seen till now it is GIS, 99% of the softwares we import. Majority now, now we have the remote sensing ability India has, that's a big, we are proud of that. What new technologies needs to be developed? I give a small example from Department of Science and Technology. We gave a call for proposal for development of a geospatial technology development. So there are around 220 applications. We could find it out only 5 applications related to the technology development. Majority of them are again only applications. This needs to be changed if we want to be a leader. Now, what we are hearing about, once we understand that the cognitive, the geospatial thinking process, what we are hearing here over these days, and that is the unique thing, what it should come out of this, conference, is the compassion-based approach for that. Now, what is the cognitive process of compassion? I just looked into it. Actually, there is a inferior parietal lobule. I think doctor will agree with that with me. So now this is the area where create compassions. So now can we have a research in the directions, like whatever from Amma side has been intervened, how it has the cognitive processes was ignited, because there was a study that when a people do compassion based interventions, there is this lobe of the brain gets activated, and this needs to be studied properly. I think the whole book what Dr. Manisha has written, I think that can be created into this type of linking into, and the multidisciplinarity should be. And for that reason, I think bringing out my DST hat and my experience in program development, I suggest that there should be a program on the spatial DRR here in multidisciplinary, shouldn't objective of R&D in cutting edge area of the disaster risk reductions and multidisciplinarity. So human resource development, capacity building, this is obviously our the role, development of the database in alignment with the National Disaster Management Information System, because data is a big requirement for any of these type of research, and establish often probably in the center of science and technology in the spatial disaster. So thank you very much. I think I have kept my time, and between me and that. Any questions? this compassion. I think we have to see at this level, the cognitive level. Because then only, everywhere Amma will not be there. What is the replicability of that? Actually, that day when I was sitting with Amma and listening to that story, it kept into my mind how it will be replicable. I think that gave me the idea that let us go into the cognitive process, try to understand, and then we can develop in replicable models. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Please.
Dr. Datta, thanks for your great lecture. My specific question is regarding you talked about invest in risk mapping of zones.
Pardon?
Risk mapping of zones or areas. But who is the agency typically doing that job? Because many times it becomes again intervention, means national remote sensing agencies or the state.
No, actually, anything related to the disaster, basically there is a government decided the responsibility. It lies now. The main nodal agency is GSI. Geological Survey of India, they are doing it, and along with the Ministry of Earth Science. Okay. And the role of the DST, it supports in terms of research and development in this area. It's National Remote Sensing Agency is the only data supplier. They are not responsible. The responsibility lies in disaster. There is a national disaster, like NDMA and NIDM, they do the disaster management researches. But in terms of the data investment, it's mostly come from the GSI, the Geological Survey of India, along with Ministry of Earth.
Yeah, because sometime back, why I asked this, sometime back in Nagpur, it was in collector office, some forum. For any and everything, people are calling the Maharashtra remote sensing person.
Yeah.
And then it became a problem because they couldn't.
Because they couldn't, because that's not, as I saw, they are on the data supplier.
That's right.
So because you need a lot of the, whatever I'm saying, that the spatial data, along with it, there are lot of non-spatial data also available.
Thank you.
Can I just raise small observation?
Sure.
Hello. Yeah. Actually, much of your talk went far above this figure that I have here.
That I want to think, like, if it goes above, then we'll dive into it. Na?
So my small observation is, sir, what are the expected outcomes? Okay, this is good for planning. Good for planning and policy issues and all that, but how do we implement it? What are the expected outcomes?
Expected outcomes of my talk is there should be a special disaster resistance research center established here. That's the outcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
All the tough examiners.
No, sir. No, sir. So we were actually talking last, in my lecture, we'll continue here. So on, not like DST has a lot of projects funded by, but our system is most of our disasters are cascading disasters, like multi-scale disasters. The thing is, like DST is getting those data, and this data should be available to the public and other commissions, because you people are giving the funding, but the data repository is not there for us to manage.
Now I'm in the same boat with you.
So do you think that this should be little bit be, yeah.
Yes, actually,
I agree totally.
Yeah. Now the Ministry of Earth Sciences and the Department of Science and Technology also has the NDEM, the National Database on Emergency Management. And so it's open data. And so we'll be able to have access to some data sets and APIs and all that, from various agencies. So I hope that the data requirements can be met. And I'm sure that people like Dr. Devpriya Datta will be able to also help in terms of, getting access to some of the institutions for getting the data. I'm extremely delighted with the kind of conversations which you've had, and it's actually very difficult to be chairing a session and then asking the experts to limit their talks to 20 minutes and then also cut it down to 15 minutes and then, interrupt them during the talk. I really feel sorry. In fact, I've been in several conferences where, this kind of a situation actually becomes extremely difficult. There was one conference when the chair was actually standing behind the speaker. And then, he had a tie with him. And then he said, I'm going to keep the tie on the speaker. And then he put the tie on the speaker. And then he said, I'm going to keep pulling it when you're actually going to speak beyond the time. So, so chairs and co-chairs will always have a tough time, to control speakers who actually continue to speak. But at the same time, I'm sure that after having traveled all the way from Australia to be here, we also have to make sure that, we get the benefit of, interacting with experts like Professor Kan Govindan, Dr. Jayakumar, and Dr. Devpridatta, and others. May now request Dr. Vijay to kindly take over the responsibility for, also honoring the distinguished speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Menon sir. And thank you all the speakers. Now, as a token of appreciation, we have mementos for all our speakers. I invite Dr. Krishna Raghavan sir, to our former head of exploration, UNDP India, to give a memento to Dr. Kanna Govindan. Thank you, Krishnan sir. Now I invite Dr. Sudesh K. Vadhavan sir on stage. He was the Director General of Geological Survey of India, now an adjunct professor at Amrita University. I request him to give a memento to Dr. Jayakumar.
You know how they greet each other during an international psychology conference? You're fine. How am I?
Thank you, Vadhavan sir. So now I invite Dr. Ravi Shankar sir on stage. He is our own principal. He is event manager of this conference you are attending. He also served as head of Department of Marine Geology and Geophysics at Cochin University of Science and Technology, CUSAT. I request him to give our memento to Dr. Devpridatta. Okay. Thank you, Ravi Shankar sir. So with that, we conclude the forenoon sessions. Sir, please. Session for, okay. I mean, speakers, please stay on the stage. So now it is lunch break. We are running short, as Professor Menon mentioned, we are actually running very late, 45 to 50 minutes late. So you can now go for lunch, and please come back at sharp 2 or 5 minutes before that. Yeah, please. So now may I request esteemed guest on stage to take a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you, Ravi Shankar sir, for reminding me that.
Mishaya, since we are running short of time, we need to start a bit early. I kindly request those who are sitting back to Namashivaya. Namashivaya. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Hope you all had a very good lunch, refreshing lunch. As always, post-lunch sessions are a bit challenging, but due to the time constraints, we need to start. So once again, welcome you all to the session 4, Community Resilience, Building Stronger Communities. So here, it's my pleasure to invite our honorable chair for the session. We are really honored to have Professor Kannan, Sir Kannan Govindan here to take the chair position. Sir, may I request you to please take this position. Please give a round of applause to him. Thank you, sir. Professor Kannan Govindan is a professor and the director of the Center for Sustainable Operations and Resilient Supply Chains at the University of Adelaide, Australia. Sir is the chair of Technical Science of the Danish Institute of Advanced Study from January 2020 till date. He retains his professional chair as an adjunct at the former institution, the University of Southern Denmark. Professor Kannan has been recognized as a highly cited researcher in engineering for 7 years by Thomson Reuters and Clarivate Analytics. He has published more than 475 international journal articles with more than 65,000 citations and with an H-index of 132 in leading journals such as Nature, European Journal of Operation Research, Omega, and Journal of Environmental Management. Many of his papers were selected as the ESI top 1% highly cited papers or 0.1% hot papers and highlighted as key contribution to engineering and environmental research. He is an executive editor of Journal of Criminal Production, associate editor of Transportation Research, Part E, Logistics and Transportation Review, senior editor of Industrial Management and Data System, editor of Annals of Operation Research, area of INFOR, Information System and Operational Research, and editor, board member of several other international journals. Professor Govindan's research interests include digital supply chains, Industry 4.0, sustainable development goals, and so many. We are honored to have Sir as the Sir to lead this session with his expertise and visions. With this, I just hand over the session to Professor Kannan to chair. Sir, please.
So thanks, Dr. Sabrinath, for the nice introduction. So I became a bit sleepy after his lengthy introduction. Okay, but still I will make you awake for the entire session. So because we are on tight schedule with 5 speakers for this session, and then already we were also running late by like 40 minutes. So I would like to call upon our first speaker, Dr. N. Vasudevan. So he will be giving us, or who will be enlightening us with the talk of Maharashtra experience in management of coastal ecosystem. And I have the privilege of introducing Dr. N. Vasudevan. He's a Indian Forest Service officer of Maharashtra cadre who retired from the service in the rank of Principal Chief Conservator of Forests. Post-retirement, he worked for United Nations Development Program as National Project Coordinator of Green Climate Fund project for coastal India. Currently, he is working in a judicial capacity as member, Kerala Administrative Tribunal, and Vasudevan did his master's in marine biology from Cochin University, and thereafter obtained a second post-graduation in public policy and management from IIM Bangalore. Dr. Vasudevan is widely known for his contributions to the conservation of mangrove forest of Maharashtra. He headed the mangrove cell of Maharashtra for nearly 8 years since its inception in 2012. His tenure at the mangrove cell witnessed an unprecedented increase of nearly 72% in the mangrove cover of Maharashtra. He was also instrumental in setting up the Thane Creek Flamingo Sanctuary in Mumbai and the Mangrove Foundation of Maharashtra. So under his leadership, the Mangrove Foundation has acquired a corpus fund of over rupees 600 crores, making it a financially independent entity. And Dr. Vasudevan has traveled widely and attended several international conferences, and he's also a recipient of several awards for excellence in public service. He delivered 2 TED Talks and authored a couple of books. So we are so honored to have or listen to your talk now. So the dais is yours. Let's welcome our first keynote speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Kannan, Dr. Shabhrinath. Just to clarify, I'm yet to get my doctorate. So I'm Mr. Vasudevan. So it's an honor and privilege to be part of this international conference. And we all know that this is a place where tsunami hit very badly in Kerala 20 years back. And a lot of people have memories of that tragic event. And then over the 20-year period, I think nationwide, there have been a lot of efforts to improve the resilience of coastal communities, improve our preparedness for such disasters. And I should also say that it is this tsunami, for good or bad reasons, which brought the importance of mangroves to the minds of the people. Because there were several incidents reported both from India and countries like Sri Lanka, where there were mangroves, which were destroyed in some villages, and as a result of that, the impact was more. Wherever there were mangroves, the impact of tsunami was drastically reduced. So people started realizing the importance of mangroves. Earlier, it was only probably the scientists and a few well-known people who knew about mangroves. So I will basically, talk about the experience with management of mangroves in Maharashtra. This is, if people are from outside, then Maharashtra is on the western coast, and Mumbai is the capital of Maharashtra. Mumbai is the most important commercial city in India. So I was there from 2012 to end of 2019, almost 8 years as head of the mangrove cell. In fact, I was the one who started it, and then first 8 years I was there. So I will speak about it now. As Shabhrinath was saying, it is a challenge to engage people after lunch. You need quite a bit of an entertainer to keep you away from sleep. I know that. I'm not quite a fit there, but I will try. So I have a small presentation. Maybe we can start with that. This is a picture of mangroves from the Ratnagiri coast, south of Mumbai. And so we have many extensive patches of mangroves in Maharashtra. Next. So I was just making a comparison between the mangroves of Maharashtra and Kerala, not just the mangroves. You have, coastlines are more or less comparable. We have 700-kilometer coast in Maharashtra and 550 here. But in Maharashtra, the extent of mangroves is 324 square kilometer now. And in Kerala, we have only 9 square kilometers. So maybe, over the years, Kerala lost a lot of mangroves. And there is a lot more scope to have mangroves in Kerala. But it needs some concerted effort on the part of everyone concerned. I have also listed out some species which are not found in Kerala, but that are found in Maharashtra, maybe of some interest to people. Similarly, those which are found in Kerala and not found in Maharashtra. Next slide, please. So the background of the mangrove cell, which we established in 2012, was that there were a lot of complaints about mangrove destruction in the city of Mumbai. because Mumbai, as you know, is a city, where a lot of people migrate from all parts of the country. Housing is a major perpetual problem. So the first target is the mangrove area. There's a mafia operating there to destroy mangroves and create slums there. So that is first casualty. And then the real estate people were also eyeing a lot of prime areas which were occupied by mangroves. And the law enforcement was not that strict at that time. So in 2005, there was a public interest litigation. And as a result of that, there was an interim order by the Bombay High Court, which is, I would call it a landmark order as far as mangrove conservation is concerned. And in that, major observations were there that there will be a total freeze on the destruction of mangroves. Then, regardless of the ownership of the land, all construction taking place within 50 meters on all sides of all mangroves to be forthwith stopped. No development permission to be issued by any authority in respect of any area under mangroves. And all mangroves on government land in Maharashtra to be declared as protected forests and handed over to Forest Department. This was the decision 2005. And then things started happening because immediately the permissions were stopped. A mapping of Mumbai was done. Mumbai and Navi Mumbai was done using satellite imagery. And about 5,469 hectares of mangroves were handed over to the Forest Department. So for the first time, Forest Department came into, started playing a role in mangrove conservation. Because earlier it was all with the Revenue Department, and of course their priorities are quite different from that of Forest Department. So this set the ball rolling. But there were again a lot of challenges because Forest Department itself was not equipped with the management of mangroves because there was no experience, no training for the forest personnel. So at one point, people felt that even after this High Court order, nothing much has happened as far as mangrove conservation is concerned. Things are more or less the same. And the government then at that point decided that we will have a separate cell called mangrove cell, which is part of the Forest Department, and it will have all the regulatory powers and functions, and then it will start focusing on mangrove management. But when it was created, we also added the coastal and marine biodiversity aspects. So all aspects of coastal and marine biodiversity, including mangrove conservation, was covered under the mangrove cell. And then this litigation went on and on. Next slide, please. And the final order in that public interest litigation came in 2018. But this is again a very important judgment because it cites that mangroves, the destruction of mangroves offends the fundamental rights of the citizens. I think this is a very unique judgment. I don't think there is any other judgment which speaks about all the constitutional rights and it quotes Article 21, then 47, 48A, Directive Principles, 51A, Fundamental Duties, Public Trust Doctrine, Precautionary Principle. All that is mentioned by High Court, giving now showing the importance of mangroves from the angle of the constitution of our country and from the country's perspective. So this is a very important. But meanwhile, a lot of things happened because we had started the mangrove cell in 2012, and we had reached 2018 by this time. So a lot of improvement happened on the mangrove scenario after the establishment of the mangrove cell, and then at some point in 2015. To be precise, we created the Mangrove Foundation. It's also called Mangrove and Marine Biodiversity Conservation Foundation of Maharashtra. So the difference is that Mangrove Cell is a regulatory body, part of the Forest Department. Mangrove Foundation is a registered society. It doesn't have any regulatory role, but it has got a development role, and it focuses on research, livelihood, and supporting conservation activities by various organizations, etc., etc. Next slide, please. So the change that I was talking about, you can see from 2005 to 13, the mangrove cover of Maharashtra was 186 square kilometers. Second column, 2005 to 13. Then you can see the change. 15, it was 222, a big jump. And then an even bigger jump, 82 square kilometers in 2017. And then slight jumps from. So it reached up to 324. These are all reports by the Forest Survey of India, who produce reports of forest cover in India every 2 years. But the latest is 21. The 23 report is still awaited for some reasons. So this is the 72% increase that we were talking about. Next slide. Next slide, please. You can see the graph. Next slide, please. Over the years, how mangroves have improved. Mangrove cover has improved. Next slide, please. So this is the mangrove cell logo. You can see the mandate of the mangrove cell. Next slide, please. This is the Mangrove Foundation. Now, Mangrove Foundation, it is a registered society, as I said, and Honorable Chief Minister is the patron. And it has accumulated a corpus of over 600 crores now. And this was possible because there were several projects happening in the coastal areas. And Government of India put a condition that anything that has an impact on coastal areas, a certain percentage of the project cost should be handed over to the Mangrove Foundation. So in all cases, it did not say so, but ultimately we made sure that any project that has not only on impact on mangroves, but even on the coastal ecosystem. For example, the coastal road in Mumbai, first part, there was not a single mangrove tree cut, but still they paid 175 crores to the Mangrove Foundation. So, I mean, this is a model which other states also can have, because some of the development projects simply cannot be stopped because for various reasons. There is no point in lamenting that development projects are destroying mangroves or the coastal ecosystem. We have to have a balance. Sometimes development has to go hand in hand with conservation. So some people call it blood money. You take blood money and allow them to do work. But that's it. But this kind of corpus has actually given the Mangrove Foundation a great financial stability and the flexibility to have its own programs designed, have a team of people in the Mangrove Foundation who are technically equipped, and also have a role in Coastal Zone Management Authority, which is represented by the Mangrove Cell also. So, I mean, Mangrove Cell also supports, Mangrove Foundation basically supports young researchers who haven't got any other source of funding but want to do research in the marine biology and mangrove conservation, such areas. And people have projects, people come with projects, independent projects by NGOs, volunteers. We try to support all kinds of. Now, even the Mangrove Foundation is supporting people to go abroad. This is only for people from Maharashtra to go abroad and complete their studies in PG and PhD. So that kind of support Mangrove Foundation is giving today. Next one. So the first thing we did was to have a mapping of the entire Maharashtra coast using satellite imagery. And so we had to wind up. Okay. So we can move fast. This is just, And then protection, we created a task force, especially for Mumbai. And then we created, a special task force, a lot of vehicles. And there was a huge fight with the Mumbai slum mafia. And we had to destroy about 6,000 illegal hutments. Some of them really caused anguish and a lot of pain for us. But it had to be done. Next one. So we notified about 19,000 hectares of mangroves on government land, out of which 4,200 hectares was right in Mumbai and 15,000 hectares in rest of Maharashtra. So now they have assumed the status of reserve forests. Next slide, please. A lot of plantations. Next slide, please. Next. 10 million saplings were planted. But we also did a lot of livelihood activities along with the communities. And this really was the game changer, because then communities started getting involved in mangrove conservation indirectly. And they also reaped the benefit of all these livelihood programs. There was crab farming. Then next slide. Mussel farming. Next slide, please. Oyster farming. And cage culture of fishes. Ornamental fish culture. All these were introduced. And there was a management structure, institutional arrangement from right from the grassroots level to the state level. So different levels are there, where technically equipped people will come and help the community in implementing these livelihood programs. Next slide, please. We started the flamingo watch in the Tane Creek Flamingo Sanctuary. Next. Maharashtra was the first state to declare a state mangrove tree, Soneraceae alba. Next. And in summary, this is the essence of Maharashtra model: legal protection, strict enforcement of law, creation of institutions, core eco-restoration activities, community participation, partnership with institutions, and financial independence and operational freedom. So thank you. I have to stop here. I hope there is some time for the questions.
So thanks, Mr. Vasudevan, for the nice talk about this, your Maharashtra experience in management of coastal ecosystem. So due to some urgency with seeing Amma, so we have shuffled little bit of the program. So now I would like to invite the audience for any one or two quick questions before he leaves for the darshan.
Yeah, it was a the nice experience you shared. Is there any replications in any other state in this?
Not yet. Actually, I've been involved in a lot of discussion with many coastal states, now taking into consideration my experience in mangrove cell, but nothing has really fructified. In fact, if you refer to the National Wildlife Action Plan, which is in force from 2016 to 2031, there is a specific direction to all the coastal states to create a coastal ecosystem cell. And the target was 2018, but never implemented.
And another thing, like what we observed that, the Maharashtra, the success was because you have planted the various multi-species in comparisons to, the Kerala, like probably this is an, a scientific point of view, the genotype conservations of this species and which can help in the other states also to do that. So whether there is any actions in that direction?
No, a lot of states are doing excellent plantation work, but
at the the genotype because level because when you
the number of species are limited.
Limited.
And I wouldn't say that Maharashtra has planted many more species, but we have introduced about 10 species in our plantations, which itself is reasonably good. But there is scope for doing more. But at the same time, I would add that it is not all because of plantations. It is the protection, the general awareness building, and the regulatory aspects that really allowed the mangrove conservation to happen in Maharashtra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasudevan. Very insightful talk. My question is, see, mangroves grow wherever there are wetlands. But what happens to the rest of the coastland? Are we doing any more plantation of different species so that we develop, the nature-based defense system there?
Yeah. Initially, Government of India, when they thought about this MISTI program, the idea is to have a complete vegetative cover with mangroves all along the Indian coast. And I was involved in some discussion at that time. We said it's not a practical idea because mangroves can grow only in river mouths, estuaries, and all that. So rest of the coast has to be taken care of by other means. Some of them may be physical structures, some of them may be vegetative. But then the practice that we see generally is that we plant a lot of casuarina along the coast, as if that is the best source of defense for the coastal areas. But that's also not correct. So each location will require its own specific introduction of indigenous species, and it is not always necessary to have vegetation in place, because I have seen many beaches destroyed with vegetation. They are also turtle nesting areas. Whenever we take a decision, we have to take care of the multiple impacts of our decision. For example, when we decide to plant mangroves, then there are these mud flats which are open vast areas. It's very tempting to have mangrove plantation on mud flats, but mud flats are also an ecosystem, by itself. So we can't destroy that. A lot of birds come there. What happens to them? So one has to consider, the balance of everything when we take a call about the introduction of the right species. So many areas it is possible to have vegetative cover as a shelter belt, and also to prevent cyclonic storms from hitting the coast. But many other areas there are other options. Even softer options are available now, not just the tripods that we usually see.
Dr. Vasudevan, a very interesting concept which needs to be taken to all the 83 districts in the coastal areas. And 13 states and union territories, we have there are 83 districts in the coastal areas where there's a lot of river erosion happening. Coastal erosion is also happening. So if we can actually use the community and self-help groups and the local panchayats to take it up, I think that will be a remarkable initiative across the country along the coastlines to also the riverine systems where these can actually happen, and also conservation of wetlands along with some support from the mangrove plantations. And second issue is, what are the disincentives possible through the legislation if we can actually do that? Because in Kerala also a lot of mangroves are actually getting destroyed in many parts by vested interest groups, and actually that is also something creating a problem.
The legislation is already there. It applies to the entire country. For example, you have the you have the Environment Protection Act, under which the CRZ notification is there, and mangroves are CRZ1. So you cannot destroy mangroves. But the thing is, it all boils down to enforcement. In Maharashtra, what we did was, we realized that Environment Protection Act is fine, but the implementing machinery is not very great on the ground. So it's weak. It's actually weak. But Forest Department has got a strong, robust machinery on the ground. So that's why we decided, as per the High Court directive, to transfer all the mangroves from government land to the Forest Department. Then immediately Forest Protection Act, Indian Forest Act comes into play. So when Indian Forest comes into play, every beat guard, beat forest, forest, everyone gets power to address it. In Kerala, the problem is that the mangroves on government land are not declared widely as protected forest or reserve forest. The Forest Department only has a very passive role. And in Environment Protection Act, that is not administered by the Forest Department. So that those legal lacunae have to be addressed, and some solutions have to be found. We have the model in Maharashtra. Every state can actually take a call. They can decide that all mangroves on government land at least can be declared as reserve forest or protected forest, and that will be managed by the Forest Department. It's not a difficult call. But at the same time, in what happened in Maharashtra was that there was a push from the judicial body, and that's why it happened. It did not happen in other states. Maybe that's the reason. I think. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure talking to you.
So thank you, Mr. Vasudevan, for the nice discussions and so on. So now I would like to call upon Ms. Santa Sheila Nair to come to the dais. Let me introduce her with a small intro. Like Ms. Santa Sheila Nair, IAS, embarked on her distinguished career in the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, in 1973. She began her career as an assistant collector in Madurai district, Tamil Nadu, India. Renowned for her visionary leadership, she played a pivotal role in introducing rainwater harvesting legislations in Tamil Nadu, making it mandatory across the state. Over her 50 years of career, she has rendered exceptional service to the nation. During the 2004 tsunami emergency, Ms. Nair was appointed as a special officer where she led efforts to relocate numerous families to temporary shelters and spearheaded restoration and rehabilitation initiatives. So we welcome once again for this session.
Okay. So I would like to invite Dr. Debapriya Datta, former advisor of DST Government of India and our adjunct professor, to honor our speaker with the memento. Please give a round of applause. I request all the speakers to line up for a quick photograph.
So there is a slight swap between the second speaker and the third speaker, because the Miss Tamili, who is going to give us an online talk, she's going to catch the flight very shortly. So we would like to have her session online first, and then we will come back to Miss Santa Sheila Naya's talk. So let me introduce quickly. So we would like to introduce our next speaker, Miss Tamili Isabella Backer, who is going to talk about Tsunami in multi-hazard contest, what role cooperation can play. So Ms. Tamili is a program management officer, ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division, UN CISCAP, and Tamili Backer is a program manager for the Trust Fund for Tsunami Disaster and Climate Preparedness, a unique regional multi-donor funding mechanism administered by the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, fostering the cooperation to strengthen shared early warning system. So since joining ISCAP in 2022, Ms. Backer has also been a key author of the flagship report named as Asia Pacific Disaster Report and the Compendium of Multi-Hazard Early Warning Cooperations, launched at the inaugural meeting of the G20 Working Group on Disaster Risk Reduction. Before joining ESCAP, Ms. Backer dedicated 7 years to coordinating humanitarian response and recovery efforts across 10 Pacific countries within the UN system and non-governmental organizations. Ms. Backer has a master's degree specializing in humanitarian actions, complemented by a civil engineering honors degree and anthropology bachelor's degree. So let's welcome Ms. Tamili to have the session with us.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me all right. Please do let me know if my microphone is not coming in clear. I also just thank you as well for some of the shift in the agenda. I am actually about to catch my flight, but it's such a honor to join you at this conference over the last few days. I really do appreciate the ability to join you online. I wish I could be there in person, but I also know that a lot of the people in the room and as hosts have also been involved in what I will be presenting today. So I will recognize the contributions of all who have been a part of the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System, as these outcomes that I will be presenting today over the next 15 or so minutes really do go to them as well. I will start, and you can go to my next slide. Thank you so much. We all know, after the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, this was a turning point. For us at the Economic and Social Commission of Asia and the Pacific, this is the most inclusive intergovernmental platform in Asia and the Pacific, and it really stood as a moment in time where our members recognize that regional cooperation, international cooperation, multilateral solutions really need to be invested in for transboundary hazards and transboundary disasters like we saw for the tsunami case. So it obviously revealed such big gaps in preparedness, and it highlighted the need for global and regional collaboration around shared risks. And it also spurred a significant investment in early warning systems. Just to recognize the previous esteemed speaker, it was such a privilege to hear about the investments you've made and the conservation work in nature-based solutions as some of the key adaptation priorities. We see nature-based solutions as one of the top ones, especially for coastal risk hotspots. And another one that I will focus on today will be on early warning systems, specifically for the tsunamis now in the Indian Ocean basin. So if you can shift to my next slide, please. What I would also like to share is a lot of this work, all of this work really is grounded and anchored in global commitments. So at ESCAP, we are the key monitoring agency mandated to look after the Sustainable Development Goals. And unfortunately, we know that the progress towards Sustainable Development Goals, specifically on things like disasters and climate action, has in fact regressed. So things like the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction and the Target G, which looks towards multi-hazard early warning systems, are very core to the work that we are doing in the disaster risk reduction section at ESCAP. And this is all linked to the UN Secretary General's call for early warnings for all by 2027. And I just wanted to put up on the slide there, this is the cover page for our compendium of multi-hazard early warning cooperation. And you can download it through the QR, but this really explores how investments in things like early warning systems can be advanced, accelerated, and amplified when countries do work together and cooperate. So this is core to our work at ESCAP when it comes to disaster risk reductions, and more specifically to tsunami preparedness in general in the last 20 years. Next slide, please. So really the core of it is that no country can do it alone. When we look at the tsunami itself, this wave, this fault line and the earthquake and the wave that ensued affected 14 countries across the Indian Ocean basin. So we know that countries should work together on shared solutions. This slide, this diagram here, we just try to illustrate as well that an early warning system really is a global to local value chain. The blue hexagons there are really what we see at the global level. And then down below, the orange and red is what happens at the national to community level. At ESCAP, we really try to invest in the link between these two and those regional systems. And that is what we'll also talk a little bit more about today. Next slide, please. So here, I'm sure everyone is already aware of this in this conference. You're all experts in the room, and it's a privilege to share this with you. But I just wanted to put up on the slide, here's the Indian Ocean tsunami warning systems that currently exist. What I'll be sharing more is based on the Indian Ocean tsunami because we are here in India. But just to highlight as well, tsunamis is not the only regional early warning mechanism that exists, especially for India. India currently chairs the panel on tropical cyclones. You also provide the Regional Specialized Meteorological Center in New Delhi, which supports a lot of countries in the region. You're also the chair of the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System. So regional early warning systems have really been proven to be successful when it comes to creating transboundary solutions for shared hazards. Next slide, please. So after the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, it really spurred, obviously, this large investment in shared early warning systems. So this was the establishment of what is now known as the Trust Fund for Tsunami Disaster and Climate Preparedness. So it's gone through 2 decades of reinvigoration and adapting its approaches. But what we've found is when you invest in shared solutions, you do reap the rewards. And I just want to acknowledge as well, since 2015, India, through the Ministry of Earth Sciences, has been a key member of our advisory council to steer how the trust fund can invest in South-South and triangular cooperation for early warning systems. Next slide. Another big component of the trust fund and our work, initially it started just as tsunami preparedness, but because the approach has really shown to be successful, we've expanded the scope to cover multi-hazards. And Dr. Sanjay Srivastava really shared tsunami in a multi-hazard context in his presentation as the honorary guest at the opening day on Friday. So I won't repeat this, but just to highlight that the focus really is on investments in early warning systems and preparedness in general, not just for geophysical hazards like tsunamis, but for all sorts of coastal hazards that our communities can be prepared for. Next slide, please. So what I will talk about right now is, and highlight what a lot of my fellow speakers and people in the room have been supporting, is looking at a capacity assessment for the whole Indian Ocean Basin tsunami preparedness. So the UNESCO IOC, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, conducted the first capacity assessment in 2005, and then again in 2018, and now this year we've just finished the same for 2024, really to look and celebrate the progress that has been achieved in the last 2 decades, but also to look more at the gaps. Where can we strategically invest to ensure that tsunami preparedness is comprehensive across the whole ocean basin? If you click again, it will also pull up on this slide what we're also working on and we'll be excited to launch is the policy paper, policy recommendations. How do we translate the technical capacity gaps in the tsunami warning system into language for policymakers? If you click the next slide, please. So here we're framing the gaps in terms of the 4 pillars of an early warning system. And I'll go through the key messages and the gaps that we've found in this capacity assessment for you to understand. And we're excited to be launching the policy paper here in the 26th of December, marking 20 years since the Indian Ocean tsunami. Next slide, please. So starting with, I think we can skip over this. I think everyone is probably very well aware of the development of the Indian Ocean tsunami warning system. And the main service providers, the tsunami service providers for the region are in fact India through INCWAS, as well as Indonesia and Australia. Next slide, please. So here from a pillar 1 perspective on disaster risk knowledge, we really have seen over the last 20 years a shift from single hazard, looking at tsunami as alone, but we're now into incorporating it into multi-hazard assessments. And we also have seen a gap looking at there's a low percentage of local level assessments when compared to things like national level and regional level assessments. So this is something that needs to be invested in more in the future. Next slide, please. So on pillar 2, observation, monitoring and forecasting, this one is quite interesting because we do see a big gap when we look at national tsunami warning centers being 24/7 operational. In fact, 2 countries in the Indian Ocean Basin reported that they do not have 24/7 capability, which is a serious gap that we've been able to investigate and highlight through this capacity assessment. If you click to the next slide, it will zoom into this figure that I've got here. And this is something that should be celebrated. From A to C, 2005 to 2024, we see the densification of the monitoring system. On the top row there is the seismic observation network, and on the bottom row is the sea level observation network. And this is something that is an achievement, and it's really due to the cooperation between countries to share this network and monitor this network together. But it also goes to say, if you invest in new instrumentation, you also need to have the financing to maintain and keep up the operations in the future. Next slide is for pillar 3 on warning, dissemination and communication. So we've seen an obvious shift in how we communicate warnings, with more things like email and SMS, and there's a lot of countries that are looking into cell broadcasting, which is a positive thing, and a decline in things relying on like fax machines. So this is quite intuitive and expected, but we also see that some countries are facing challenges when we're looking at turning these warnings into the common alerting protocol, which is a very clear, straightforward way that we can support countries and invest in improving warning, dissemination and communication to ensure that everyone will be able to receive tsunami warnings when they happen. Next slide, please. Then the fourth pillar here is on preparedness and response capabilities. So this one, you can see there's a big increase in community activities and public awareness campaigns around tsunami preparedness. However, the demand for more public awareness and more support is there, and it has been a big thing that has come out of the capacity assessment, that yes, there are some brilliant practices across certain communities. These really do need to be scaled across entire districts, entire provinces, entire coastal hotspots. So there's a lot of opportunity here to really leverage the learnings of the last 20 years to bring it into the mainstream for schools, for communities and local disaster management officers. Next slide, please. One cross-cutting pillar we have is governance and institutional arrangements. And the big learning here is that tsunami preparedness really does feature now in a lot of national DRR policies, which is brilliant. But there is a gap when it comes to local level policies. So this is something that can be invested in, especially when it comes to local level standard operating procedures for tsunami warning. Next slide. And then the last cross pillar is on sustained cooperation and financing. So we really see that when we can integrate tsunami preparedness, tsunami warning systems into the multi-hazard context, we could see considerable gains and economic value to this when investments could be quite high looking at a single hazard approach. Another thing here is just to highlight that the investments made again into the observation network and the technology really does need to be supported and resourced at the national level and the provincial level to ensure that these networks and the technology investments can be sustained and maintained through everyday operations. So I've got 2 more slides. If you go to the next slide, it will just be a summary of all of the key recommendations. These are the ones that are common across multiple countries and also demonstrate opportunities for us to invest in and work together. So that is, definitely strengthening localized risk awareness. It's enhancing the real-time forecasting and sharing of data. It's inclusive and accessible warning communications. It's working together on preparedness with communities themselves. It's driving coordination across multiple levels from, like I said, global to regional, national to local, and also building our resilience through collaboration and financing, which is a big gap. If you go to the next slide, I just wanted to also show you, and this I think will be the last one for the session, is we've been able to group the recommendations by what we've deemed as high capacity, medium capacity, and low capacity countries across the Indian Ocean basin. And some of these recommendations here really do lend itself to development partners that are represented in the Trust Fund for Tsunami Disaster and Climate Preparedness to ensure that we invest strategically in groupings of countries to learn together and to grow together. And I think my colleague who's on the line at the moment, Dr. Mokhtari, shared yesterday a similar project that has done this quite successfully in the Northwest Indian Ocean and helped facilitate learning between high capacity to low capacity countries and in between. So we really do see when countries do cooperate and work together, the collective capacity can increase and the collective preparedness and resilience is really demonstrated. So I just wanted to close here. I'm happy to take questions. I know that I ran quickly through some of those recommendations, but just to share that these slides are with the organizers, and on the 26th of December, the full report will be published online. So we'll be very, very happy to share that with everyone as well. Thank you so much again for allowing me to join you today in the session. Very happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ms. Jamili, for the nice presentations. Now we have one or two questions from the audience.
Hi, Emily. This is Dr. D. Datta. Yeah, I have one question because in SCAP total, these things what we don't see, because during disaster, an important aspect is the data. So and like what you need is a data infrastructure, and when you need the data infrastructure, you need interoperability. When you need interoperability, you need data standards. What's the thought processes in the UNESCAP at that?
This one is very, very important. You highlight a very key issue that not just SCAP is seeing, not just the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning Mitigation is seeing, but this is coming through with the global base observation network, so GBOM. There's also the World Meteorological Organization's Congress, which is coming out quite strong now on data unity. One thing that we actually did find in this capacity assessment, that the sharing of real-time data for things like sea level monitoring stations has in fact declined in recent years, which is, I guess, putting up some alarm bells to think about why this is. But I think it's from SCAP's perspective, we really do advocate for the solutions that multilateralism can bring. In a day and age now when people can be questioning this, things like early warning systems really do demonstrate how this is really in fact a public good. So when we look at the solutions for data sharing, and I fully agree with your point, it is an ongoing challenge, but we do promote data sharing, we do promote interoperable solutions, which is why the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning Mitigation System is such a great platform for this. But we also do promote things like the Common Alerting Protocol, where we do see the standardization through mechanisms like the International Telecommunication Union. So I recognize I probably haven't answered your question too well, because we always have that same question ourselves. So I thank you for asking, and I think we can collectively keep on making sure that we ask that question to make sure that policymakers do understand the priority for data and having mechanisms be able to access the data to ensure that the early warnings are as accurate and as timely as they can be. So thank you for your question.
Thank you. And one more last question.
Temili, hi. Just wanted to ask you one thing about this trust fund for tsunami, climate, and disaster resilience. Is this trust fund open to academic institutions and also to NGOs and corporates who are actually also interested in this kind of tsunami, disaster, and climate resilience building?
Thank you for your question and the opportunity to plug and advertise our program. The Trust Fund for Tsunami Disaster and Climate Preparedness is actually in a moment of strategy redesign. So we've just finished our current strategy, but come 2025, we'll be launching a new one and releasing a new call for proposals with our partners. So partners have included UN agencies, NGOs, in some cases, national governments as well. But where we try and fund programs is where they demonstrate a regional cooperation component where countries can share learnings and work together specifically on transboundary hazards. This is the focus of our funding, and also taking a programmatic approach, so long-term visions where we can slowly invest in catalytic solutions. So one key example of this was the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System, and this was about 7 years of slow investment with the Maldives Meteorological Service and the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center to develop and establish RHYME. So this is something that we're very proud of. Similarly, I know that Dr. Mohammed Mokhtari is very well aware of our long-term program on the Northwest Indian Ocean, looking at the Makran subduction zone. So there our focus is looking at what are the gaps that can be addressed when countries do work together on shared hazards. So thank you for your question, and you can, I'll share with the organizers as well the details of our trust fund, but we'll put through a call hopefully in Q1 of 2025. Thank you.
Thanks, Timili, for your lovely presentations. And then I know that you are on time pressure to catch the flight, and we would like to once again thank, and then we would like to give a big applause to Ms. Timili for her interactive session also. Hopefully you will miss our token of appreciation with the memento, but hopefully at some point they will be able to. Oh,
I can hear your applause. I can see your smiles. That's enough of a token of appreciation for me. Thank you for having me, and thank you for this certificate. It's been wonderful to be with you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I had a very small question from as an online. I had a very small question. If it's too late, you can get it.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Timili. It was fantastic to see you, and very great to see all those activities which UNESCO has been involved, and your personal reputation concerning all this kind of very intensive work has been conducted there. Based on what you have as a expertise, you know that we're talking about this public-private sector. To come and get involved with this financing, and also even with the scientific part. I would like to ask you, what do you think about it? What do you anything which UNESCO or your system can really help with this? Because I think this is really becoming some sort of future activities or future goal to be able to get some help from that side. I would appreciate if you can just elaborate on that. If anything which you can think of, we could really work on it to be able to get some help there. Thank you. I apologize again intervening like that.
Thank you, Dr. Mokhtari. Thank you for your kind words, and also another brilliant question. Probably in response, I have two responses. One, in the UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready program, one of the very first steps is to really look at the existing resources that exist in a community to become tsunami ready. And, we see some brilliant public-private partnership in Indonesia when they partner with the hotel industry to recognize adequate vertical evacuation centers, and working with community and the hotels and ensuring that they can evacuate safely and timely. I think this is a great example of just using existing infrastructure to keep people safe, not only the tourists, but also the communities that live in the neighboring streets. So there's a great examples that currently already exist through the Tsunami Ready program, and that one indicator I think is such a key component to this, and recognizing what currently exists in the community to be tsunami ready. A second component, at least from SCAP side, is we have what's called the Sustainable Development Business Network, and it's one network that I am trying myself to tap into to raise awareness around disaster risk reduction and how businesses can be involved. Unfortunately, we're still looking at the trend where it's easier to invest in disaster response and recovery as opposed to disaster preparedness. Often you don't get as nice of a photo opportunity when you invest in disaster preparedness than you do when you're doing more things like disaster recovery and relief operations. So this is something that we're continuously advocating for, and we think it's worthwhile for all stakeholders to demonstrate that there is such a need, and also such available resources with the private sector that can be easily utilized for things like disaster preparedness. So another question where, yes, we have the same question, and it's good that we keep on asking it, because it's something that we need to continue to find more solutions for and promote in the mainstream. So thank you, Dr. Mokhtari.
Thanks again, Ms. Timili. Have a
thank
nice
you so
and safe
much.
flight. Okay, thank you. So now we call upon Ms. Santa Sheila Nair for sharing her experience about 2004 tsunami, Nagapattinam, Tamil Nadu ground zero experiences and lessons. The floor is yours.
First, my pranams to Amma. This is the first time I've been able to come to this holy place, as it were. My thanks to Govind Menon for inviting me here, and to Amrita University. And most of all, thanks to all of you, because post-lunch is very difficult to talk to anybody. And practically the last session after 3 days of talks, if you are still here, you must be hardcore. You must be really very much committed to the subject. And I must apologize because I was asked to come here. I am long retired. I'm 14 years since I have retired. I hope I'm not tired yet. And Govind Menon said that I should come because of the work that we did at that time. I am not going to actually talk to you about resilience building, because I am not in current touch with what amount of resilience building has been going on all over the world. I'm not in that sector at all anymore. It was just an opportunity that I had at that time. But something that Emily mentioned just now, and maybe I take off from there, it is a lot more about the responses, how we responded to something like tsunami in 2004, which was totally unknown. It was, even the word tsunami was not known. When people said it was tsunami, they said, what is tsunami? Today, you want to discuss something that happens in parliament, you say it's a tsunami happening in parliament. So, the word has become current in common language, but at that time, we didn't even know what was tsunami. And so I am going to talk to you a personal experience. And as a person who witnessed that tsunami, the horrors of it, the impact of it, the sheer vastness of it, the sheer surprise of it, the whole kind of more than disaster, the shock that it created in all of us, in the entire government system, the entire media, everything, because of the total unknown factor. Now, if there's a lesson to be learned from that, it is that today we know about tsunami. Tomorrow there may be some other disaster that we do not know about, and we don't have any idea what is going to hit us. I don't know what it could be. It could be anything. But if we are prepared for something which is unknown, and what were our responses to that, if that is a lesson, then perhaps we are better protected. So mine is just a personal experience. They asked me, do I have a PowerPoint? It's a long time since I stopped making PowerPoints. I think, I'm sorry to say this, but most of the time there's no power and no point. It is forgotten very quickly. So I thought it's more relevant to talk from the heart, talk from my real experiences in flesh and blood. And in these days of artificial intelligence, it's not a chat box generated speech. It is real. It is something that I actually experienced. And so I'll start at the very beginning. In Chennai, I live on a road called Beach Road. So you can imagine how close I was to the tsunami. So when my cook at home came and told me, I'm about 300 meters from the sea. So he came and told me that the sea is coming in. I didn't know what he was saying. I thought you were drunk or something. I said, what's the matter? How can the sea come in? Because it was a plain, fine day. There was no rain. Everything was fine. It didn't look like anything was wrong. And he said the sea was coming in. So I ran out of the house and ran out of the flat and went towards the sea. And I saw everybody running away from the sea. I thought something is wrong. Only I seem to be the fool running towards something when everybody else is running away from it. So I also packed up and ran back. And then we just took whatever little belongings we had and tried to get away. We didn't know what was happening. And then somebody called us who was far away from the beach, from the coastline, and said it's all coming on the TV. People who were on the morning walk in Marina have been washed away. The sea has come in. It has come right up to the DGP's office. And then only we realized that, something like this is happening. We were actually almost on the beach when this happened. Fortunately, nothing happened on our bit of the stretch of the sea. So as a government official at that time, I was secretary in the government of Tamil Nadu. This happened at about 9 o'clock in the morning, and at 1 o'clock, I got a call from the chief secretary saying, rush to Kalpakkam. Kalpakkam is where our nuclear facility exists. And in that time and on that occasion, I must say, how every human being responded. My driver, who was far away, just came rushing to my place thinking that maybe I will need him. And so when I was asked to go to Kalpakkam, within 2 minutes, I got into the car and was rushing to Kalpakkam. I went to Kalpakkam, and that was my first view of what tsunami was. I saw dead bodies lying around, but it was very well organized because Kalpakkam is a nice, organizational setup. So they were collecting the bodies and keeping them in a small hospital. And then our fear was that there would be another wave. There would be a recurrence. We didn't know, what tsunami was. And this was a nuclear facility. If anything goes wrong, terrible things can happen. They assured us that the nuclear facility had shut down. So this is another thing we have to talk about, There are nuclear facilities and things like that, and you know what happened in Japan. So they told us it had shut down. By the time somebody from the army had also come, we went on to a control room on the top from where we could see the sea and also a part of the plant. And we were worried any time the whole facility would be underwater. The second thing that we noticed was the senior management of the Kalpakkam Atomic Energy unit there were all dead because their residences were along the beach, because they were the premium residences. Because, the better off that you are and the more high up in the hierarchy that you are, you have the beach view and the view right next to the sea almost. So this is another lesson learned, that people who were needed to take decisions and who were the senior echelons of the organization were almost all gone. And so they were clueless. Everybody was clueless on what to do and how to operate. So we did as best as we could. And as you know, there wasn't another tsunami, another wave. So we got away with it. And a day later, I got back to Chennai because normal relief and rehabilitation work was going on. We hadn't realized that the tsunami was really, really bad, much further away from Chennai and Kalpakkam. It was really bad in Nagapattinam. Nagapattinam, if you see I don't have a PowerPoint, as I said, so I can't show it to you. Nagapattinam, if you see the map of Tamil Nadu, it's like a nose sticking out into the sea. And the tip of the nose is Nagapattinam. So the maximum impact was in Nagapattinam. And we didn't realize it until a day or two later. And there was huge press coverage and outrage about the lack of response and how terrible the tragedy was. Not many people had been able to get there, but that was really ground zero. And I got a call a day later, 28th perhaps, and the chief secretary called me and said, CM wants you to go to Nagapattinam, go now. I was in the office and I had 500 rupees with me. I called all the people around to give me some money. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm just going. This was the kind of situation in which we were all. And she told me that the CM will be coming next morning. Of course, the CM was coming by helicopter. I had to go by road. And so it was taking me 6 hours to go. But in that 6 hours, I had a team of people which I just put together. And then I realized that I was in the Department of Rural Development. I realized what a huge army I had in that department. And I'm telling you this because it was a part of the effectiveness of the response that we were all feted for and congratulated for what we were able to do at that time. So as I drove, there were 26 districts in Tamil Nadu. So each district, I was able to ask them to move in supplies and some relief materials from different parts of the state to move towards Nagapattinam, because this is where the worst happening had been. When I reached Nagapattinam, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, utter chaos. The collector was not there. I don't know, some of you are international students, and I believe most of you are academics. So I am a pure practitioner. I have no PhD, no academic credentials. So I don't talk the language academia, but this is the practical thing that happened. The district collector who is in charge of the district, he was not there. He had gone on leave somewhere. There was utter chaos. The government offices were fully inundated. The sea had come right in. The government hospital was fully inundated. Almost all the roads had breached. And when we reached, there was total darkness, total chaos, and nobody knew why I had come. What was my job? I was Secretary of Rural Development. What am I doing there? And the first thing I did was call the Chief Secretary and said, just give clear instructions that I'm in charge and that everybody has to. I come from an army family, so I get this habit of being very commander-in-chief type of mode. So I said, just tell them that they have to just take orders from me. Anyway, so when I moved there, the first thing that hit us was that there were 6,000 dead bodies just lying strewn all around. 6,000 dead bodies. And it was all over the place, all over the place. There were trains that the railway lines had been thrown up on coconut palms. The waves had lifted the railway lines onto coconut palms. There were bogies hanging, railway train bogies hanging from households and trees. And all kinds of bizarre spectacles that we saw. We were wondering, how are we even going to deal with this? And the very important thing was, Nagapattinam also is a place of pilgrimage. There's a famous Velangani church there. It was the day after Christmas. So there were a whole lot of pilgrims who came a lot from Kerala and from all over the country who were killed in the waves. So usually when there's a disaster, it is local people who die. And in this disaster, there were a whole lot of unknown people. And if I had a PowerPoint, I could have shown you these pictures of just dead bodies lying all over the street, across the church, all over the place. Nobody had any clue where they were from, who they were, which state they were from, and they were just lying all over the place. So when we went there were so many things happening, but the worst thing was these dead bodies lying around. And that was also giving us the worst press, because everybody was going to town saying, look at these dead bodies lying around, etc., and so on. And so the first thing that we had to do, and I was there like on 29th, by the 31st of December, our entire focus was on removing the dead bodies, just taking them out. And then there was no question of postmortem, nothing at all. There's no question. All these bodies are in some, stages of decomposition. And the thing that we did, and that I must compliment and thank Anna University students had come from there. They created a database. Every dead body was photographed. And we put the photographs up in a website so that people can come back and see, because bodies had just to be disposed. And I don't want to tell you horrible stories of how they were disposed, but one of the things was that we tried cremation. It was not possible to cremate 6,000 dead bodies all over the place. We had to bury them. And most of them was along the beach in practically shallow graves, because the urgency was to get the dead bodies out, because there was fear of outbreak of disease and all kinds of other complications. And we had to bury them as quickly as possible, get them out. And I just want to share this one little interesting information. It's not high tech. it is very low tech. A person came to me from Auroville, and he had developed something called effective microorganisms, which contribute to helping actually fixing of nitrogen in the soil, but also helps in decomposition of organic matter. And when we buried these dead bodies, it was all salty water and sand, and we weren't sure how quickly these dead bodies were going to decompose. And to tell one small horror story, there were a lot of stray dogs who were not getting any food. They started scavenging on the dead bodies. It was terrible. And then somebody said, kill all the dogs. So somebody said, Manaka Gandhi will come. So, we had animal rights versus human rights. All sorts of complicated things happen in a situation like this. You can't forecast these things. You don't know how to manage these things. So we use these effective microorganisms quite effectively. We used them in all the places where the bodies were buried. And I'm happy to say that we had no outbreak of disease or any complication, even contamination of water from the decomposing bodies. The huge number of bodies in a small area we had to do. The other important point that I would like to highlight was that, of course, that there was no water, there was no electricity, the roads were breached, infrastructure was completely gone. So our first effort was to put some kind of infrastructure together. And most important, about 6,000, as I said, 6,000 bodies were lying dead in about 3-4 kilometers radius. And another 4,000 bodies were in a little further distance. Now, there were more than 2 lakh people who had to be evacuated, who were affected by the tsunami. And a very interesting part of the tsunami, and this is a lesson learned, was that there was very little other injury. There was nobody with a broken hand or a broken leg or anything like that. Either you were dead or you were alive. You drowned or you were alive. And yes, there was only one type of medical issue that we had, which was people had problems with their eyes because of the salt water going into the eyes and contaminated water going into the eyes. So we had need for eye specialists to come and take care of people affected, the victims who were still alive, but not at all for any other kind of injury or anything like that. And I'm mixing experience and lesson. A large number of people came over to Nagapattinam, and many of them were medical practitioners who came with a lot of expectation of all kinds of injury and maybe of other medical conditions, and brought medicines of all kinds with them, and find nobody to give it to. And after 3-4 days, when they had nothing to do, they had to leave. So they just distributed the medicines to everybody. And we had another disaster with people consuming medicines which they didn't need. Because the people, they gave them medicines as all, steroids and antibiotics and all kinds of things. They just came with all of this, and there were people from all over the world. There were Doctors Without Borders, there's people from all over the world, because tsunami was such a thing. And in India, Nagapattinam was the worst affected, the whole of the country. So, and this was another huge thing. While we were doing recovery and rehabilitation, we had to go around telling people, please don't take the medicines that they were given to you. It was not meant to be taken. We had fallouts from that. This is another thing that we need to talk about in responses. How do you respond? What kind of response do you do? Then at the point of the first rehabilitation, there is, of course, at a time like this, there's utter shock and a kind of numbness in everybody. And I have to say that it affects also the relief personnel, people who are working on relief and rehabilitation. In fact, I had a friend of mine who came to help us. She is from New York. She's an American woman who worked with 9/11. And she was in India at that time. She came and she said, this is very important, because you will have people who are dealing with this disaster succumbing to the to the psychological impact of the disaster on them. And actually, we did have one of our people commit suicide. He just jumped off the collector's office because it was too much to take. It was too much for anybody to take. Even you don't have to be a victim. You just have to be one of the people who are involved in that relief effort. So counseling had to be done both for victims and also for the relief and rehabilitation person. It's very, very important. And today you have NDRF and SDRF. We didn't have all those things at that time. Maybe it's an important point not only to tell the formal response forces, but also communities that when you are part of the relief and rehabilitation work, what is the kind of counseling that you need? It's very important to know that. The second thing, the next point that I want to highlight was the amount of relief materials that pour in. And everybody thinks that people need food. So, packages and packages of food just arrive. And there are tons and tons of, in Tamil Nadu, we call it puliyodare, tamarind rice. Tamarind rice keeps for a few days, unlike other rice. So, there were mountains of tamarind rice being received. And it was a disaster, another disaster, that you have to deal with this rotting food, which people give with good intention. And then the victims at some point say, no more tamarind rice. We don't want this stuff. Both ho gaya. We can't take any more of this anymore. So there comes a stage when this is very important. And I am told that even in the Siachen Glacier, our troops, we need to do this, that one of the first things that you have to do is give freshly cooked food. It makes a huge difference to the morale and bringing people back on track. So we first started with sambar, rice and all that freshly cooked food. The smell and aroma of these, I'm told, I worked in the Agriculture Ministry in Government of India long ago. And at that time, we worked with the DRDO, the Defense Research Organization. They were growing coriander and other things in high altitude in snow for troops in Siachen Glacier, just to get the aroma of the coriander to make them feel better. Others, they're eating tinned food all the time. This is the case even in victims of something as horrific as the tsunami. A freshly cooked food made a lot of difference in calming them down, making them less prone to rumors and any kind of depression or suicidal tendencies and so on. And of course, the fishermen after some time said, no more sambar and rice, we want fish and curry, fish and rice, because that is their food. So the day we gave them fish, they felt that we had done a great job. So it's very important to know these things, because all that are little things but make a big difference. The point that I would like to highlight, particularly because I'm a woman, is that in the relief and rehabilitation centers at that time, we were the first people to point out that women's menstrual needs were not being addressed. We got packaging, we got relief material from all over the world. There used to be diapers. Which fisherman will use diapers for his children in India? But diapers would come in large quantities, but no menstrual hygiene kits or sanitary pads or anything. So, and the thing was that the privacy needed for the women, this was a huge, huge issue in all the rehabilitation camps. And we had to, wherever possible, build a little thatch shed or something for them to have their sanitation material washed and cleaned. And, there's a lot of cultural things attached to that. And another point that a doctor told me was, in a crisis, that almost all women lose their cycle and there could be heavy incidents of menstruation post a huge disaster, a huge trauma like this. So the need for women particularly has to be addressed. And now, of course, everybody talks about it. I think it's being taken care of. But even in relief camps, the facilities available, that you may provide for toilets, but not for menstrual hygiene.
Ma'am,
am I taking too much time?
Yeah, one more minute.
One more minute?
Yeah.
I'm not even started. Okay, so anyway, the point about women, I am a woman, so I have to tell this. Okay, quickly to run through the other things. When I was there, I might sound a little arrogant and, you know, I don't know what else I can call myself, but when I was there and organizing and responding to all that, I thought all my training as an IAS officer was for that day. It was just the fact that we have been brought up to deal with multi-dimensional issues that made it possible for us to handle it, made it possible for me to handle it. And I am very grateful. I hate something like tsunami ever happening again, but I am very grateful in my career, I had the opportunity to serve in that kind of a situation. It was like a war situation, responding to it like a commander-in-chief, like a general in charge, and all my troops were following the command. I got 12 young IAS officers to work as a team with me. We formed them into micromanagement units with all facilities for a group of villages. There were 75 villages odd, and we moved them as units into all these areas to bring them back. Now, I can't go into, of course, maybe if you have time, I can answer, give you some more questions. The other thing that I want to just highlight a bit, like all disasters, there are a lot of orphan children, there are a lot of destitutes, people rendered destitute, and most scary, young adolescent girls who have lost everything. And I didn't realize it at that time. There was a rush for adoption. And somebody came and warned me, for heaven's sake, don't allow it. Because I don't know if anybody is here from Sri Lanka, there were huge cases reported of pedophiles walking around, picking up kids and saying, you know, we are adopting them. So I requested the Honorable Chief Minister, please do not permit adoptions. We will set up a place. We had an orphanage set up by the government. All children, the children belong to the community. They should be looked after by the community. And in such a trauma, it is very, very scary what can happen. So also the adolescent girls. I saw this myself. Young girls sitting and crying, all 15, 16-year-old girls, easy victims for trafficking. And it's very sad to say, but in such a situation, there are such vultures hanging around. Vultures looking for these opportunities. And you have to be extremely, extremely sensitive to that. I requested the CM to put a kind of amount in each adolescent girl's name with some kind of a person who is a kind of guardian with 10 or 15 lakhs each, which will mature at a particular date, so that, you know, there's some kind of fund available for the adolescent child. The most difficult thing about handling the tsunami at the end of it, and I know many of you are NGOs, but handling the NGOs is one of the biggest problems because there are so many of them, and not all of them are easy to handle. In fact, most of them are very difficult to handle. And everybody wants to do everything, and everybody wants to be in full public glare. I'm sorry to say these things, but, you know, they want the fact that they are working to be known. So they want the best villages where, you know, a lot of media and everybody is there. So some villages get left behind. So this organizing of NGOs and what work each NGO will do, what is their capacity, what will they do, what will they not do. I had 460 NGOs from all over the world in that tiny place. And to handle their egos and their problems was another big challenge, which only an IAS officer can do, I think. One of the NGOs, so-called NGO, not NGO, group of people who came were young schoolboys from UK. I asked them, what are you doing here? They said, we have come from England. I said, what did you come for? To help the natives. They really felt, you know, they're coming into Bundock land to help the natives. I just smiled at them, you know, they were also, then it is very, I'm just taking it, it's just too interesting. I want to share this. There was a group of lamas who came from Tibet, and they came in all their dress and all that, bringing things for the people of Nagapattinam. And I said, please come, and I'm so and so. They said, no, we know only the collector is important. We don't care who you are. We want to see only the collector. I said, I'm bigger than the collector, you know. He works under me. So no, only collector. Somebody had told them that only believe the collector. Anyway, so he came and we summoned the collector, and you know what they had brought for people who are living in 40 degrees centigrade? Yak blankets. You know, nobody knew what to do with them, because for them that is the most precious thing. You know, it was so touching that they came all the way from the Himalayas with yak blanket because they felt something for people who were suffering. Another trainload of young Sardars came from Punjab. A big trainload of them, because our governor at that time was Surjit Singh Barnala, who was Sardarji. So these, you know, people had never seen the sea, came all the way. And in the train, a train load actually, they were making rotis with deshi ghee and dal. And these fishermen could not just digest that so much of deshi ghee and rotis and so all that food we ate, because, you know, and what the thing that I'm trying to say, there is this total outpouring of goodwill, but which is very difficult to manage. And today maybe we know better about it. The one thing that I want to highlight was after the initial stage of rehabilitation in temporary accommodation, we went in for permanent accommodation. And that is another big issue, because Amrita, I must say, Amrita institutions did a wonderful job of one area where they did the housing, and it became so good that everybody wanted only the Amrita housing. So the problem is that for us, it is difficult because we need to standardize these things, you know, that it has to be, everybody cannot have Amrita, then everybody else must work like Amrita or something like that. So one thing is that these Amritas was probably the only one which built houses with tsunami resilience inbuilt into it. You know, the houses were such that, you know, there was some kind of a place where they could even climb up and so on. So a lot of thought went into that. But these are some good examples which I can share with you. The last point, and since I think you're looking at me rather menacingly, I will stop at this point. Maybe in discussions we can talk. You see, we didn't count the dead in terms of men and women. We didn't have time to. We still don't know how many men died, how many women died. But more women died. And the fishermen told me that the men, when the waves came, they're all wearing mundu, those dhoti. They just took out the dhoti and ran. You know, because I'm just talking about the cultural thing. The women with all their saris got entangled in the shrub kind of bushes and the long hair. The women got killed by their long hair and saris. So all women of today don't wear saris and don't have long hair. So I'm saying, you know, this was designed to drown you. I don't know. This is a big lesson that we learned, you know, in the sense that, you know, your attire can make a difference. I don't know if in all your responses about how you will warn and things like that, once it has hit or once something like that has hit, is it possible to save people because of their attire? I mean, I don't know if it's important enough, but I think a lot of women lost their lives because of that. Okay, I'll stop here because I don't want to eat into other people's this thing. But let me tell you, Vinod and everybody else, how it is very nice of all of you to remember somebody after 20 years for having worked in that situation and to come here and relive those memories with you. I hope it never happens again. It was a terrible thing. And I'm very happy to say that the reward I got at that time was that the Sri Lanka government requested me to come and advise them on how to handle their tsunami, and that was a great recognition for me. I didn't get any recognition from the government of India. But in fact, Tamil newspapers wrote editorials about it, saying, you know, we are so proud and so happy. It was not me alone. It was a group of people. And I can tell you, right from the topmost official to the lowest official, everybody worked like there was no tomorrow, like they were robots. They forgot everything, all creature comfort. An IAS officer who worked with me, his wife was in labor and in the hospital delivering their baby. He came to work with me. And he was from North India. He had no family, nothing. He said, no, ma'am, this is more important. This was the kind of people we are, not only IAS officers, everybody, all sorts of people at every level, sacrificed everything and worked like you. We often call the government bureaucracy a lazy, indolent, uncaring people, but you see them in a disaster. You'll be glad that you're alive because of them. Thank you very much.
No, actually, we.
I don't even know if yeah. I just 1 minute. Ma'am, I just have to say I am so emotional today. It's like meeting a movie star, or I won't go and meet a movie star, but somebody like you, because I started my career studying the tsunami. I was 38 in the United States, and I never knew that you were the one who were the shaker and the mover behind all those IAS officers who did such tremendous work.
Thank you so much.
I'm so emotional right now. I think I'll come and hug you or namaskaram and everything together. I'm so proud that there was a woman behind this. Thank you very
so
much.
much. Very kind of
Namaskar.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you can have all the discussions after the session and so on. So, okay.
Thank you, Shanta ma'am, for that charismatic and most powerful speak. Okay, to honor ma'am, I kindly request Professor Vinod Menon, founder member of NDMB, to come to the dais and give the token of appreciation. Please. Yeah, ma'am. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Vinod sir.
So I once again thank Ms. Santa ma'am for the wonderful talk. Like I cannot, like as a chair, I cannot stop you at all. But unfortunately, we have two more speakers and we are left out with only 12 more minutes to start the validatory function because the governor is on the way and we need to start by 4 p.m. So I kindly request, like sincere apologies for the last two speakers. So I would like to call upon Mr. Harald Spang. Your time slot is only for 6 minutes. And then the last speaker will have the same amount of 6 minutes, but no more Q&A session for both the speakers. And if you have any doubts, like we have all the details about the speakers, so we can provide you with all the full biography and everything. But anyway, I will quickly read the biography about both the speakers. Yeah, both online. Yeah, both online. So let me call upon quickly Mr. Harald. He's going to give a talk about learning from experience, lesson from tsunami events in Indonesia since 2004. He's a geologist with more than 30 years of experience in international technical cooperation in the field of natural resources and environmental management, disaster risk management, and early warnings. After several long-time assignments in Latin America and Asia as a team leader and project manager for various German development institutions, he's working as a freelance consultant since 2014. And in addition to various advisory services on a broader spectrum of technical topics, the accomplishment of processes, multi-stakeholder approaches, organizational consulting, training, and modernization plays an important role in his work. So I call Mr. Harald for giving a short talk on the topic learning from experience with the Indonesian context. So you have like a maximum of 6 minutes, Mr. Harald.
Yeah, good afternoon and greetings from Germany. This is now really a big challenge. I've prepared for a 20 minutes talk, but I will try to make it as short as possible. Unfortunately, I was not able to come down to Kerala, so I do it online. So my talk is about real life experiences from Indonesia. And we looked at a number of incidents which happened during 2006 to 2022 and tried to take the lessons out from this. Next slide. So just shortly, this was a teamwork with Indonesian colleagues. We did it in the context of a German-Indonesian research project. And basically, we looked at 18 different cases which happened in Indonesia between 2006 and 2021. Next slide. So the cases were quite different. So we looked at different types of events. So there were earthquakes felt at the coastal areas where people might expect a tsunami, but thresholds was below and there was no warning issued. We had cases where a tsunami warning was issued, but fortunately no tsunami happened. We had a number of cases where a tsunami happened, triggered by earthquakes, but also some cases triggered by landslides and volcanic sources. And you see some have blue or yellow circles around this. These are events which have a higher number of casualties. Next slide. So what we also did, we looked at the cases to characterize them and in terms of the warning situation and also of the impacts. And what you can see here is that the warning service, we have two phases here. The level 1, where just potential tsunami message was given out, and later on, after 2012, a second service level was introduced, which provided warning levels for different areas in Indonesia. And you see also that in most cases, the nature provided warnings as well. Next slide. To do this analysis of these 18 cases, we relied on existing documentation. And this documentation was quite variable, I would say. So we decided to do summary documents to follow a structured approach where we highlighted the main issues of each of the events. Next slide. Additionally, we made a context analysis because after 2004, a lot has been changed in Indonesia in terms of the early warning system. There was no system in 2004, and there was a big process where I also have been involved to develop a system over the years, and also the disaster management system changed fundamentally in Indonesia. And it was important to understand each case with this background. Next slide. To do the analysis, the comparison, the comprehensive analysis for all these 18 cases, we developed a number of aspects which we looked at. And in order to get to a straightforward analysis, we decided to use a color coding and a simple 4-step rating system. So we put for each aspect, if it was running well, we put it in green, so it was good. If we observed there were minor problems, it got yellow, major or even failure or critical problems get orange or red coloring. And to allow for this rating, we also developed a set of indicators so that for each aspect we could have some indicators to decide on which rating and color code we would apply. In the end, next slide, this leads to a simple result chart. So you can see all this at a glance. So if you follow the rows, you see the 18 cases, the characteristics of the cases, and also how did it went for the 18 different aspects we looked at. And if you go vertical, so you can see for each of the aspects what is the overall performance over the year. So this helped us to do the comprehensive analysis of all the cases in a quite easy way. So I will now, in the next minutes, quickly show some highlights. Next slide. Some findings which are not only, from my point of view, relevant for Indonesia, but also relevant for all other countries who experience or who have tsunami threats. First of all is, now please back to the previous slide, please. So the first finding is that each case is really different. So we have no typical tsunami actually. So in terms of warning situation and of impact, each case of the 18 is unique. So this is also something that is very important for preparation, that you might always be confronted with a very specific situation. Next one. If we look at the cases in Indonesia, so what we saw is that incidents who were located along the Sunda Trench showed less problematic aspects than the ones in eastern Indonesia. And especially in 2018, where we had the Palau event and Krakatau event, we saw that the logic of the risk logic of the Sunda Trench is not really applicable for these areas. Next one. There are 7 aspects which relate to the warning chain, and in the blue box you see 3 aspects which are related to the local level. And what we saw is in Indonesia that the warning chain gives a very important role to the local level by decision making on evacuation, by disseminating the warnings to the local population. But we saw also that this is often not working well. So we see that that's by the coloring. And this is due that many local governments and local level institutions are not equipped with the resources they need to have in place for this role. Next one. What we also saw is that concerning the warning messages, there is a quite interesting issue. If you see on the left side, we have the 2 red boxes. So we had 2 different types of warning services. So the first one was a simple warning message which just said there is a potential tsunami or not. And later on, from 2012, there's a second service level where the system provided warning levels and geographical warning segments. And what you see on the coloring on the right-hand side is that the orange red is increasing over the time. So we saw that even providing better warning information does not necessarily assure that people have a good understanding of it. So this is also a very interesting finding of this study. The next one. In all the reports, we found a lot of information about panic reactions among the public. And you see that in most cases, we have critical values here by orange, yellow, or red colors. And we discussed it a lot. And possibly this is a part of intrinsic human reaction that people panic in such a situation. And the panic comes on the one hand from the experiencing the ground shaking if the earthquake was close to the shorelines. But also we saw that issuing a warning and receiving a tsunami warning was triggering panic reactions in people. So this is also something what is important to tackle. Next one. This is about public knowledge and awareness, and I think we all are aware that these are key issues for saving lives, especially also self-evacuation if you have near-field threats, and there's also a lot to do in this concern. Finally, next slide, we summed up the conclusions and recommendations from this study, and it contributed to a policy brief which was developed by the Tsunami Risk Project between German and Indonesian researchers. And this has also a specific community supplement which provides specific recommendations for stakeholders to strengthen preparedness at the local level. And there are much more details than which I cannot explain and talk about due to the time limits here. So you might look at this document. The link is visualized here in the screen. And lastly, I would also draw your attention, the next slide, to a tool which we developed based on this meta study. We saw that the structure we applied is quite useful to do also future assessments of incidents. So we developed this tool. It's just a set of guiding questions following a certain structure, and it's applicable for a range of different incidents. And you also could use it to evaluate exercises. The tool is still as a draft version, so we still want to apply it in real cases and then learn from it and to further develop it. If you're interested in that, you could contact me directly on that. So this is my last slide, and I thanks for the possibility to present this also in a very, very reviewed way. I would have loved to explain it in really further detail because they are really interesting findings, but due to the time issues, I leave it like it is for now, and thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassal, for being more resilient. So you have adapted to the change, and then you try to manage with the given stipulated time. And thanks for your nice overview about the learning experience from the Indonesian case. So with the limit on the time, like we are not going to have any questions for Mr. Harald. And so we would like to thank again, and then I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Mark Spalding, who is the president of the Ocean Foundation. So he's going to share his experience about nature-based solutions for tsunami resilience. Dr. Mark has served as president of the Ocean Foundation since 2003, growing from $200,000 to $18 million US dollar annual budget. He's a Center for Blue Economy Senior Fellow and Advisor to the UNEP Sustainable Blue Economy Finance Initiatives, and an advisor to the high-level panel for Sustainable Ocean Economy. And as an expert in international ocean policy, blue economy finance, and marine philanthropy, Spalding is an advisor to various ocean-centric investment funds and designed the first-ever blue carbon offset program, Seagrass Grow. He holds degree from Claremont McKenna College, Loyola Law School, and UCST. So I would like to call upon Dr. Mark to share his experience. in 6 to 7 minutes. Sorry for giving you a tight timeline, but hope you can manage within this stipulated timeline. So the floor is yours, Dr. Mark.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It was great to revisit 2004, the tragedy and the studies and such that were done. I hope you can see my slides. I'm going to start actually with slide number 8 and move through the end to cut to time, but I have provided all of my slides to the organizers for this meeting. When the tsunami hit, our first question was simple but crucial. What happened to the coastal habitats that support the communities? We partnered with the New England Aquarium to conduct rapid research, and what we found was striking at the time, something that was actually relatively new as a discovery, and that has informed a lot of work since then, and that was that areas with intact mangrove forest experienced significantly less damage than the areas where mangroves had been cleared. Let me then delve into a critical decision in response to the tsunami. We created a special fund that went beyond the typical... Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Could you please share your slide in a slideshow mode?
Ah, yes. Very good. Is that better?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
All right, let me just get my notes together here then. So, as I was mentioning, we created a specialized fund that went beyond typical humanitarian aid research, and while emergency relief was absolutely crucial, as we've just heard from a previous speaker, we recognized a specific gap, the need to support marine resource restoration and protection. This unique fund was specifically designed to enhance the recovery of local economies through their connection with the ocean. Our key priorities were comprehensive, assessing damage to coral reefs, mangroves, seagrass beds, and supporting local marine conservation organizations that were impacted by the disaster, helping rebuild sustainable coastal communities in ways that would make them more resilient. The scope of our challenge was immense, as was everything about this event. We were examining systemic issues that required systemic solutions. We sought to understand what factors contributed to faster ecosystem recovery, as this knowledge would be crucial for future disasters. We focused intensively on the sustainable rebuilding of coastal communities, not just replacing what was lost, but figuring out how to improve it. But we faced very sobering realities. Only about 2% of available funding typically goes to natural disasters. We consistently saw a shortfall in recovery funds and a chronic underfunding for building community resiliency and preparedness. We also had to address immediate challenges, minimal rapid response funds, reduced enforcement of marine protection due to loss of local officials, the urgent need for rebuilding of ecotourism infrastructure, supporting the recovery of local fishing communities, and developing sustainable seafood markets. Most importantly, we aim to rebuild the capacity of marine conservation NGOs in the affected regions, knowing that they would be crucial for long-term success. But these weren't just challenges, but opportunities to demonstrate how investing in natural systems and community preparedness would create more resilient coastal regions. Every problem we tackled helped us build a better model for future disaster response and prevention. As I've already mentioned, we discovered the areas with natural defenses, not just mangroves, but a combination of coral reefs, seagrass meadows, and mangroves, where those were intact, the places fared better dramatically. But it wasn't just about the physical protection. Traditional ecological knowledge provided absolutely invaluable in saving lives. and volunteer networks were also critical. And this, for us on the restoration and natural systems, included dive operators, community members, and international volunteers. The biggest takeaway from our studies at the time was something I can't emphasize enough, and that all of those natural systems I mentioned work best together. When they're almost like a team, where the coral reefs break down the wave energy, the seagrass meadows help with stabilization, and the mangroves provide a crucial barrier. Together, they protect against tsunamis and support local economies year-round through fishing, tourism, and other activities. When it comes to sustainable reconstruction, we learned three key things. First, ecosystems must be protected during cleanup and rebuilding, and while this seems obvious, it is often overlooked. Second, fisheries restoration needs careful management. You cannot just jump right back in. Third, maintaining natural sea defenses must be built into reconstruction plans from day one. One thing that really stands out in our experience is the importance of partnerships. We must strengthen connections between environmental organizations, aid groups, private sector, and local communities, especially indigenous peoples in certain places. It's not just about rebuilding, it's about doing so successfully and rebuilding better and smarter. We made recommendations that are still absolutely relevant today for us in other parts of the world in other circumstances. We need comprehensive approaches that cover immediate actions. We need policy changes and long-term management strategies. And you know what? These are not just nice to have ideas, these are essential for community survival. Let me share what we've learned about immediate actions and policy changes that are absolutely crucial. We must get serious about emergency response systems, implement standard protocols for assessing ecosystem damage, create dedicated emergency response funds for ecosystem recovery, and established well-trained rapid response volunteer networks. But it's not just about response. We need immediate protection measures too. This means implementing protective measures like coastal setbacks and construction standards, ensuring a natural resource protection that is baked into emergency management planning from the start, and establishing baseline environmental monitoring systems. Today's technology, especially the remote sensing we heard about a little earlier today, gives us tools that we couldn't even dream of in 2004. We've identified critical strategies that will really make a difference in the long term. Let's start with sustainable resource management. We need to establish trust funds for long-term reconstruction because recovery isn't a sprint, but a marathon. We also need sustainable timber sourcing strategies and comprehensive environmental monitoring programs so that we're not undoing things in front of us while we're doing restoration. But here's what I'm most passionate about: community capacity building. We need to form technical working groups that include indigenous peoples, local business representatives, and experts. We need to build local environmental management capacity because local communities will be maintaining all of these systems for decades to come. We must also maintain a regional perspective in recovery planning because tsunamis don't respect national boundaries. The graphs here show the distribution of tsunami aid and its use, and they're a very stark reminder that we need to allocate resources strategically and for immediate response and long-term resilience building. I'm going to wrap up with this limited time with 5 crucial lessons that we learned. First, prevention beats response every time. Communities that invest in natural systems before disasters see dramatically better outcomes. Second, we must integrate all knowledge types, from modern science to traditional ecological wisdom. Third, success comes from embracing interconnected systems. Fourth, and this is the toughest one, we must maintain momentum even during periods of calm. Finally, we have to make the economic case for nature-based solutions clear. I want to leave you with one final thought, and that's nature-based solutions aren't just about disaster protection. They're about building resilient communities that thrive every day. Thank you for your attention in this brief opportunity to intervene, and I thank the organizers for the invitation. Again, my slides are available to everyone. I have supplied them all to the organizers, and thank you for listening today.
Thank you, Dr. Mark, for the nice sharing of experience about the nature-based solution for tsunami and tsunami resilience. So now we move on to the final stage of this session, like formal vote of thanks for being here in this session. And then afterwards, like we have few more practical informations that will be shared by Dr. Sabrinath.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kannan. So the first and foremost, I would like to thank all the speakers, all the keynote speakers who gave some insightful lecture today afternoon. I would also like to thank Professor Kannan Govindan for chairing the session in a wonderful manner. We, in spite of having several time constraints, he managed the sessions really well. Please give a big round of applause to him. Yeah, I would also like to thank all the audience who patiently listened this keynotes and interacted in a very positive way. So, and especially I would like to apologize the last two speakers, that is Dr. Herald and Dr. Mark. We, as due to the time constraints, we are forced to cut short your time. My sincere apologies for that. So, so let's carry forward the thoughts shared by these keynote speakers in building a disaster resilient communities. So with that, I just wrap up. Thank you all once again, and a few announcement. Tea is arranged outside, so I kindly request you all to move to the session and place and have the tea. After that, please move to the Amriteshwari Hall. And before letting in the Amriteshwari Hall, you please make sure you have your respective ID cards, because our chief guest of the valedictory function, Honorable Governor of Goa, is nearing the venue. Once he is in the Amriteshwari Hall, no one will be let in. So I kindly request you to move to the venue after the tea. Thank you.
My name is Shiva.
And I am Shruti. We will be your MC for this evening. We now have reached the culmination of a successful 3-day international conference on tsunami risk reduction and resilience, organized by UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures, and the Center for Wireless Networks and Application. To commemorate the culmination of ICTR3, we welcome each and everyone to our valedictory event.
For the last 3 days, we have witnessed elaborate and inspiring keynote speeches, panel discussions from a wide range of experts from around the world. We believe that every one of you must have benefited from these sessions in ICTR3 and have gained valuable insight from the experts. So let us start today's session with a prayer. I request everybody to please rise for the occasion.
ध्यायामो धवलावगुण्डनवतीं तेजोमयीं नैष्टिकीं स्निग्धापाङ्गविलोकिनीं भगवतीं मन्दस्मितश्रीमुखीं वात्सल्यामृतवर्षिणीं सुमधुरम् सङ्कीर्तनालापिनीं श्यामाङ्गीं मधुसिक्तसूक्तिम् अमृतानन्दात्मिकाम् ईश्वरीम्।
We would like to invite Dr. Ravishankar M., Principal, Amrita School for Sustainable Futures. Joining CUSAT in 1986, Dr. Ravishankar contributed to research system design, sophisticated instrumentation lab, and industrial consultancy. In 1992, he became assistant professor in the Department of Marine Geology and Geophysics, later serving as head. After retiring in 2018, he joined Amrita Vidyapeetham, contribute to landslide early warning research and leading electronics and communication department. We now invite Sir to deliver the welcome address.
Om Amriteshwariye Namaha. Respected Dr. Balakrishnan Nair, Dr. Soichiro Yasukawa, Dr. Manisha ma'am, she'll be coming now, Professor Vinod Menon, and Dr. Sudha Liketi. It's a momentous occasion for all of us today as we gather here for the closing ceremony of the 3-day international conference on tsunami risk reduction and community resilience. Now, our Chancellor, Sri Mada Amritandamayi Devi, popularly known as Amma, used to always tell 3 factors are indispensable for any action to bear its intended result. That is, time, self-effort, and divine grace. We are deeply grateful that these 3 elements have aligned in our favor, contributing to the success of this event. I humbly bow down to Amma for this grace. It has been a privilege to host this landmark gathering at the Amrutapuri campus, marking 20 years since the devastating 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. This event brought together some of the world's foremost experts in tsunami and disaster management, creating a powerful platform for reflection, learning, and advancing global resilience in the face of such disasters. As we reflect on the success of this event, I would also like to take a moment to share a brief overview of Amrita Vidyapeetham and the incredible strides it has made in education and research. We have many guests and many of you may not be knowing about our university, so I'll just give a brief introduction about this one. In 2 decades, Amrita has emerged as a global leader in higher education and research with 9 campuses, 19 schools, and 30 plus research centers, offering 250 plus academic programs. Our community comprises 2,400 plus faculty and 30,000 plus students, fostering strong international partnership with over 300 universities in the world. With a dynamic research community, we have produced 17,500 plus high quality research publications, and 24 faculty members rank among the world's top 2% by Stanford University. Now, as a recognition of our meritorious stride in the education field, we got NIRF rank 7, and world rank of the THE ranking, we are in 81 in the world. So that tells the quality of education that we offer at Amrita Vidyapeetham. Our impactful research is supported by over rupees 300 crore funding from various sources, affirming our capabilities recognized by government and industrial agencies worldwide. To make healthcare accessible and affordable for one and all, Amrita has 2 flagship super specialty hospitals in Kochi and Faridabad. Amrita's Faridabad Hospital is the largest private multi-specialty hospital in Asia with 2,600 beds and 81 specialties. It is one of the world's largest hospitals by capacity. Now, let me welcome the esteemed experts who have gathered with us in person and online. Dr. Balakrishnan Nair is Director of Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. He is one of the founding members of INCOIS, having over 25 years of experience as a researcher and leading the Ocean Information and Forecasting Service Group of INCOIS for the last 19 years. He has been instrumental in establishing the real-time operational ocean observing systems and developing an ocean forecasting and early warning services for India and some of the Indian Ocean rim countries. Dr. Nair was conferred with several national and international awards and fellowships, including the prestigious National Geoscience Award 2014 from the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, for his outstanding contributions in the field of geosciences. A hearty welcome to you, Dr. Balakrishnan Nair. Now we have Dr. Soichiro Yasukawa, Chief of the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit, UNESCO, who joined us online today. Dr. Yasukawa is an expert in disaster risk reduction and international development. With a strong background in implementing the Sentai framework of DRR, he played a vital role in the Japanese government's response to the 2011 earthquake. He has extensive experience in policy implementation for the earthquake safety, both in Japan and abroad. As of January 2022, Dr. Yasukawa is the Chief of the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit at UNESCO, coordinating efforts across different sectors to enhance global knowledge on disaster risk reduction. Prior to his current role, Soichiro served as program specialist at UNESCO from 2011 to 2021, focusing on the Sentai framework for DRR. Now it is a privilege to have you join us in the valedictory function ceremony online. Now, on the dais, we expect our Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh. She will be coming here soon. along with the chief guest. Dr. Manisha is Provost Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation at Amrita Vidyapeetham, covering all 9 campuses. She is also Dean of the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures and the Director of the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Communications. She has the distinction of holding the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development since 2020. Dr. Manisha has been recognized in the world's top 2% list of scientists published by the US-based Stanford University for the 3rd time since 2020 in a row. She is the author of the book, The Embrace of Compassion, Indian Ocean Tsunami 2004, Swift Transformation and Community Resilience. I hope all of you can see that book here. I welcome Dr. Manisha. Now she will be joining us soon. Now we have with us Professor N. Vinod Chandra Menon, founding member, National Disaster Management Authority. He has over 37 years of experience in disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and policy and public policy. In 2005, he was nominated by the Prime Minister of India as a founding member of NDMA, Government of India, with the rank of Union Minister of State, serving from 28th September 2005 to 27th September 2010. He also played a prominent role as the international coordinator for C20 India 2023 Working Group on Sustainable and Resilient Communities. A warm welcome to you, sir. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome all the experts who delivered keynote address, then the resource persons, various resource persons, participants, and other dignitaries to this function. I welcome all our faculty from faculty and staff of Amrita University, not only in this campus, but other campuses also to this function. Last but not least, I welcome my dear students and the student volunteers from various departments and schools to this function. Thank you all. Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, Ravi Shankar, sir, for that very warm welcome address and giving a brief overview of the university. Next, we would like to listen to our esteemed guests. So we now invite Dr. Balakrishnan Nair to kindly address the gathering.
Respected Dr. Ravi Shankar sir. He was my teacher. I think I am meeting him after a long time here. I am very happy. I think I'll be welcomed my own teacher. He was a young teacher when I joined for my MSc at CUSAT. Dr. Vinod Menon sir. He is a founder of NDMA. We have a lot of interaction during that time. And Dr. Manisha, and online also we have this Dr. Yasukawa, Chief of the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit of UNESCO, and all the dignitaries of the dais. I am very happy to be here, and I am also blessed with the blessings from the Amma that I can come here and address your people. So I'm in 2004 tsunami. It happened. We have just started our institute called Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services. So you know the oceanography as a subject, it is only for the understanding. It is not earlier time. It is actually an academics subject. And the people those time including Dr. Harsha Gupta, who was his colleague, where everybody thought that there should be a kind of a system which will translate to the oceanography or ocean science to the betterment of the people. That is how the Indian National Center for Ocean Information Service has born, and I am very happy to be one of the founder member along with Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, who was also the former chair of ISRO. So, you know that we were actually talking all about the ocean, this thing, what that was in, I think in 2001 or 2002 at Space Application Center, we were thinking about how to make an early warning system for the ocean. So we were telling about the waves or storm surges or cyclones related. So I was only one geologist there, and I told sir we should have also warning system for tsunami. But I'm a young fellow, and the people are told that, okay, you have a lot of other things which are priority, because tsunami is something it will happen in the Japan or something, because we never heard the tsunami in the independent India. So that is actually the some of the background stories of the institute, where we started the ocean, the information, and later we added to the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. So this is actually one of the prime center in the world, which is actually providing the tsunami warning services for the 25 Indian Ocean countries. So this is actually one of the prime need of any maritime states, because the thing is that there is, as you ask geologist or geophysicist, we know very well that there is a plate tectonics activities happening, and we have all the subduction zone surrounded us. Actually, either it's a Makran or it's a Sunda subduction zone. So when we think about establishing the Tsunami Early Warning Center, we were thinking about how to make the data. The main issue, the global communities here, and the main issue what everybody faces is data exchange, how to get the real-time data for the seismicity. So we have a lot of collaborations, and lot of countries, including the Japan and the other states, like helped us actually make a system that all the data will be coming to INCOIS, and we'll have a data set for the detecting the earthquake, which is more than 6.5, which we put in SOP that that kind of earthquake below the sea bottom can make a tsunami. So this is actually one of the prime challenges when we want to have a the ocean, the tsunami warning center at INCOIS. So now we are, after 2 decades of tsunami, I am very proud to say that we are very, uh, very in the upper stage, where almost all the seismic data, it is actually flowing to one center at INCOIS, and we are in a position to detect the tsunami at detect the earthquake within 3 to 4 minutes, and with all the estimation of its epicenter and its fracture characteristic, all the things like that. The next challenge when we faced is how actually to derive the tsunami propagation using the energy released by the earthquake, because that was the greatest challenge, because there was not much the models available during that time. We then actually we have because the Japan is mainly affected by tsunamis, so they have a system called the Tsunami N2 model. So we come with this kind of a system where the modeling capabilities and the scenarios also established, and we have a lot of support from the Indian industries, especially from the Tata TCS, which made our work more easy to create the scenarios, which is very essential for providing the real-time services. So we also have a lot of our institute which mapped the subduction zones, especially in the Sunda and Makran subduction zone. That also helped us in a very better way to make the tsunami, the rupture characteristic of the earthquakes. So after all, after I think 20 years, we are all good with the tsunami warning system. But again, I want to tell that this 80% of the tsunamis actually mainly come from because of the seismic activities. But still, there is almost 20% of the tsunamis which will be affected by the other the causative mechanism. It can be your landslides, it can be volcanic activities, it can be a kind of a meteor tsunami, or it can be a tsunami that is actually created by a meteoroid which is actually falling into ocean. So we should have we should actually focus in, and we are focusing in developing a very full-fledged system for the atypical tsunamis in the Indian Ocean, because you know that even though we have the Indonesia etc. have a very good kind of a tsunami warning system, there is a tsunami I think 3 years before this Palau, which is actually affected by the earthquake, which is low magnitude, but by the landslide, or no, it is by the volcanism. So this kind of systems are very important. So another important thing is that when we see that warning chain or value chain for the early warning services, we have the end user community. Unless the end user community is not well prepared, it is always the warning, the best warning for the tsunamis also will not work. So that is actually with UNESCO, we have established a system called tsunami ready communities. So tsunami ready communities work with when any villages meet the criteria of around 12 criteria, including the safe routes, shelter areas, and the awareness of the tsunami. That villages we are certifying as a tsunami ready community. I'm very happy to tell that 2022 I was also the in charge director during that time. The 2 villages in Odisha is recognized first time in the Indian Ocean as tsunami ready villages. Again, last month, around 24 villages again recognized at UNESCO tsunami ready villages. So we are actually going on all the way. We are not only set up a robust early warning system, also we are preparing the communities. In this regard, actually, I appreciate the steps taken by Amrita University. They are collaborating with the INCOIS, and we are actually in the process of establishing many communities in the Kerala coast also tsunami ready, because you know that this is one of the area well affected by the tsunamis. So I wish actually we'll have a more and more collaboration with Amrita University, and which will also will be very beneficial for all the people of in this area, because maybe the next tsunami can be from the Makaran areas, because that is an area where there is nothing, the release of energy happened for the last many years. So that is one area. And I know that the Amrita University is also working with the sensors. The most important thing for the tsunami detection is mainly the sensors, especially the bottom pressure recorder, which is away. It has to be there in the subduction zone. So we are actually we have some 5 plus 2 tsunami buoy systems in the thing, but it will be always better. I think we can make our own sensors. India can make our own sensors for this tsunami detection. That is also one step we have to take. In addition to that, we also should have a very very extensive monitoring network of subsurface earthquake, especially in the two subduction zones. The new technologies are coming is subsea cables. It is actually put by many countries to detection of the subsea earthquake, which is the data is real-time transmitted to the shore station. These are some of the area I think the between the Amrita universities and the institute like MOS institute like INCOIS and NIOT should collaborate together for developing and more monitoring systems. In addition to that, the other thing what I was telling about the tsunami ready communities, this is a very big work for the entire the community, especially the disaster management, NDMA, STMA, and the universities like Amrita University can have a very big role to play in this. See, we have many awareness campaign is happening. We require a lot of inundation maps. We require signages. So this is actually, in that case, I have a lot of appreciation for the Odisha State Disaster Management Authority. They have come up with a very big way to establish it, and again, they are actually adding more and more villages in this area. So coming to the other thing, so one thing, the tsunami can happen tomorrow or it can happen after many years. But the problem is that, so we should be prepared for that. How to make that one? Because the system should be robust, your communication systems, your network, and your the way your the mitigation system should be very proper in that way. So INCOIS conduct a lot of the mock drills, it conducts a lot of seminars, and it also collaborates with many agencies for the communication test. So this is another area where all the institutes, especially along the coastal areas, and the National Institute should collaborate for making this system alive and taking into more and into higher perfection to withstand the loss of the trauma. Because loss of the trauma, I tell that once the tsunami came 2 decades ago, now the many things we forgot. So, but there is something the nature is always remembering us. For example, so after tsunami happened, there is no threat. Actually, other tsunami has happened in this area, but you know that when we were very young, means in Kerala, we don't have any kind of a disaster much. When people are coming from the other areas, we used to see regarding the floods and other things. But you see that recent years, Kerala is affected by many disasters like the landslides or floods, the Rocky, or presently we are getting, last time we have got a lot of events like soil surges. So see, we should actually make a system there. The awareness as well as the actions against this disaster should be a part of our daily life. I think there is that is where we should have a more awareness, more collaboration, and more integration between the scientists who do the tsunami modeling, tsunami mitigation, or tsunami monitoring to the social scientists. And that area, I think, has to be still developed, and this is where we are looking to collaborate our scientific or physical models with the socioeconomic data. So these are some of the points I want to discuss with you and also get some kind of a collaborative effect in the coming years, because Government of India has a Amritakal vision, and INCOIS also come with a Amritakal vision for 2047, where we are planning to make a tsunami, multi-hazard, plus climate-ready communities. there is a long way to go for this purpose. So what when we start with the tsunami ready communities, we should think how to make it a multi-hazard ready communities and how to again make it to climate ready communities. So the climate change is not a fantasy, or it is not a very fascinating word for scientists to publish paper. That is a reality. So in our generation, I am actually, when I come to Kerala, I can really understand how it was Kerala 25 or 30 years before. It was very cool in this time, but if you come here, for me it is very hot. So your wind is changing, your waves are changing, your vegetation is changing, there is your attitudes are changing, your psychology is changing. So it is all it's all interconnected. So we should we should be prepared how to incorporate, how to be adaptive for this, because it's very clear that we cannot stop it for the time being. Maybe reduction can affect after 1 century or half a century, but at present we should be prepared for that. I think here we require a lot of interaction with institutes, academia, politicians, scientists, and disaster management teams. I think I'm very clear that Amrita University's young people, young students, faculties are very much aware of this thing, and they are there. I am seeing that is one of the universities. I am seeing there globally they are discussing this kind of issues and collaborating with many institutes. So I am ready for with more and more collaborations, especially in this part of India, that is Kerala, because this is in between the mountains and in between this sea. This is one of the narrow stretch which can affect this climate change effect both sides. So that is a peculiarity of this area. So again and again, and I tell all support and all collaboration for the INCOIS and the National Tsunami Warning Center, and from our ministries to tackle these situations, and also reach this scientific outcomes to the people of this part. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful talk. Now, let me invite Professor Vinod Menon, founder member of NDMA, to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Balakrishnan on behalf of Amrita family. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Soichiro Yasukawa, Chief of the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit at UNESCO, to address the gathering.
Hi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, it is a great honor for me, together with His Excellency Mr. Sridharan Pillai, the Governor of Goa, in the same panel. And also, especially, I would like to thank Professor Manesha Ramesh from Amrita University, who invited me for this important conferences. We just met in Japan a month ago, and she kindly invited me for the event. I really appreciate for that. So people tend to forget things. No? I think people here in this conference don't forget, but there was a big tsunami 20 years ago, 26 December 2004, Indian Ocean tsunami. We know that 230,000 people lost their lives in 15 countries, out of which 18,000 are from India. We also witnessed solidarity among different people, first responders, volunteers, but also different stakeholders. I think one of them is Amrita University, who helped a lot for the relief and recovery from the disasters. UNESCO was also honored to be in part of the recovery, and we decided to launch Indonesian tsunami warning and mitigation system under the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission IOC of UNESCO. Right now, we have a similar regional tsunami early warning system in Pacific Island, Caribbean, and Mediterranean. I don't want to, and also from India, as Dr. Balakrishna mentioned, the Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services has been instrumental for this establishing the Indian tsunami early warning system in the countries. I really appreciate for your great jobs for this international systems. As Dr. Balakrishna, as well as my colleague from IOC, from UNESCO, Mr. Kumar Tumara, also mentioned about the Tsunami Ready program and also our programs on the tsunami disaster risk reduction. So therefore, I would like to use this opportunity to try to share with you what UNESCO is doing on disaster risk reduction concerning early warning system. Maybe I share my screen. I hope you see my screen. So UNESCO is a UN organization that has mandate on science, education, culture, communication, information, which has a very wide mandate. So utilizing this wide mandate, UNESCO has three approaches on disaster risk reduction. First one is a multidisciplinary approach. Using the science, using education, culture, communication information, we try to look at disaster risk reduction from different angles. Also, the other approach is a multi-hazard. Yes, we are talking about tsunami today, but we are also working on earthquake, flood, drought, volcano, and landslide. UNESCO is one of the only few UN agencies which are working both on geological and meteorological hazards. The third approach we take is a multi-stakeholder engagement. Normally for disaster risk reduction, public sector, government, municipality are responsible, mainly responsible, but we try to engage with different stakeholders like academics, like Amrita, or civil societies, or private companies, so that we can look at disasters in a wide perspective and plan and implement together. With this slide, I would like to share with you eight different services we provide for the member states to build resilience. First one is innovation, like AI. We are exploring how innovation or AI can accelerate the preparedness on disaster risk reduction. Of course, second one is early warning system. We are part of the UN Secretary General's ambitious idea on early warning system for all. Another one is a built environment, how to construct safer buildings. Fourth one is education. Not only the school building safety, but we are also trying to use school curriculum to raise awareness among children and also helping the schools for contingency planning. UNESCO is famous for the World Heritage Site. We are working with site managers to develop a DRR planning in the UNESCO designated sites. Ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, I think one of the participants mentioned about it, and post-disaster response. UNESCO is not a humanitarian organization, but we are trying to complement the humanitarian works by sending experts. Last one is risk governance, social resilience, where we communicate with different stakeholders like civil societies, youth organizations, etc. So I would like to share with you a little bit more beyond Tsunami Early Warning System and Tsunami Ready program. I don't want to repeat about the Tsunami Ready Recognition Program because Dr. Balakrishna and also my colleague already mentioned about it. So please let me explore what the early warning system we are working on beyond Tsunami Early Warning System. For example, we are, as I mentioned, we are using innovations for early warning system. So we are trying to use AI, artificial intelligences, for the better risk communication. For example, we use AI to analyze the social media, what people mentioned, like before, during, after disasters. This helped us to understand the timelines of the change of people's needs before, during, after disasters, which will help municipalities or government to prepare in beforehand to respond to the need of the people. Because I was in charge of the tsunami back in 2011 in the Japanese government, and I was taking care of the needs from the affected areas. And we are receiving different requests day by day, and it takes time to respond to the needs. But if we knew earlier, we can respond quickly. So this is a background of what we did for this social media analysis using artificial intelligence for better risk communication. We also developed like an AI chatbot, mobile AI chatbot, with which people can communicate with AI to get necessary informations. Normally, these informations which helps the communities will be in the web page in the municipalities or government, etc., but people don't have time to check on the web page. But if you connect AI chatbot and the public informations, people can communicate directly with the AI chatbot, such as where to evacuate, where they can get support, food, or where they can find public support and so on. We also use different tools like drones. No? So, for example, in Gambia, we tried. Actually, this is funded by India. The project funded by India, but we helped the government of Gambia to develop an early warning system or supplement early warning system using drones. So that because there is always an issue on the monitoring stations, so we use drones for this. And also beyond tsunami or flooding, we have extensive work on early warning system in earthquakes and flood. But I think the one on the left is in Yemen, which was affected by flood in the World Heritage Sites, and we developed the early warning system. But because of these government situations, we couldn't put a lot of advanced technologies, so we tried to use very primitive knowledges to establish early warning system in Yemen. In 2023, there was a big earthquake in Morocco. We are helping them to develop an earthquake early warning system. And in Mozambique, we used artificial intelligence to ameliorate the flood early warning system. With a lot of data, with a better regulation models, we could forecast the better flood early warning systems. Because of the climate change, I think the glaciers in the mountain, in like Central America, Central Asia, they are melting and they are forming big lakes on top of the mountains. And regularly, the regularly the lake on top of the mountain blast and make a mud flow. And we are working in the Central Asia, Kazakhstan, and so on to monitor the lake and to do the early warning system for the glacier melting lakes. We're also helping Libya for the seismic monitoring and possibly early warning system to help them to understand the risk of earthquakes. So these are the works concerning early warning system beyond tsunami. Of course, we have extensive work on tsunami early warning system through the tsunami readiness program. But at the same time, I wanted to share with you that we have a different profile on early warning systems. I think I mentioned about this multi-stakeholder engagement. And actually, we are working with young professionals on disaster risk reduction. In Asian Pacific region, we have established young professional groups, You Inspire, which is very regional. But at the same time, this regional youth engagement, youth network consists of country chapter. And actually, India also has a You Inspire country chapter, which is to empower themselves by learning at each other. But at the same time, we are trying to connect youth network to the government so that they can communicate, they can convey what young professionals are thinking or having in mind to support the policy making. I think this is the last one. So UNESCO is in charge of the International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development, which was approved by the UN General Assembly 2023. So I would like to also engage with you because we are collecting the initiatives concerning science for sustainable development in this International Decade program. And I would like to reach out to you to share with us what can be involved in this International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development. I think this is my last slide. But lastly, I would like to thank again the Amrita for organizing this international conference on tsunami disaster risk reduction and resilience. And maybe I also mentioned earlier, people tend to forget, because I'm from Japan, and there is a proverb in Japan saying that disaster happens when people forget about it. So we really need to remember what happened, and we need to take actions accordingly so that we don't have a same disaster, same damage again in the future. So thank you very much for your invitation again. And thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Soichiro Yoshikawa, for your insightful talk. Oh, yeah, sure. We have a question.
Dr. Yoshikawa, in fact, your work on the tsunami resilience in Japan and also seismic resilience in Japan has been extremely noteworthy and globally recognized. I would like to request you for support in terms of collaborations during the International Decade, which you talked about for sustainable development with Amrita University. Would that be a possibility when we could actually work together on issues related to applications of science and technology for multi-hazard resilience in the region? Thank you.
No, definitely. We want to engage, widely for this international decade for sustainable development, because unfortunately the UN UN General Assembly approved in August 23, and then they asked UNESCO to start from 24. So we are quickly reaching out, to especially like scientific organizations. And no, I would communicate with you or Professor Manesha, whom I'm usually contact with, so that we can try to collaborate on these initiatives. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you, Dr. Yasukawa. I see there's one more question from online. Can we have Dr. Mohammed Mukhtari?
Yes, thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. It was very richful, and there was lots of information which you do have and possess, and also the experience which you have was wonderful. And especially, I think when you talk about the young generation also getting involved, I think that is very, very important to be able to engage those people into the system there. I would like to have the same proposal as Amrita has just made. And we are working at Macron region. Macron subduction zone area is kind of very young. And I call it kind of newly born baby in a way, compared with the Japan, for example, with other subduction zone area. We do have started getting lots of knowledge from geophysical point of view and from the seismological point of view. Of course, there has been some modeling, some simulation has been conducted there by the help of the UNESCO project, and also UNESCO has helped in that aspect as well. And now I think we are moving to phase 3, that is the implementation of what has to be done, especially about donation and also evacuation part. I think that is the part which you have a lot of experience probably from other places as well. I would like to ask you of any possibilities that kind of also be joined. I have my mobile email available there, and I would very much love to really to discuss with you how could we do, because as I said, we do already have some cooperation internationally, and I'm talking about the nations in Northwest Indian Ocean area, that is Oman, Iran, Pakistan, and in India as well, because all of us are in the same boat concerning the Macron region. Therefore, I would like to, as I said, ask you to find a way to cooperation. Thank you very much.
No, basically, or in principle, I'm super open for the collaborations because unfortunately UNESCO itself doesn't have any scientific expertise. So we always need to collaborate with scientific organizations or higher educations to try to complement what we do, because we can make like a framework, but we need some concrete tools and methodologies. So we are happy to collaborate like vis-a-vis with our unit, and also this international decade for the sustainable development. So we can explore for sure. And yes, I think we can share my emails, etc., so that we can communicate further.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yasukawa, for your insightful talk and for graciously allowing time for question and answers. We deeply appreciate your support for this conference, and we would like to express our sincere gratitude on behalf of the Amrita family. Next, we will go on to the prize distribution. Can I quickly request all the winners to assemble here with respect to make quick time. So it's time to celebrate and recognize the remarkable talents displayed through the various competitions held during the conference. From insightful paper presentations to creative posters and captivating submissions in terms of photography, we are here to applaud the best of the best. While every effort is truly commendable, today we spotlight those who have excelled, showcasing exceptional skill and innovation. Can I request Dr. Balakrishnan to please do the honors? And we can start with the winner for the photography competition. So the winner for the photography competition is Shravin T from our own multimedia team at Amrita School for Sustainable Futures. Next is the award for the best poster. The best poster award goes to Anjana Vishwanath, Alka Singh, and Rohit P. from Amrita WNA. The title of their poster is Tsunami Risk and Urban Growth, Analyzing Land Use Change in Thrissur, Kerala. Finally, the best paper award goes to Vaishak Chandran from TKM Engineering College. The title of the paper is Hybrid Machine Learning Models for Enhanced Tsunami Prediction. Congratulations to all the winners and congratulations to all the participants. Thank you, Dr. Balakrishnan, for handing out the prizes. We've just received word that the governor is on the way, so the expected time is 5:40. We have a little bit of time for question and answers, so the floor is open to ask any questions to our esteemed guests. I would also request Professor Mukhtari and Dr. Yasukawa to please stay online when the governor arrives. The floor is open for questions. Yeah.
Hello, this is a question to Professor Yasukawa. I wanted to know a little bit more about your DRR and youth engagement regarding the You Inspire. If you could expand a little bit about that. Thank you so much.
Yes, so UNESCO has 4 priorities. No? 2 on geographical and 2 are more on the civil society. So we have our 4 priority areas from Africa and also small islands. And then at the same time, youth and gender. So when we thought about gender, how we can engage, how we can tackle these global priorities. And then I think in many countries, I think young professionals has extensive knowledge and experiences on disaster risk reduction. So we wanted to acknowledge, and also we wanted to bring it to more public or reachable, both to the policymakers as well as communities. So one of the reasons why we started this You Inspire is to connect young professionals on disaster risk reduction to the policymakers and the communities. And we wanted them to be like an interface between the policymakers and the communities. And so it really depends on the country by country. The Indonesian one is very very advanced on these activities. They have its own like NGO status, and then try to reach out to the communities. For example, when some disaster happened, You Inspire make some teams to go to the areas to try to talk to the communities. No? When earthquake happened, so they try to explain. You Inspire colleagues try to explain what is the mechanism of that earthquake and what will be the risk in the aftershocks, etc. Because which is sometimes difficult for the government or municipalities to talk on the ground. So You Inspire colleagues are working in the communities to try to raise awareness on the importance of disaster risk reduction, etc. So it really the governing mechanism is different. But I think, for example, like you Inspire, they reach out to UN agencies or universities to fundraise, and then they secure some budget for the activities. And in India as well, there is a country chapter of You Inspire. I think the name is not You Inspire because there is already a similar organization already, so they took different names. But I think colleagues from the like universities, like startups, are forming the You Inspire India to try to identify what could be the solution methodologies, innovative solutions or methodologies for the disaster risk reduction. I'm not sure if I answered correctly, but I can elaborate more if
Thank
you
you.
have further questions.
That's it.
Yeah. No, Shoaib, I'm Dr. S.K. Wadawan. Now this question is addressed to Dr. Mohammad Mokhtari. Yesterday in your presentation, you mentioned about studies on paleo tsunamis. It's actually part of IGCP project 740. Can you please elaborate on that a little bit? Dr. Mokhtari, are you online?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't catch the question. Could you repeat again, please?
I'll repeat that. You mentioned about studies on paleo tsunamis as part of IGCP project 740.
The Palo tsunami, the case, as a matter of fact, has been started a couple of years ago. And unfortunately, we end up with the corona problem there for the taking samples at that situation. But now what happened that the samples has been taken from Iran side, and these data are now under analysis in India. As a matter of fact, ICTR, which they are cooperating with us. And so far, we have identified at least 2 events. But the dating is still ongoing because as probably you know that the dating of this the Palo tsunami takes a long time to be able to get accurate dating on those information. Therefore, what is our request really is to expand it, because what happens that according to our understanding in the region and some other places, if you do not have enough evidence of the tsunami occurrence, the only way really to go back and to get some information about the occurrence of tsunami before is really going back to the Palo tsunami. And that is a kind of a very critical situation, especially in Macron region, and we do not have a kind of very much event from historical point of view. As I mentioned that some time ago, this Macron subduction zone was kind of called as a kind of a forgotten subduction zone. People did not even kind of agree that this is subduction zone. Therefore, we found that is a very important cooperation now we have with India, and of course with Oman, and of course with Pakistan and Emirates, and in the region, that we are kind of gaining some information, and we hope that we can expand that system a little bit further.
Yeah, thank you. I think the same question can be also addressed by Dr. Yosukawa. Are we thinking on these lines, to study paleo tsunamis and work out on some trend lines on the occurrences of the earthquakes and related tsunamis?
No, for sure, yes, because because as I mentioned, the UNESCO doesn't have a scientific knowledge, so we really need to count on the scientific partners like Dr. Mohammed, who is working on the IGCP project, and we want to explore. We want to explore because not only by this earthquake-induced tsunami, there was one by volcano and also undersea landslide. So we try to not to miss any risk, underlying risk, to understand the risk of the tsunamis. And yes, of course, my colleagues in the IOC, Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commissions, are willing to have your opinions and also suggestions for the understanding of the tsunami risk.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Just a follow-up. I'm a Gambian from the Gambia, and I'm here with...
Can I quickly interrupt, Sheikh? I'm sorry. Just received the word that the governor is here. Can I request the dignitaries to please come down the dais to receive the governor? Can I request everyone to stand? Can I request everyone to remain standing for the national anthem, please?
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Kindly request everyone, please join us in extending a warm welcome to the Honorable Governor of Goa, His Excellency Dr. P.S. Sridharan Pillai, who has graciously honored us to be the chief guest for today's event. Now I invite Dr. Ravishankar, Principal School of Amrita Sustainable Futures, to formally deliver the welcome address.
Om Amriteshwarye Namaha. These 3 days, it was exchange of knowledge. Many experts were there, and all of us could interact with them, and it was very, very fruitful. I keep remembering about our Amma's words. Any effort, if it has to culminate in success, 3 things should be there: time, effort, and grace.
I'm so humbled to say that we have all the three from Amma. So I bow down to Amma first for blessing us to make it a grand success. So with this small introduction, let me get into my pleasant duty of welcoming our chief guest today. It's a great pleasure and privilege for me to extend a hearty welcome to His Excellency Dr. Sridharan Pillai, Honorable Governor of Goa. He was also, previously he was Governor of Mizoram, and I don't know how many of you know, he has written so many books, published quite a lot. And when he was, I think, Governor of Mizoram, he has published a book, O Mizoram. So, collection of poets, I know that, sir. So, and also, I know that he is very dynamic in whatever he undertakes. So, sir, on behalf of all of us here, I extend a very warm welcome to you. Then we have on the dais, we have Dr. Balakrishnan Nair. Now, Dr. Balakrishnan Nair, I will just briefly introduce him. He is Director of Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services in COIS, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. Then we have online, we have another dignitary, Dr. Soichiro Yasukawa. Okay, he is Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction Unit, UNESCO, and he is online. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of all of us here. Then next, I welcome Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh, our Provost, Strategic Initiative, Research and Innovation at Amrita, Vishwa Vidyapeetham, covering all our 9 campuses. Welcome, madam, to this. Then we have Dr. Vinod Chandra Menon, founder member, National Disaster Management Authority. He has over 37 years of experience in disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and public policy. So, welcome you to this. Now, it's my pleasure to invite all the dignitaries of the dais. I'm seeing many of you and my dear students who are our strength. I welcome one and all of you to this audience, and let's now go to the next program. So welcome you all once again on behalf of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, sir, for that very warm welcome address. We would now like to invite the conference chairs, Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh and Professor Vinod Chandra Menon, to provide a summary of the 3 days of the conference.
Om Amriteshwarey Namaha. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha. Gurur Sakshat Paranteva. Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Tasmai Sri Amriteshwarey Namaha. Tasmai Sri Amriteshwarey Namaha. Tasmai Sri Amriteshwarey Namaha. My humble prostrations at Amma's lotus feet. My humble pranams to Honorable Governor of Goa, His Excellency Dr. P.S. Sridharan Pillai, Dr. Balakrishnan Nair, Director in COIS, Mr. Soichiro Yasukawa, Chief of the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit, UNESCO, Professor Vinod Menon, Founding Member NDMA, and Dr. Ravi Shankar, Principal, Amrita School for Sustainable Futures. It is indeed one of the happiest moments where we have initiated the process of looking into tsunami risk reduction and resilience over several years. And when the culmination has happened for the last 3 days with this conference, where we are looking forward, what are the new approaches we can take forward from the experts all over the world and learn from them and implement in the Alapad Panchayat and also other panchayats in Kerala where there is which are risk prone to tsunami. As you all know that in 2004, when Indian Ocean tsunami has occurred in Kerala, Amma, our Chancellor of Amrita University, has initiated a massive, swift disaster management, which resulted in a large community resilience over the years, which built the communities as better communities and also which helped them to bounce forward. You had heard about these different interventions which Amma has done, the pathways during these discussions. And along with that, we are also looking into what are the other nations, what are the other states has also have performed so that we can gather all the best practices and move forward. So I am very delighted to present the summary of the International Conference on Tsunami Risk Reduction and Community Resilience, commemorating the 20 years of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami, Reflections, Learnings, and Innovations. The conference showcased 45 plus eminent speakers from academia, government, industry, governmental and non-governmental organizations from 15 countries. Some of the key participating organizations include UNESCAP, UNESCO, UNESCO IOC, Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System Secretariat, Australia, National Disaster Management Authority, Maldives, Disaster Management Center, Sri Lanka, NDMA, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Intergovernmental Coordination Group of the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System, INCOIS, University College London, ISRO, KSDMA, OSDMA, NIDM, NOAA Specific Tsunami Warning Center, University of Cambridge, University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta from Iran, University of Maryland, ISRI, IEEE GRSS, Reliance Foundation, Earthquake Research Institute, University of Tokyo, University of Adelaide, CSIR, Esurena and Coastal Studies Foundation, etc., to name a few. The conference drew more than 300 participants across various platforms over 3 days. I will now provide the summary of the conference. Day one of the conference featured 16 speakers who deliberated on the impacts of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami and proposed solutions through compassion-driven approaches, technology, hazard monitoring, and community awareness. The 4 C's, cutting-edge technology, community, communication, and compassionate leadership, were highlighted as key pillars for disaster risk reduction. Speakers emphasized integrating artificial intelligence with the traditional knowledge and the importance of community involvement and leadership. Recommendations included increasing women's roles in reconstruction, addressing policy gaps, and improving planning. Other key highlights included updating tsunami risk knowledge, conducting mock drills, and training communities through UNESCO IOC Kerala initiatives to enhance disaster preparedness. The second day of the conference showcased keynote sessions by 19 experts across 5 sessions highlighting challenges in disaster management and resilience. The speakers highlighted the devastating impacts of tsunamis, including widespread loss of life, economic instability, and infrastructural damage exacerbated by climate change, inadequate preparedness, and the limitations of existing early warning systems. Issues such as gaps in public awareness, underestimation of hazards, failures in communication, and insufficient integration of local and national frameworks were emphasized. It was highlighted that vulnerable communities, particularly women and children, continue to face unique challenges, further complicated by a lack of access to resources and psychosocial support. It also brought in key insight of how academic institutions and research institutions can collaboratively work and bring in preparedness in these communities. The third day of the conference featured keynote sessions by experts highlighting key challenges in tsunami disaster management and resilience. Discussions covered topics such as resilience amidst devastation,
reflection on 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami while exploring ways to chart a path forward. Experts emphasized the importance of integrating nature-based solutions and blue economy principles for tsunami preparedness and spatial disaster risk reduction. The lessons learned from Nagapattinam's ground zero experiences and Indonesia's post-tsunami recovery provided valuable insights. The role of cooperation in managing tsunamis within a multi-hazard context was explored alongside Maharashtra's efforts in coastal ecosystem management. The session also focused on strengthening global collaboration for tsunami early warning systems with a particular emphasis on the potential contributions of academic institutions. Recommendations from the sessions emphasized the importance of establishing a global university network on disaster and climate resilience involving G20 member countries and others. It was highlighted that multidisciplinary research using science and technology toolkits should be prioritized, while expertise must be harnessed to build critical infrastructure and operationalize community-driven disaster resilience networks at the local level. Additionally, there is a need for promoting social capital through collaborations between governments, the corporate sector, the educational institutions, and civil society organizations, including community-based organizations and self-help groups, to drive disaster risk reduction policies and enhance climate resilience at grassroots levels. The conference received more than 150 plus paper and posters and showcased 38 poster presentations and 23 paper presentations across five transformative themes. Theme 1 highlighted the integration of nature-based solutions, local knowledge, and science for enhancing coastal resilience. Theme 2 delved into innovative adaptation strategies like biocar and spatial technologies. Theme 3 presented cutting-edge advancements in tsunami early warning systems. And Theme 4 tackled the psychosocial impacts of disasters, emphasizing mental health resilience. And Theme 5 explored disaster preparedness, governance, and leadership in risk reduction. A photography competition was organized to visually explore themes of climate change mitigation, adaptation, disaster recovery, and resilience, particularly in coastal areas. The competition received 44 entries, showcasing diverse perspectives and artistic expressions. From these entries, 10 outstanding photographs were shortlisted and opened for public voting, engaging the wider community in celebrating creativity and raising awareness about disaster risk reduction and sustainability. Thus, the conference provided a rich tapestry of knowledge and reflection, fostering meaningful discussions on tsunami preparedness, resilience, and disaster management. The event showcased both the depth of expertise and collective will to create safer and more resilient communities. May I now invite Professor Vinod Menon, co-chair, to present the summary of panel discussions, tutorials, and other key highlights.
Your Excellency, Dr. Sridharan Pillai, Honorable Governor of Goa and former Governor of Mizoram, I'll be providing a summary of the panel discussions, tutorial sessions, and other key highlights of this international conference on tsunami risk reduction and resilience, which has been going on for the last 3 days. Engaging tutorial sessions were held, delving into topics such as geospatial technologies and the intricacies of policy formulation and governance for tsunami monitoring and preparedness. The conference featured 2 panel discussions featuring 11 experts. The first panel, Lessons from the 2004 Tsunami, Case Studies and Best Practices, featured 6 experts. Speakers discussed the integration of modern technology with traditional knowledge, the role of spiritual leaders in promoting compassion-driven disaster strategies, and the advancements in early warning systems. Comparisons were drawn between recent tsunami preparedness compared to the devastating 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Emphasis was placed on nature-based solutions, local evacuation plans in Sri Lanka, and community-driven disaster management committees in the Maldives by the senior officials representing Sri Lanka and Maldives. We also had the panel which is reflecting women's leadership roles during disasters and the need to preserve traditional knowledge and strengthen community support systems. The second panel discussion, Building Resilient Communities, Strengthening Tsunami Warning and Regional Cooperation, highlighted the importance of coordinated disaster management. experts showcased Kerala's local government initiatives of the local Gram Panchayats and Block Panchayats and the Jilla Panchayats, and including the grassroots resilience and centralized communication. Key elements for resilience, resources, knowledge, technology, and social services were discussed, alongside advancements in early warning systems and community-driven efforts like mock drills and tailored solutions. Everybody appreciated the social capital of Kerala, which has actually been reflected in the response to the 2018 floods and also to the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami response, led by Amma in Amrita University campus. Additionally, the conference also featured 4 tutorial sessions and 1 workshop, attracting a total of 170 plus participants. The tutorial on policy formulation, governance, implementation, and tsunami preparedness based on the Indian experience focused on tsunami preparedness and resilience building for coastal communities, highlighted the Hyogo Framework for Action 2005 to 2015, India's Disaster Management Act 2005, and the establishment of key institutions like NDMA, NIDM, NDRF, and INCOIS. The session discussed advancements in policy formulation, early warning systems, and governance mechanisms to enhance coastal disaster resilience. The tutorial on advances in geospatial technologies for tsunami monitoring and disaster management, held in collaboration with S3 India, explored the devastating impact of storm surges caused by tsunamis, including damage to infrastructure, displacement, and ecosystem disruption. This study uses satellite-based elevation data and mapping tools like S3 ArcGIS to assess the impact of a possible 30-meter tsunami-induced storm surge along the coastline, focusing on the Kerala coastline, and it emphasized the need for understanding these risks to improve disaster preparedness and protect vulnerable coastal regions in the communities in Kerala. The tutorial on building resilient coasts, integrating nature-based solutions and blue economy principles for tsunami preparedness addressed the rising frequency and severity of coastal disasters in Asian countries, driven by climate change and vulnerabilities, which threaten the socio-economic development and ecosystems. It highlighted the critical role of mangroves in coastal resilience, their decline due to climate threats, and also the need for more and more of nature-based solutions. This session explored nature-based solution applications, research trends, and participatory approaches to conserve mangroves, strengthen governance, and support sustainable livelihoods and the blue economy. The tutorial on tsunami early warning and preparedness in India emphasized the vulnerability of India's coastline, where 26% of the population are living within 100 kilometers of the shore. Emphasis on standard operating procedures for tsunami early warning systems was given, and focus was placed on early warning systems, generating greater public awareness, capacity building for all stakeholder groups, and preparedness, with Odisha leading in the readiness efforts in Tsunami Ready, with 26 villages already declared Tsunami Ready by UNESCO in Odisha. And 9 villages in Kerala are also being readied for getting the Tsunami Ready recognition from UNESCO. The workshop, Smart Solutions to Disasters, Artificial Intelligence and Remote Sensing in Action, focused on how artificial intelligence and RF technologies are transforming disaster management. And discussions covered artificial intelligence's role in predictive analytics and real-time monitoring, along with RF applications for disaster response. The session also showcased student innovations and emphasized the importance of collaboration and technological advancements for effective disaster management. Conference participants also took part in a field visit to Alapad, exploring areas impacted by the 2004 tsunami and paying homage at the Tsunami Memorial, offering a poignant reflection on the event's profound impact, where 143 people had lost their lives in Alapad. Alapad Panchayat President Mr. Ullas and the ward members were also present during the field visit. As we move forward, sir, the insights gained here will guide future initiatives and strengthen the foundation for enhanced preparedness and sustainable solutions, ensuring that we remain steadfast in our commitment to safeguarding lives, livelihoods, and ecosystems in the face of disasters. I want to thank all the distinguished delegates, resource persons, chairs, co-chairs, volunteers, rapporteurs, and all the staff members of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham who really contributed to the success of this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, conference chairs, for the detailed summary. As we conclude this enriching 3-day conference, let's reflect on the insightful discussions, knowledge shared, and connections built through a small, short video.
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs.
Saving hundreds of lives.
The ashrams flooded and some of its property damaged.
Two decades after the devastating disaster of 2004.
Amrita University people had the guidance of Amma, Mother Amrandamayi Devi. She was actually able to provide the direction and guidance to people to come to higher ground and also evacuate the people from potentially tsunami prone areas and tsunami affected areas.
It is an occasion for us to look at our preparedness for any such eventuality in the future. And there is always this prediction that because of climate change, frequency of many disasters like this cyclonic storms.
Amrita from 2004 onwards, it has got a lot of community awareness programs, and all the people are aware about the effects of ocean related disasters. Whatever it can happen, the community is aware.
Thank you, media team, for working around the clock to give us this wonderful video. I now invite Dr. Balakrishnan Nair to share a few words with us on this occasion.
Honorable His Excellency, the Governor of Goa, Dr. P.S. Sridharan Pillai Saab, all dignitaries in the dais and off the dais. So when we discuss about tsunami risk reduction and resilience, one thing what we want to tell you very prominently that in the Vikasit Bharat, we are actually now prepared for tsunami early warnings and tsunami mitigations. by robust tsunami early warning center that is established at Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, which is 24 into 7 center, which give the tsunami warning to the entire 25 India and another 25 Indian Ocean countries. We have a lot of proud to tell that many of the institutes has collaborated with us, including the Amrita Vishwavidyalaya, not only for this establishing of this center, also by the mitigation programs, especially by the tsunami-ready communities. One thing I want to stress here very clearly is that it is actually not only we cannot end only establishing a tsunami warning center, but we should also make a very full prepared communities. The communities can be the tsunami ready community. We need to go for a multi-hazard ready community to the climate ready communities. The Amritakal vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, we have taken all this in our vision, and we are assuring that the audience that it is actually the time there the multi-hazard system, multi-hazard early warning systems, plus multi-user engagements, or I can say the multi-stakeholder engagement, what we require in this time to make the best tsunami early warnings and the best prepared community in India. So we are actually as a part of Government of India, Ministry of Earth Sciences, I'm assuring that we are ready for that, and we are also want a lot of collaborations in this area, especially these best tsunami monitoring systems, especially the observation systems, the mitigation systems, the hazard maps, and all the things. And in COIS, we have all these facilities. And one thing very stressfully, very prominently, I have to tell that all the disaster management authority, especially the state disaster management authority, should come forward to make the tsunami and multi-hazard ready coastal communities, because it is mainly a kind of a system which is driven by the communities. Once communities are strengthened, communities are aware, community own their part of the tsunami last mile connectivity and its mitigation. I'm very sure that which will actually met our Vikasit Bharat concept that, as I told earlier, that we cannot stop hazards, we cannot stop the climate change, but we can be prepared and we can better management it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nair, for that brief but very impactful remarks. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Soichiro Yasukawa on this occasion to share a few words with us.
His Excellency Sridharan Pillai, the Governor of Goa, I humbly would like to thank you for your support to organize this international conference on tsunami risk reduction and resilience together with Amrita University. I think this is a very timely moment to organize this event because there was a big tsunami 20 years ago in 2004. The country, the Japan, where I am from, there is a proverb saying that disaster happens when people forget about it. So people tend to forget, so we shouldn't forget. We shouldn't forget what happened in 26 December 2004, where 230,000 people lost their lives across 15 countries, out of which 18,000 from India. But at the same time, we shouldn't forget what people showed their solidarity for support people from the first responders or volunteers, and also academic institutions like Amrita University, which helped people to relief and also reconstruction. Also, we shouldn't forget what the India government did to establish Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services to establish a tsunami early warning system. We shouldn't forget what the international organization did, like UNESCO, Intergovernmental Oceanographic commissions to develop a regional tsunami early warning systems in Indian Ocean, as well as Pacific, Caribbean, and Mediterranean areas. But at the same time, we shouldn't forget what we have done in the last 20 years, not only the scientific development, but also from a social science point of view, education point of view, we have done a lot. That's why I really would like to thank you and Amrita University to organize this international conference to try to take stock what we have done in the last 20 years so that we can learn each other, because sometimes it stays in the institutions, it stays in the country. But I think with this international conference, we could share what we have done globally or nationally or regionally on the tsunami early warning, tsunami disaster risk reduction. I think this was a great opportunity for us to learn for the last 3 days. I think we have already, colleagues in Amrita University already briefed what we have discussed in the last 3 days, but I think we shouldn't forget we learned in this conference so that we can apply to build the resilient societies. So thank you very much again for your invitation and for organizing the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yasukawa, for the words of caution and sharing your thoughts with us. Moving on to the much awaited discourse of this session, we take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Governor of Goa, His Excellency, Dr. P.S. Sridharan Pillai, to kindly address the gathering and inspire us with his wisdom and insights.
Distinguished guests on the dais of the dais, and my dear friends, I'm extremely happy to attend this function. As far as subject is concerned, I'm a layman. The audience, of course, during the last 3 days, you had occasion to go through the various aspects, and the experts explained everything. And when I heard about the 3 days discussion in short, I'm very happy to say that in a remote village of our country, that is Alapad, this type of discussion, which will definitely encourage the ordinary people, ordinary citizens of this country, that the most sophisticated subject is concerned, we are able to discuss the various aspects related to the subject. The maximum sufferers in 2004 tsunami, of course, according to my knowledge, subject to correction, I'm saying from this village, these areas. And even now, after this discussion, I don't know, some Sumitra, within 2 hours, this tsunami reached to Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And of course, as an ordinary person, I'm unable to understand whether our scientists or our experts are able to find out its details. Most probably, you might have discussed that aspect. Anyway, as far as Amrita institutions are concerned, the concept of mother, the most powerful word word in the world, Amma. So that motherhood. And as far as our country is concerned, our country, I mean all of us from Japan and so various states. So Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam is our slogan. And our Honorable Prime Minister of India, G20 countries conference also, while inaugurating that conference, it is openly stated that the motto behind Indian approach is, of course, Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. So that is why I use the word our country. Bharat is also a part of that. And our history also, history of Bharat proved one aspect, that none of the kings or rulers from India ever they went to other parts of the world and tried to conquer other countries. Even Bangladesh, now a cruel attitude is taken against a section of the society there, Hindus there. Even I am remembering in 1971, that war was there. Pakistan, East Pakistan was in fact on the 18th day, 1 lakh that warriors from Pakistan, soldiers, surrendered before Indian military. And then also the India not decided to conquer that area, and the wish of the people should prevail over that war, and Bangladesh came into existence. The policies of Bangladesh, whether what was taken by us, that is a different question. I know I don't want to go to that aspect. But the ashram is concerned, I'm sure about one aspect. Of course, the spirituality propagated by Amma, it is not confined to spirituality alone. Our Bharatiya concept is concerned. Amma always interested in most modern technology in the world also should be adopted to this country. And in Malayalam I can say, or all Indian languages, it is the same thing. Our country, our tradition, our existence on two terms. One is Chirapuradan and other is Nitya Nudan. So Chirapuradan, ancient country with the ancient history and so many things are there. And Nitya Nudan means most modern. Practically, for all purpose, the importance of Amrita mission and Amrita Amma's life, Amma's message to the world is this Chirapuradan and Nitya Nudan should come together. And in that way, we can achieve the goal for the entire universe, not confined to India or Bharat alone. So Tsunami is concerned also. I'm congratulating all the experts here and the ashram here, the movement here, that we are seriously thinking about this aspect and trying its level best to find out a solution. And that is why International Conference on this tsunami risk reduction and resilience. Three aspects are there. About that detailed account is given before us. When I am thinking about all these things, it is a fact that our India is concerned, 54% of the Indian total land are, and that area is prone to drought. And almost 50 million people in the country are affected by drought annually. These two phenomena, we will look into it. And in addition to this, 204 December incident, a new threat, a new direction given to that threat aspect. And after that, our country, our system, our technologists, our scientists, all are trying their level best to conduct all types of inquiry on that aspect, investigation on that aspect, and technical aspects related to that. I can say prevention, management, and resilience, what is to be done is the matter already discussed by this conference. Indian Ocean is considered as the 6th most cyclone-prone areas in the world. 54% of the total land of India are prone to drought. And I am from Goa. 160 kilometers of that coastline areas and other things. So many problems are there. And that is why our National Institute of Oceanography, they tried their level best to study about these things. Of course, so many things maybe come into limelight. And about one thing I would like to say, the Govan research, they had gone to Harappa 5,000 years back. What was the situation? I am not an expert, only I am having the general view regarding that aspect. Harappa, also there was a system introduced at that time to prevent this type of cyclone or whatever may be. And how they dealt with it is an important aspect to be looked into. Normally, big walls are considered as one of the techniques, methods to ward it off. But Japan delegates are also here. And Japan is given, the word tsunami originated from Japan. It's a plain meaning tidal waves. With due respect, I would like to say that is not correct. According to some experts are saying that is not correct. And tsunami means, in the language, harbor wave. Certain scientists are saying that also is not correct. I don't know tsunami, what is the technical aspects or that language-wise, how it is defined and other things. I'm not an expert to go that aspect. But Harappa, in addition to that aspect also we will look into that particular situation about 5,000 years back, how we dealt with our people at that time, dealt with that is a question mark. Anyway, my state, that is Goa, the Goan Institute, certain references are made about it. That is why I am placing it before you. And all these studies, it is referred about mangroves. More than 40% of our mangroves in India is totally disappeared, or the destruction happened in that field. Already referred in some of most important expert speeches. It is referred to that aspect. I think that aspect also in detail discussed here. In Mahabharata also, there was reference with respect to these types of things. So people at that time also know about earthquakes, tsunami, cyclone, and giving warning according to Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior. animals' behavior, they can give proper warning. I don't know much about this institution, only as a bird's eye view on a subject. I already stated that I am a layman. But it says that 20 years prior to that, before an earthquake, you see, animals can give warning to us. Such studies are also going on now. And ultimately, what I want to say or submit before you is that in 2005 Act of India, in 2005 passed Disaster Management Bill and passed by our Parliament. As a governor, I can't criticize anybody. But that act, while before passing that act, whether there was sufficient study on the subject and enlighten the members of the Parliament, what actually happened is a matter to be looked into by you people. I am not saying anything because a governor, I am the head of the state, constitutional head of a state. I can't say before you what are the defects in that. But before any legislation, in-depth detailed study, including, that's why Chirapuradan and Nityanudan, Chirapuradan also look into it, and most modern devices also, technology where we are standing now, to enlighten the Parliament members and officials at that time, what steps we were taken, I don't know. Anyway, our country, I'm not blaming any other country, but our ecocentric system or anthropocentric system, what is the attitude? 50 years back or 60 years back, exploiting the nature was the word used by, even now we are using in certain countries, exploit the nature. This word, exploit, in India is concerned, never we use that. Our approach was nature and human beings, people are complementary to each other. If one is having some trouble, that trouble will cause the other as well. That is why our Indian approach was ecocentric. And the other concept, anthropocentric concept, in short, I can say everything, every nature is for human beings. We can use it. Use, there is nothing wrong. Gandhiji stated that we can use it for our existence. But greedy approach is detrimental to that concept. That is a basic concept of our country. And Mahatma Gandhiji was eloquent in through his books and his speeches. He insisted only minimum may be used. This complementary nature of our nature and human beings also elaborately given before the entire world by Mahatma Gandhi. This attitude, whether changed it or not, it's a question that we will have to look into that aspect and find out an answer to that. So other various Western countries, not Japan or anybody I am blaming, Western countries approach, this approach, everything for human beings. Let us enjoy life. Our Charvaka Samhita, what is stated? What God? What dharmic concept? Life is for enjoyment. So let us enjoy life. This concept also was there in ancient India as well. But our entire system, you will see Satyameva Jayate is a motto slogan of our Bharat. From where it come? Our Vedic culture, we got that concept. What is the motto of our Supreme Court of India? Edo Dharma Stado Jaya. In Mahabharata, 13 places, this Edo Dharma Stado Jaya was used by various icons of Mahabharata. Sri Krishna used it, Dharmaputra used it, Arjuna used it. We can see 12 or 13 places. But I would like to say it was used by Gandhari, a situation wherein in that war, Dharmic war, Gandhari's 100 sons involved in that war on the one side, Kaurava Paksha, and in that Kaurava Paksha, Duryodhana and others apprehended defeat in the course of the progress of the war, and then immediately he rushed to his mother Gandhari. Gandhari was a powerful mother. That is why I used the word mother. The most important, powerful word in the world is mother, I have stated. Our Amma also is in mind while using that phrase. You see, approach the mother, her power was like that. Gandhari's power was like that. If their blessing is there, her sons, 100 sons, including Duryodhana, that blessing alone is sufficient for a victory in the war. Normally, son is approaching a mother and requesting for blessing, stating that we are going to lose in the war. Our life is in peril, danger. So, my dear mother, bless us. You see, Gandhari, loving mother, never stated Vijaya Bhava. Instead of that, she used the word, her blessing was that Yatho Dharma Stado Jaya. Where is exactly Dharma is prevailing. Success is definitely with Dharma. And that is why in our country, under the constitution, if you go to Delhi and see the slogan, motto of the Supreme Court is the apex court in India. Its motto is from Mahabharata, and I believe that Gandhari's, I'm quoting Gandhari for this purpose, Yatho Dharma Stado Jaya. So Dharma is there in this village, because this village of our mother, and that is why, with respect to the serious subject, this discussion, 3 days discussion was here, and this is a good starting. I congratulate everybody who participated and instrumental for this great move, and let it continue, and in a way to ward off these types of threats, we will be able to make more and more effective steps, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address, anecdotes, and advice, and for bringing this conference to a meaningful conclusion with your valuable guidance and support. I now request Professor Manisha Ramesh, Provost of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, to present a memento to the Honorable Governor of Goa, His Excellency, as a token of our appreciation.
Next, we would like to invite Dr. Sudha Allikati, Professor and Research Head at Amrita School for Sustainable Futures, to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Sudha has over 12 years of practitioner experience and 19 years of teaching and research experience in US, India, and UAE. Her research interests include risk communication and productive action, decision-making in multi-ethnic communities, responding to tsunamis, flood, earthquakes, hurricanes, and biological threats, disaster sheltering and housing recovery, individual and resilience for sustainable development. Ma'am, please.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. On behalf of our dear Chancellor Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, humanitarian leader fondly called Amma, or Mother by her disciples, our Dean and Provost Professor Manisha, and the organizing committee from the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures, I extend heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Honorable Governor of Goa, His Excellency Dr. P.S. Sridharan Pillaiji, for gracing this valedictory function. Your talk was very illuminating, and the aspects that you discussed about drought mitigation, cyclone risk reduction, and even went back to Harappa civilization about how they use walls similar to what the Japanese are doing today. And also talking about the ecocentric approach that was the ethos of our society since ancient times, and also the Gandhian philosophy. You took us through a gamut of things. It really was very knowledgeable and got us thinking about a lot of things. Thank you, sir. We thank Dr. Balakrishnan Nair, Director, INCOIS, Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, for his guest of honor speech, which covered the importance of a full-fledged system for atypical tsunamis and the pioneering and popularized program of tsunami readiness program, or the certification program that is being taken up by so many coastal communities in India. So thank you for that, sir. Thank you to Mr. Soichiro Yasukawa, Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction Unit of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, for highlighting the 8 themes you're working on for disaster risk reduction, including the role of AI in contributing to early warning systems, the built environment, education and school safety systems, using the youth for all these initiatives, and protecting our heritage and cultural sites through various experts and so on. Thank you so much for that illuminating talk. Of course, thanks to all our keynote speakers, panel session chairs, paper presentation chairs, poster presentation chairs, and reviewers, and of course the tutorial experts who made this whole conference so interesting. Our distinct pleasure to host all these numerous experts to discuss some of the key topics as part of the International Conference on Tsunami Risk Reduction and Resilience, jointly organized by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation, and my school, the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures. Our sincere thanks and appreciation goes out to each of you for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. Your presentations have deepened our understanding of the pressing issues we face in tsunami risk warning systems, community preparedness, and management. And you've also provided valuable guidance for how to move forward. We are confident that these will inspire our students, young researchers, to take new problems for research and create new scientific knowledge while also integrating the local and traditional knowledge systems. We thank all our delegates, including researchers, professionals, and students alike, who have been such an engaged audience. Your curiosity, interest, diverse perspectives, and active discussions made this conference very interesting and truly impactful. A special thank you to our sponsors and partners, our gold sponsors, Esri India and City Union Bank Limited, associate sponsor, Federal Bank Limited, affiliate sponsor, Union Bank of India, and our technical co-sponsor, IEEE Geosciences and Remote Sensing Society, whose generous support helped bring this event to fruition. Your commitment to Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and the cause of climate change resilience is invaluable. I'm sure all of you will agree that a resounding thank you needs to go out to our dynamic team of student and staff volunteers. Your outstanding support in making everyone feel very special and welcomed with your beautiful smiles and patient demeanor is noteworthy. Special thanks to student volunteers who accompanied our keynote speakers, looking so professional, handsome, and beautiful in their black suits, or the others who were at the registration desk, and others serving tasty food, but they had to cover their faces so we couldn't see their welcoming smiles. Yet others looking frazzled, shuttling everyone from the airport to the residential halls and Chandravihar and Diamond hotels and so on. Others compiling their certificates and myriad functions. So you've taken to heart the spirit of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and Amma's vision, suggesting the opportunity to love and serve others should be considered a rare gift, a blessing from God. So thank you for that. We would also like to thank all our senior members of Amrita University family, Swami Amrita Swarupananda Ji, the President, Swami Shubhamrita for his talks, Dr. Venkat Rangan, Vice Chancellor, Professor Manisha V. Ramesh, Provost for Strategic Initiatives, Brahmachari Devidas Ji, Chaitanya Ji, the Director of Amritapuri Campus, and all the deans and the heads of various departments and schools that supported us from the beginning and provided us such able guidance. Thank you so much. Special thanks to the organizing committee of faculty and students from Amrita School for Sustainable Futures and Amrita Center for International Programs for your diligent execution of the numerous tasks required to put all this together. Thank you, ICTS team at Amrita, who helped with the technical management of this event, the food and logistics team, the online registration team, the logistics and accommodation team, media, AOC, general administration team, event management team, exhibition stall setup team, and the women self-help groups who brought and sold their fares to us. Thank you so much, everyone. At the end, above all, I would like to humbly thank our Chancellor and the world-renowned humanitarian leader, Amma, for her continuous guidance and support. She is just amazing because even from the first day onwards, she kept asking, is there enough food? Should we add some more food? Should we send 50 more for lunch or for dinner? There was never any scarcity of food. And then she wanted to give everyone blessings. So she kept inviting people. So this is just so amazing. And if you've received that special blessing in her own room, you are the lucky few. So and I really appreciate that. So I want to close with some of her guiding quotes, which resound with what our Honorable Governor has said. Nature's our first mother, Amma says. She nurtures us throughout our lives. Our birth mother may allow us to sit on her lap for a couple of years, but Mother Nature patiently bears our weight our entire life. Just as a child is obligated to his birth mother, we should all feel an obligation and responsibility towards Mother Nature. If we forget this responsibility, it is equal to forgetting our own self. If we forget nature, we will cease to exist, for to do so is to walk towards death. So when we see Mother Nature as the embodiment of God, we will automatically serve and protect her. So let's take these words of Amma close to our heart and move forward in making all our communities resilient. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sudha, for that very lovely vote of thanks. And with that, we have come to the formal conclusion of today's events. We wish you all a very good evening. May I request everybody to please stand for the national anthem.
जनगण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे